I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I am Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council, Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, March 6, 2025. The time is 10:10 in the morning, and this hearing is being held in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. It's also being recorded and will be available on the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.gov. This is the sixth of 7 oversight hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having this month and starting the end of last month with regard to agencies under the purview of the Committee of the Whole. Today, we will be hearing testimony in this order regarding the District of Columbia Auditor, the other post-employment benefits program, and the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. Our seventh and final performance oversight hearing will be tomorrow, beginning at 9:30 in the morning, where we will hear testimony from both public and government witnesses regarding the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, also known as OSSE. We do these hearings, all of the council committees have these performance oversight hearings during February and early March in preparation for the mayor's transmittal of a proposed budget for the next fiscal year. That was due to us on April 2nd, and this would be the budget for fiscal year 26, which begins on October 1st of this year. The council will shortly be publishing the hearing schedule for the budget hearings that all of the committees will be having, which I believe will start April 7th, Monday, April 7th. I think that's correct. So today's hearing, as I said, is first about the District of Columbia Auditor, then other post-employment benefits, then Commission on the Arts and Humanities. Before I call the District of Columbia Auditor, Kathy Patterson, I'm going to hear from at least 3 folks have signed up to testify, so we'll hear from them. I think they're all participating virtually. Debbie Hanrahan, David Maloff, and Chris Otten in that order. So I think I see Debbie, as in Ms. Hanrahan. Why don't you start? Gosh, the clock says 4 minutes. I've been giving everybody 3 minutes. Don't get carried away. When you're ready, please begin.
Have no fears, Mr. Chairman. My name is this is called Save DC Public Land. And I am here. I am delighted to be here today, Mr. Chairman, because even though I've lived in this neighborhood for almost 60 years, I cannot remember a time when I came to the council and had praise to offer to the DC government for one of their institutions. And today I'm very happy to do that. I'm here to praise the DC Auditor's Office and the splendid chairperson or the head of the Auditor's Office, Kathy Patterson, who, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Mendelson, you appointed. I'm not sure of that, but I think that's true. She's a longstanding chairperson. I want to give a wholehearted endorsement to the work product and the hardworking staff that she has put together and oversees. I especially want to commend the Auditor's Office for their critical report in November of last year of the city's much touted inclusionary zoning or IZ program, which is really what we consider our primary program to produce low and moderate income housing. It is the highly touted program that we have all come to believe is a well-oiled machine and produces well for the city. Contrary to that reputation, we have an auditor's report who proves just the opposite, that in fact, the IZ program is broken beyond repair. And I commend it to everybody. And I would like to say that I didn't know the IZ program was broken. I was curious about it. I called the auditor's office and learned that they had a report forthcoming. when the report was available, a group of people who were interested in social housing read the report, and we called Kathy Patterson's office, and she graciously allowed us to come for a 2-hour meeting to talk about her findings of the inclusionary zoning report. It was eye-opening. I want to mention her staff: Imani Boston, Edward Fairley, and David McDaniel were absolutely at our beck and call, at our service. They answered every question. And when we raised what we considered an oversight or shortcoming in the report having to do, the report did not address the racial disparities inherent in the IZ program. But they mentioned that they had contingencies and parameters that they were limited by. But I would certainly recommend to the chairperson and anybody else who has a say in this matter that lens should be included in all of her studies, particularly in housing programs, because as we have found out, the IZ program is redlining in reverse. And I would like to say that I hope other people will find, as I have had, that we have this wonderful, wonderful resource in the city, and that is the reports that the auditor's office produces. I hope, Mr. Chairman, that you, with your influence over your council members, will enlighten them about the reports being available. And we're a one-party town. It's very hard to get opposite opinions on things, or contradictory opinions, or opposing opinions. But we have an auditor who produces reports right down the middle on controversial subjects. And so I would like to say that, in fact, I suspect that these reports are so good and so worrisome to some people that they won't even admit they have read them. In my experience in the last week, I have asked 3 council members, have you read the IZ report produced by the comptroller, the auditor office? And 1 admitted they had read the press release, and 2 admitted they had heard of it, but they had not read it. I don't think that that's enough. And I just want to conclude and say I'm so happy I can come and talk about something positive. And I hope you will not faint in shock that I am not lambasting somebody or something. But anyway, thank you very much. And I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have them. But make use of your auditor. She is fabulous.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hanrahan. David Maloff.
Honorable Chairman Mendelson and Honorable former Council Member Patterson, now Auditor, and my great neighbors, Debbie and Chris. What a pleasure to see you today protecting the city. I am David Maloff, past president of the DC Federation of Citizens Associations, and I have 2 respectful asks. For the full council committee, I again ask you to support my call for an immediate arm's length internal review of the Department of Buildings residential permitting and inspections for DC Construction Code Section 3307 projects that are clearly dangerous. Hundreds of such permits were issued last year. As the director revealed in revised testimony this week, that amounts to dozens of permits per ward each year. A member of the ODCA staff, or one of your staff members, Mr. Mendelson, who are very competent, should be seconded to contribute to such a quick 30-day government review reporting directly to DEMPED or OCA, in whose cluster the long-troubled DOB now resides since last July. For the Deputy Mayor of Planning and Economic Development, I have asked in testimony this week, as part of her mayoral oversight of DOB, that an inexpensive, brief internal review should also include part-time participation by staff members from MOLC, ORM, and even the DC Auditor's Office. I will ask the same of OCA today. This is the 3rd year. At this time, at this review last week, and again in July and earlier, this committee has heard time and again, chapter and verse for over 3 years, the need for a review of DOB's positively broken and endangering residential construction permitting and inspections. It's Groundhog Day. This is overdue. As one most recent horrible example, the V Street Northwest Ward 1 property collapse that resulted in a worker's death the day before Christmas Eve last year continues to reflect an official DOB permitting and inspections record full of omissions and deficiencies. This is especially heartbreaking after the council testimonies of many residents for the last 2 years and counting. After an astounding and now 70 days since that event, DOB has yet to issue a public finding. It is important that the mayor and DemPen not rely solely on DOB's internal, potentially conflicted perspectives for the review of this tragic incident, or for a separate, larger review, a quick one, inexpensive, that I now re-propose today. Given the increased attention DemPen and economic development given the increased attention for DemPed to foster economic development and DOB's acceleration of dangerous permit issuance, I ask that DOB nevertheless be held to quality permitting and special inspections that do not in the end leave residents physically endangered or stuck, as some have been in Superior Court. DOB's first legislated charter is to protect public safety and then also to advance economic development. The agency's internal budgets do not account for the continuing significant negative externalities that the agency continues to generate and unload on the unwitting public. DemPed holds the power of legitimate oversight to extinguish the continuing dangerous transfer of injury and other risks, and the shifting of resulting damage costs onto abutting residents, workers, neighborhoods, and I might say even our firefighters who have to show up for disaster recovery. I will address the possible cost savings and incremental budget needed for DOB at the upcoming budget hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maloff. Chris Otten.
Good morning, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Chris Otten. I'm with DC for Reasonable Development. This is our testimony on the DC Auditor Oversight hearing, March 6, 2025. The DC Auditor's November 2024 report on the 15-year track record of inclusionary zoning deserves praise and action for its efforts and findings. IZ is not just an administrative failure, it is absolutely a systemic one. And because it's policy, the auditor can't fix it. Only the DC Council and Mayor can, and it's time for the entire council to take it on seriously. Now, you're probably wondering, Chris, why are you holding up Alexander Ovechkin's hockey stick? This is why the IZ program is broken. This is the AMI chart for the District of Columbia. DC's affordability program, primary affordable housing production program called IZ, is based on the ever-increasing AMI. Any affordability policy in DC that relies on the annually increasing AMI or functional equivalent median family income, MFI, is broken. The policy and results become more and more broken as wealthy residents in the region become wealthier and as the DMV welcomes more and more new wealthy people. As the AMI continues to trend upwards, DC becomes less affordable and gentrification increases. This means the growing displacement of lower income residents, which pushes up the AMI even faster. Let me just go through some of the points here. Between 2013 and 2023, the AMI has gone up 42%. That means between 2013, a family of four making $107,000 a year would qualify for an affordable unit. And then the AMI in 2023 is $152,000 a year. That's a 42% increase in 10 years. By the way, most of that increase is over the last 4 years. Okay, so the jump has happened in the last 4 years, hence the hockey stick. So this ultimately means those earning $86,650 a year could qualify for an affordable IZ unit. This is why it's broken policy. It's not something that if you hire a few more DHCD staff people, they can fix. They'll only ensure that the vacant IZ units, which there's apparently a lot of, will be filled with people making $85,000 a year. This is not an administrative issue. This is a systemic issue. Let me quickly go over some of the findings from the auditor's report. As of September 22, 2022, the auditor shows there's only 2,000 IZ units. There's 18,000 people waiting for those 2,000 IZ units. 65% of the IZ units are studio one bedrooms. This is from the report. That means 4,600 families on the IZ waitlist are vying for just 123 three-bedroom IZ units. 123 three-bedroom IZ units, 4,600 families waiting for that. The conclusion from the auditor's report, and it's a harsh truth, is that DC's primary affordable housing production program overwhelmingly delivers studios and one-bedroom units for single professionals making $85,000 a year. Chairman Mendelson, I have one request. I believe that you should hold a council breakfast roundtable to discuss these auditor findings as soon as possible. There must be alternatives to the flawed and broken IZ plus privatization program, especially with it regarding to our valuable and limited public land and assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otten. If this was a performance oversight hearing of the Office of Planning or the Office of Zoning, I would get into a discussion about the report. This is a performance oversight hearing on the DC auditor. And so, Ms. Hanrahan, you were speaking directly to how you think the auditor is performing. So I'm going to avoid questions at this time. I do want to thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Maloff, I am going to go back to my staff and discuss discuss the 3307 projects. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mendelson, do you think you'll have a breakfast roundtable to make sure everybody sees the IZ report that the auditors produced?
I think everybody has seen it.
Has anybody read it?
Well, I can't speak to that.
I know you haven't read it.
I am one member, so I can't speak to the other 12 or 11, the other 11.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I
seems to
just
be,
add one thing?
Yes, briefly.
It's not enough to produce these wonderful reports. We've got to promote them. We've got to make them known and available to people. Part of the council's job, it seems to me, should be promoting these reports that actually the auditor's office, which is under your purview, is responsible for. I mean, you should take credit for these wonderful, wonderful reports. And so I hope you will take ownership and spread them around, because you will have a much more informed public. They can work better with you because they know more.
Thank you. I believe the auditor has a fairly robust communications operation to make public the reports that are put out. Just saying. Thank you all for your testimony. You all are excused. I'm going to call Kathy Patterson, the District of Columbia Auditor. Before you start your testimony, I am correct. You frequently do put out press releases when you issue reports.
You are correct.
So then the question may be whether, I think what do I want to say? Not everybody always sees every press release, but then again, what more can one do but put out a statement or announcement? At any rate, why don't you proceed?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. What a lovely way to start a hearing. So I want to thank the previous witnesses for their kind words and for their very serious consideration of this report. Good morning. I'm Kathy Patterson. I'm the DC Auditor. I'm going to cover these areas in my testimony today: the committee's policy recommendations from a year ago, our first performance report, the status of litigation brought against the agency, and highlights of work we have underway. In its budget report a year ago, the Committee on the Whole asked that we continue to review our telework policy to ensure that employees are spending adequate time in person collaborating to achieve the agency's goals. Our policy in place today requires all staff members to attend a minimum of 2 all-staff meetings each month, a monthly staff meeting and a presentation on a topic of general or specific concern. Senior staff are expected to be in person once per week for management meetings. And today, ODCA staff work up to 4 days a week in the office. And overall, average calculation shows that our staff spends 37% of working hours in the office. Senior managers, about 52%. Our auditors conduct extensive field work for each audit, either at the office of the audited agency or literally in the field. For example, the recently published report that has been mentioned this morning on inclusionary zoning included more than an estimated 100 staff hours in the field, not including travel time. The audit team visited 16 properties included in the audit sample, and for 12 of those visits, 2 staff members were on site for visits lasting 3 to 4 hours. And I think this level of robust on-site research is a hallmark of our audits. Our process typically begins with an entrance conference with the audited agency, always in person prior to the pandemic, and we're gradually getting back to in-person conferences. Much of the work is in fact sedentary, with auditors working individually at a computer, reviewing research, writing, and editing. Our work faces the public when we consult with council members, council staff, and others at the outset of a project, gathering information, when conducting fieldwork as described, and when a project is completed and we present results to the council, to agency teams, and to community organizations. Otherwise, we are not typically interacting with the public, unlike other government employees. There is a downside to having a first-rate and productive staff. I am not the only one who knows how good they are. And as the agency director, I need to be mindful of staff retention. To keep this good team, we've tried to stay competitive with compensation, and I'm grateful we've had the support of this committee and the council in maintaining and slowly growing our agency budget. It's clear to me that a more stringent requirement for in-office time would cost me good staff, and my responsibility to taxpayers includes recruiting and retaining the best employees, and our remote work policy supports staff retention. The proof that our current remote work policy provides appropriate value to district taxpayers is in the reports we produce. The second recommendation made by the committee in its report a year ago concerned our use of leased space. We have office space on the 7th and 8th floors at 1331 Pennsylvania Avenue and have been working with the Department of General Service to identify a tenant for the smaller 7th floor space. And we're hopeful that that will move forward. Another issue I'd like to touch on is how we work closely with council members and council staff, an issue raised at the February legislative breakfast when we discussed audit recommendations that ODCA had directed to the legislature itself. It was noted that while we routinely ask audited agencies to comment on draft reports, we have not consistently discussed legislative recommendations with council members prior to issuing reports. In response to this conversation, we plan to address this in the future by meeting at least informally with the appropriate member of committee staff or the council member when the results of an audit lead it to recommend action by the council. I'm pleased to include in this testimony our annual performance report, including new performance metrics, which several are repeats of previous metrics. Our key performance indicators are timeliness of reports, the percentage of recommendations accepted by an auditee, which is a new KPI to really help us foster collaboration with audited agencies, the percentage of recommendations implemented by an auditee, and the number of actions taken based on ODCA work. Our performance report, which we've included with our testimony, also includes having met our goal on timeliness for reports with 63% of projects completed within 10 months. 68% of the recommendations developed in our audit reports were agreed to in whole or in part by the audited agency. We did not come close to the goal of 60% of recommendations implemented by auditees, with only 18% audited. Many more appear to be in progress. And we have only now begun to collect data on actions taken based on our work. Highlights of some of the additional metrics we collect include achieving a staff retention rate of 90% in FY24. And looking at our website metrics in mid-February, we had 17,000 new users in the preceding year, up more than 100% from the previous year, and more than 40,000 page views. I think this does speak to your issue about our communications. We are trying to get our information out. Offices like ours that follow generally accepted government auditing standards developed by the Government Accountability Office also engage in a process of continuous self-evaluation. We undertake a peer review every 3 years conducted by a national audit organization, and in each of the other years conduct an internal quality review. We recently completed an update to the ODCA policies and procedures, which is our required system of quality management, and describes in detail our application of the Yellow Book standards. It provides clear guidance for our staff as well as a toolkit of audit work papers, templates developed for each phase of the audits. This internal review is led by our Deputy Auditor, Julie Leibowitz. And I invite you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, to take a look at our ODCA policies and procedures, recently revised and available on the website. A year ago, I shared information on a lawsuit we continue to face, brought by 3 sworn members of the Metropolitan Police Department. We were sued for libel, slander, and defamation after we included profiles of officers who had been fired and rehired in an audit report on the practice of firing and returning officers to the department. I'm pleased to say that our motion to dismiss this case was granted in November, but the judge has not yet released his opinion, and the plaintiffs have given notice that they will appeal the dismissal of the case. It remains critical that the dismissal be upheld or the case otherwise won by ODCA and the district. What remains at issue is the public's right to know what is occurring in the district government and how taxpayer dollars are spent. In addition, in FY24, we completed other reports under the council's mandate that we continue our focus on public safety. On September 12, we released the comprehensive police staffing study undertaken by a group of experienced consultants under the direction of then Deputy Auditor for Public Safety, Chris Magnus. The council mandated a comprehensive assessment of whether MPD officers have ties to white supremacist or other hate groups that may affect the officers' ability to carry out their duties properly and fairly, or may undermine public trust in MPD, in legislation first proposed by Councilmember Janice Lewis George. The draft version of that report was recently reviewed by MPD, and we anticipate a public release very soon. We also expect to produce the 3rd and final report on officer-involved fatalities by the Bromwich Group, this one looking at the 2020 death of Karan Hilton Brown, for which 2 members of the Metropolitan Police Department were prosecuted and found guilty on a series of charges. The review was delayed by the length of time the case has taken, including the sentencing phase, since the department chooses not to begin their administrative review until the completion of a criminal case. The report will provide an update on the status of the recommendations to date to improve use of force reviews and whether there has been backsliding on the important progress MPD had made. The department's internal review and our review of that is even more important now, following the president's decision to pardon the 2 officers charged and convicted in the case. In terms of other highlights, we also published the second of 2 comprehensive reviews of the district's Vision Zero initiative in June. The first one was published in March of 2023, focusing on engineering initiatives designed to foster traffic safety. We're currently managing 18 individual projects in our work plan, 4 on contract and 14 by ODCA staff. And I'll just mention a few of the audits that have reports coming out in the next few months. We have a comprehensive review of DC Public School staffing and budgeting undertaken by the consulting firm Alvarez and Marcel. A procurement review that we are calling Top 10 Vendors analyzes the level of competition in vendor selection, as well as agency compliance with all procurement laws and regulations by a sample of contractors. An audit of the Department of Parks and Recreation summer camp lottery to determine its effectiveness in serving DC residents and doing so equitably. An audit of the district's college savings program known as the 529 plan, including program performance. A study of human resources operations throughout the DC government modeled on the Government Accountability Office annual duplication, fragmentation, and cost savings report. And an audit of the district's reserve funds to assess whether the reserve funds and rainy day funds have been used in accordance with law and best practice. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my prepared testimony, and I would be happy to respond to questions about the performance of the office. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. I have a couple questions concerning key performance indicators. Your goal is to issue 60% of reports within 10 months, a standard that you are now exceeding.
Barely, yes.
However, 10 months still seems like a long time, especially for less complex reports. How do you determine the length of time depending on the complexity of a report?
There is wide variation in the length of time. We did a report that we referred to as budget briefs last year, where we looked at 3 issues that the council dealt with in the budget, and that report was produced in a couple of months' time. But then we have a project like our Vision Zero reports that each took well over 10 months. It really depends on the complexity of the topic itself, and the range, as I said, is really from a few months to a couple of years on some of the much more complicated projects.
Well, when you put it that way, it confuses my next question, which is, could you utilize forms of interim reporting, such as management alerts, so information is conveyed in a timely manner?
We do actually issue management alerts, and in fact, we issued one in the context of the inclusionary zoning report that was mentioned earlier. We discovered that there was one property that was in our sample that where the agency was not enforcing a wrongful disposition of the property. It went to someone who didn't qualify. And so we issued a management alert because we knew that the agency would want to address that before the final report came out. And our process with management alerts usually is to issue it while we're still working on the audit, have the agency respond and potentially take action, and then we make that public when we make the final report public. And in those situations, the agency has an opportunity to address something that needs a more immediate reaction. So in that sense, it's like an internal report and like an interim report, except it's not typically made public. We occasionally do management alerts that are separate and they're not part of an audit when something in particular comes across our radar screen and in the course of our work. And so we have on occasion issued management alerts that were not part of a longer audit. We have done updates occasionally with council members when there's a topic that a member has asked us to look at if we have information, but we're not quite ready to bring the report
And
to a
that's
conclusion.
kind of what I'm
These have been
thinking of.
informal rather than in very informal conversations rather than an interim report.
Well, I'm kind of thinking of the latter, which is those reports. So not like the work you're doing on Vision Zero, but I remember with the report or audit that you did on Roosevelt High School that you did issue an interim report to help this committee with regard to the work orders.
We've done a series of reports, one specific to Roosevelt High School and then another one specific to the issue of maintenance work orders. So there were 2 separate
Yes.
reports that did both touch on
And
the same
maintenance
issues.
Work orders, I think you were able to come out with sooner. That's my recollection. But for instance, this comprehensive review of DC public schools and their staffing and budgeting. So when will that be done?
I think we're going to get the draft report next week. Then it goes to the DC Public Schools for comment for a couple of weeks. So it should be out in April.
And when did you start on that?
That's a contract audit, and I believe the contract was November or December. That's one of the shorter time frames for one of our contract audits.
And are you doing this at the request of the council?
No, this one was prompted by some of the statistics in last year's last year's annual comprehensive financial review that showed statistics on the incredibly rapid growth in FTEs in the district government. And I believe the number for within the education cluster was something like a 26% increase in FTEs and a 2% increase in student population, something like that. There was a very much larger increase in staff. So that prompted us to start thinking about taking a look within the education cluster, looking specifically at that growth. So that was our starting point. And then we had a conversation with Alvarez and Marcel where their staffing includes individuals who have district government experience. So we thought that would be a good opportunity for us to use that particular expertise to look at the FTEs and then the staffing costs related to the FTEs.
Well, that report that you're working on, based on your statement, looks like it deals with DCPS? Or is
Yes.
it broader than DCPS?
Yes, it's limited to DCPS. It doesn't
Okay.
cover the entire education cluster.
So another one, the last one on the list is an audit of the district's reserve funds. When did you start that and when will that be done?
I don't have that start date, but I can get it to the committee for the record. That, I believe it'll be in the fall that we hope to have that one concluded. So that one will end up being more than the 10-month timeframe.
Why?
Because it involves quite a lot of work in terms of coming up with the overall function of 4 different reserve programs, the 2 mandated by the council, 2 mandated by the Congress. Looking at, I think we're just starting a sampling process right now where we're looking at sample withdrawals, if you will, from the reserve, what process went into that occurring, what the documentation was on it being needed and documentation on being per the law, and then where it went, and then what resulted from it. So the tracing of the information through our different systems is one of the reasons that that's taking a while.
Let me go back to when you started. I heard you say that you'd have to check, but was it started a few months ago, last summer?
It started during calendar 2024, but I don't have the exact dates. I will provide that for you.
Okay, because I'm thinking that that could be quite informative as we're looking at the budget and the Budget Support Act, because among other things, with this budget that's coming from the mayor, she's going to have to replenish, if I remember correctly, about $150 million that was taken out of one of the reserve funds, one of the federal funds, and therefore has to be replenished. It has to be replenished over 2 years. If the money was taken out in FY24, which ended last October, then the 2 years are a supplemental this year that we're in, as well as the proposed budget for next year, which is all of which we're getting April 2nd. Just so I'm clear, not so much for you, but for the public. So there's something like $150 million, as I recall, that has to be replenished with the council action this June. That's kind of hefty. So understanding better the district's, the use, how the reserve funds are being used could be quite informative, which is a reason why council members get really impatient about how long these reports take. If you're meeting your metric of 60% of reports within 10 months, why not ratchet it a little to make it a bit tighter, more aspirational?
I'm sorry.
You really want me to repeat that? If you're meeting the goal, why not revise it to make it a little tighter, a little tougher, a bit more aspirational?
One of the reasons for having that as a goal is to do that, to make sure our productivity stays up there and in fact improves. But I can also share with you that one of the major features in the rewrite of our policies and procedures that we undertook, again, we were required to do it under the Yellow Book to stay a Yellow Book office, but the specifics in our rewrite included ways in which we can track each step. I mean, its audit has many, many complicated steps, but track each step along the way and hold ourselves accountable for meeting all of those interim deadlines. So I say that just to assure you that we are working as hard as we can on our productivity, because we do like to get those reports out the door. But I also take your point about whether there is information that we have developed that could be useful to this council prior to the completion of an audit report.
Yes.
And that's something that I will take under consideration with my team, with my senior team, and see if there's anything that we're doing currently that could benefit you and the public in terms of some kind of interim report out of information.
Another one of your KPIs, the goal of having agencies accept and implement your recommendations. Do you run the risk of faring poorly on this metric, where an audited agency is intransigent and refuses to accept or implement recommendations on a consistent basis?
That's always a risk, but I think one of the other things that we are trying to do a much better job of is staying in touch with agency officials and agency teams as we're working on our audit reports, so that all the information we are uncovering, they are aware of it. They know that our goal is to do the analysis that says, why is this happening, and help come up with ways in which whatever that's happening that shouldn't be happening can be fixed ahead of time. So trying to stay in much better communication throughout the course of the audit is where we're focusing to try to make sure that we can meet that KPI. That was one of the reasons for including that as a KPI, because we're all further along if what we find and what we then recommend is accepted. There may continue to be agencies that disagree with our findings or that disagree with what we're recommending. That will probably always be the case, but we want to try to decrease the proportion of the disagreements.
Well, what's going through my mind is that I'm wondering, not to sound critical here, but whether the KPI is not matched as well as it could be to what the goal is. So if the goal is collaboration, maybe the measure is not how often the agency agrees. It maybe there's another way to measure collaboration. Because if you are doing independent audits, an agency is not doing enforcement of something. You make recommendations that they need to do enforcement and the agency just isn't going to agree. Do you dumb down the recommendation that they should improve enforcement? No, you don't. As an independent auditor, you stick by what that recommendation is. And it's outside your control whether the agency is agreeable or compliant. But so if the goal is collaboration, maybe there's another way to measure it. I am thinking as well, I'm not sure, I'm asking, there was a question, yes, or there was the tone of a question, but I'm not so sure I'm looking for an answer. Is asking that you think about that maybe there's another way of measuring.
No, I understand your point, and I think one of the things that we did do, and it did take us a while to develop what we're now using as our KPIs. One of the things that the internal team did was look at similar measures that other offices use around the country. And we tried to take sort of best practices and did not come up with anything better for pressing for collaboration. But I take your point. That's certainly always something to keep it under consideration.
So it does remind me of the comments from some of my colleagues when you last met with the council, which you spoke to in your statement. It was noted that, let me see, it was noted that while we routinely ask audited agencies to comment on draft reports, including recommendations, we've not consistently discussed legislative recommendations with council members prior to issuing reports. But I think sometimes, Buzz, haven't really thought of how to articulate this. The council adopts policy, we make policy. And if an agency isn't doing something consistent with the law, I don't like how I'm phrasing this. Sometimes your recommendation is that the council should change the law. We may not agree. And it may be actually that the recommendation ought to be phrased differently. As in, if the council wants such and such policy, then the council should change the law in this way.
I mean, when we have a recommendation directed to the council, most of those recommendations are to clarify the law, to make sure that it's clear what the council intended. It is somewhat unusual that we actually make a policy recommendation. We may say the council legislative intent committee report, et cetera, indicate the council wanted to do X, but what the law says is sort of Y rather than X. You might want to restate. So those are the ways in which we typically will suggest changing the law. But I think if your general point is an agency isn't doing what the law clearly says they should be doing, and our audit finds that that is the case, they are not doing it, we don't, as an audit shop, really have recourse other than the communication vehicle of sharing, as the public witness has indicated, sharing with the public for them to as they did this morning, come back around and say, we have this report. This report says we're not really providing affordable housing through this program, but they correctly made the point that it was a policy change that they were articulating, not something that came out of our report. I mean, our report showed the numbers and showed the number of people waiting for larger units and the fact that there's sort of a mismatch. But again, the oversight that is left before the council when laws are not being correctly implemented, I'm not sure I see I'm not sure I see a line of action for my office.
Well, I'm at a disadvantage because I'm thinking of the compliance. You asked the council committees for a compliance report, so to speak, every year. And since I realized that you were asking that, I've made an effort to make sure that we do respond to you.
And we appreciate that. There was only one council committee that failed to respond. So we were very appreciative of the committee of the whole.
Yes, but as I recall, looking at some of the recommendations, I might have been more polite in how I responded, but that some of the recommendations were like, well, no, why, we don't agree. Because it was like a policy change. But I don't have it in front of me, so I can't, I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage here.
Well, I can give you an example if that would be helpful, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Coming out of the massive education data report that we produced, the council funded and required, we did recommend legislation to mandate that the District of Columbia adopt as policy in the law the characteristics that a longitudinal data system should have. And you're right, that would be a policy to articulate that in legislation. But what we were hanging our hat on in that report was not a law that had already been enacted, but the federal standards that we said we would adopt when we accepted grants for student longitudinal data systems from the federal government. So we were saying our criteria for this finding and this recommendation is the federal grant requirements, and we're suggesting that the council enact that as policy. So in that case, yes, we were recommending statutory, not a statutory clarification, but a statutory addition.
based on representations by the executive in getting a grant a number of years
Right.
ago. Which was not representations made by the council.
That's correct.
In the council getting a grant.
Correct.
So asking the council to do something, you get what I'm saying?
Yes. And I'm happy to have assisted you with that example.
Thank you. So maybe in what you're offering, it's just that there would be, I'll say consultation
Yes, I
before.
believe if we're collaborating with executive branch agencies, it behooves us to also collaborate with the other part of the legislative branch, which would be the council.
Correct. But it also could mean then that the recommendation changes in flavor or tone in that if the council wants to insist that the executive follow through with its commitment, then the council should change the law.
Agreed.
Something
Yes,
like that.
Yes.
I have spent a lot of time on question number one. Um, So, your federal counterpart, the GAO, regularly attends congressional hearings in which it sits at the table on a panel alongside agency witnesses where lawmakers can engage both the auditor and the auditee. Do you think this is a tactic that the council should use in its hearings?
We are always happy to appear before the council to share the results of our work, for sure. I would be pleased to do that if you thought that would be helpful to the council's deliberations, we'd be happy to do that.
I think I illustrated that as GAO sits at the table alongside the agency witnesses. So you'd be sitting there and DGS would be sitting next to you, for example.
You may recall that's a kind of hearing that I always liked to have when I was sitting on this council, of having everyone who needs to collaborate on an issue at the same witness table so they can have their arguments in front of the council, not pointing fingers separately.
And did they have their arguments in front of the council?
Excuse me?
Did they have their arguments in front of the council, or were they
On
all
occasion.
polite?
On occasion.
You also touched on the litigation with the police officers. I think it's pretty outrageous that in your putting together a report that I think all the information you had in the report was public to begin with, that then they sue you. How have you been paying for the defense? And has the Attorney General been representing you as well as private attorney?
The Attorney General's team has been partnering with our law firm team, but our lawyers have been in the lead, working with the Attorney General. So we contracted with an outside law firm, with Boyce Schiller, to be our attorney for this case.
So you contracted with them.
Yes.
Do you expect the appeal to be a significant cost going forward?
Yes. Our lawyers have indicated that the appeal will probably in the range of $300,000 to $400,000.
Is it possible to sue for attorney's fees?
Excuse me?
Is it possible to sue for attorney's fees or ask for attorney's fees?
I think it would be possible, and I would need to consult with our lawyers to see where we stand on that issue. I'm just not sure what we have said, but what we have said in our filings.
Okay, because as I said, I think it's pretty outrageous that these officers they were recommended for discipline, may have been terminated.
They were terminated and then reinstated, some of them
reinstated.
after a 6 to 10 year period of time.
And then given back pay, as I recall,
Yes.
that was part of it.
That was what started us on this audit. So the audit we did several years earlier on settlements and judgments showed that the Metropolitan Police Department was one of the big spenders in terms of settlements and judgments. And so we wanted to look a little bit more closely at that issue, and that led us to the issue of the terminations and reinstatements.
But to complete my thought, that there was egregious conduct. The chief of police decided the conduct was bad enough that they were suspended or fired. That got overruled. They got reinstated through this arcane process. Cost the city a lot of money. And then to try to cover up their misdeeds, they then sue you because you took public information and made it public. And so they lost at the trial court, and so they're going to continue this cost, and the taxpayer is going to pay for this?
Yes.
Well, but that's why it would be nice if you ask for attorney's fees, whether you get them or not, but that would be up to the court. I'm not mischaracterizing the situation, am I?
No, you're not.
One of the pre-hearing questions that we sent to you asked what your budget and any revisions to the budget, and the answer showed that in FY23, you increased your budget by about $1 million. And I'm assuming this is coming from the non-lapsing fund that you have.
Right.
And then so you increased your budget by about just under $1 million, but then ended the year with a $2.6 million surplus. In FY24, you increased your budget by, looks like 2.6 million, and ended the year with a $2.9 million surplus. And so my question is, why are you increasing your budget just so that, why are you increasing the budget just to end the year at or below the original budget number?
I think the increase in the budget reflected the additional subject matter expertise the council wanted us to hire for public safety. That was one factor. So that bumped up our budget in one cycle. But we have been maintaining a carryover largely due to the lawsuit and the potential for needing to expend a significant sum of money and not knowing when the lawsuit would come to a conclusion, not knowing whether there would be one appeal and then a subsequent appeal and so forth. So we've been,
Well,
we
that
have-
speaks to why you're increasing the budget. But what I'm getting at is that then you're spending at or below what the initial budget was. Do you need to increase your budget, or can you just leave the money in the non-lapsing fund?
we don't need to
Right.
increase our budget year over year at this point. We have the funding because of the lapse. I mean, because of being able to carry it over. So we have the additional funding that shows up in the information we provided. I may not be understanding your question. I'm sorry.
And I may not be understanding your answer. So the question we had asked was, please provide a table showing your agency's council-approved original budget, revised budget after reprogrammings, et cetera, for fiscal years 23, 24, and the current year. And then please explain the variances between fiscal year appropriations and actual expenditures. So original budget for this past year, FY24, was 7.3 million. In your answer, you state the revised budget is 9.9 million. Actual spending was 6.9, which is a variance of just under 3 million. And then the variance description is mainly due to salary lapses and contractual services. Is that 9.9 million? Is that just you automatically include the non-lapsing fund?
It includes a year's worth of the non-lapsing fund is my understanding of the way we are calculating the carryover.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you take another look at question 14 and get back to us on it?
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm assuming, and I may be incorrect, that the non-lapsing fund sits separate from your budget, and you can pull from that non-lapsing fund and add it to your budget. So if you have, do you know offhand how much you have in the non-lapsing fund?
My understanding is that the carryover is only carried over for a year and then it becomes part of our, but I'm sorry, I will have to check with my agency fiscal officer because I may just not be using the right terminology here.
Give me a second. While you're at it, take another look at question 13, which was, we asked about special purpose funds. I might have used the wrong terminology. I think of a non-lapsing fund as being a special purpose fund.
We don't have any special purpose revenue funds
But you
that meet
do have
that
that-
characterization.
but you-
We are
but-
able to carry over funds into the next budget cycle based on the legislation that the council did.
And that does not go into a fund, it just carries over?
That's my understanding.
Okay,
We have not squirreled money away. I promise we haven't.
okay, so take another look at 13, 14. I'm assuming that your surplus at the end of the year goes into a fund, and maybe I'm wrong. But that would be what we're looking for with question 13.
Okay, no, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
You have space on 2 floors,
Correct.
8th floor and 10th?
8th and 7th. And it's the
Eighth and
7th space that It's the smaller space on the 7th floor that DGS is looking for a tenant for.
And they have not found a tenant.
No, I think
Oh.
we've had one group come and look at the space.
Okay, because I may want to talk to you about that 7th floor space imminently.
Good.
With regard to so your answer to question 10 on intra-district transfers, you indicate that your total rent is up nearly $40,000 from FY '24 to FY '25. That would be for both floors,
Yes,
total rent?
yes, it's one lease.
Do you know if DGS is looking at trying to renegotiate the lease to deal with the escalator, the rent escalations?
Not that I'm aware of.
Give me a second. Uh, Thank you, Ms. Patterson. I have no other questions for you at this time.
Thank you very much.
Let's turn to other post-employment benefits. Carmen Pigler, if she's here. Give me a second. You morphed into 3 people. You morphed into 4 people?
No.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, when you're ready.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Carmen Pigler, Deputy Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer of the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to appear before you today to testify on the fiscal year 2024 performance of the Other Post-Employment Benefits Fund, referred to hereafter as the Trust Fund or the Plan. I'm joined by Benedict Richardson, Associate Treasurer, Rodney Dickerson, Director, and Ken Alazier, Program Manager. The trust fund's assets pay health and life insurance benefits for participants and administrative expenses associated with the plan. The trust fund is administered by the Office of Finance and Treasury pursuant to the Annuitants Health and Life Insurance Employer Contribution Plan document. As of September 30th, 2024, the trust fund was valued at $2.29 billion with 3,855 participants. In fiscal year 2024, the trust fund generated net gains from investments of $407 million. In order to evaluate fund performance Investment returns are periodically compared to a policy benchmark, a composite index with a risk profile similar to the plans. The trust fund's gross return in fiscal year 2024 was 22.27% versus the fund's policy benchmark return of 22.49%. The total return for the year, net of fees, was 22%. For the 5-year period ending September 30th, 2024, trust fund assets returned 7.18% net of fees. The trust fund's rate of return since inception is 5.81% net of fees, below the target actuarial rate of return of 6.5%. The actuarial consulting firm Chiron performs an actuarial analysis of the plan's assets and liabilities annually to determine the plan's funding ratio and the district's employer contribution. The fiscal year 2024 study was completed in February. A plan's funding ratio is the ratio of the plan's asset value to its actuarially accrued liability at a point in time. Based on the actuarial consultant's findings, the plan's funding ratio as of September 30th, 2024 was 103.19% based on the market value of assets and 97.91% based on the actuarial value of assets. A plan is considered fully funded when it has a funding ratio between 90 and 120%. The district's employer contribution is $63.9 million in fiscal year 2025. Based on the actuary's analysis, the budgeted contribution for fiscal year 2026 will be $73.6 million. OFT engaged certified public accountants, Burt Smith and Company, to compile the plan's fiscal year 2024 financial statements. In conjunction with the district's audit, the financial statements were completed and given an unmodified audit opinion by the district's auditors, McConnell and Jones. OFT continues to review the plan to ensure fund assets grow at a rate that will meet all future obligations. In partnership with the plan's outsourced chief investment officer and co-fiduciary, NEPC, OFT is incorporating recommended asset allocations and diversifying the plan's investment strategy. District law established the other post-employment advisory committee comprised of independent subject matter experts. They provide an additional level of oversight into important issues that can impact the performance and value of the trust fund, including actuarial assumptions, investment objectives, and best practices. The advisory committee meets biannually. The last meeting was February 13th, 2025. OFT provided the advisory committee with a performance overview of the trust fund and shared additional information comparable to this testimony. In summary, the trust fund is effectively managed using proper fiduciary oversight to help ensure plan assets are sufficient to meet the obligated costs of participant health and life insurance benefits as required by the plan. Our goals are to continue to oversee a well-funded plan, to outperform the policy benchmark portfolio on a risk-adjusted basis, and continue to manage the trust fund prudently utilizing industry best practices. This concludes my remarks. I would be pleased to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Pigler. Um, You mentioned in your statement the advisory committee, and I think the council has an appointment that needs to be filled. We have one, I think it was Barbara Blum, who hasn't attended.
She did attend the last meeting that we had in just 2 weeks ago. I think it was on
Okay.
February 13th.
How often, you said it meets biannually? I don't know what that means. Is that twice a
Twice
year?
a year.
And how is it useful?
It helps us to discuss the future plans for asset allocation, cash flow. So the cycle of new retirees coming onto the plan and what the demands will be for the plan at that time, and really helps us discuss what our path is for the future to make sure that we are managing the assets of the plan efficiently so that we can meet future obligations.
Do they make decisions or it's just a discussion that is helpful?
It's discussion. They advise us on decisions.
Um, How many FTEs actually are assigned to the fund? I'm looking at your organizational chart. So Mr. Dickerson is director, but more than just OPEB. He's also with College Savings Plan.
Right.
So is he
This is Mr.
partially
Dickerson.
charged to the fund?
A portion of his benefits and compensation are charged to the fund. So we don't have no employee in OFT is fully charged to the fund, I don't think. I believe if you add up the portions of responsibilities, is it 3 FTEs?
Time-wise, probably all in, maybe about.
You want to put the microphone on?
Sorry. Probably about all in 2.5.
So, between you, Mr. Dickerson, and Mr. Alozzi, and then Mersey Davis, Joseph, I can't pronounce the last name, and Klana,
Zioski.
thank you. And does it say Klana Ajavan?
Sienna Ajavan.
That's what I said.
Okay. I'm
Not
sorry.
really.
I didn't hear you.
All of those folks, add them up, you get about 2.5
Yeah.
FTEs.
Yes.
I was going to ask you, Ms. Pigler, since inception, the rate of return has been 5.81% and the target is 6.5%. Are you looking at the asset allocation? But you seem to say that you are. Can you say a little bit more about that?
So NEPC came on board in 2023. One of the things that we started looking at was the long-term, how do we structure the portfolio in a way to boost that long-term actuarial target. We're not changing the target rate, but we want to change the mix of investments to make sure that we at least perform at that rate,
Yeah.
if not outperform it. And that, first of all, ensures that we maintain a funding level that's 100% funded. And hopefully it will also decrease the budget that has to be allocated to the OPEB fund if we can outperform that target rate.
So your 5-year is 7.18%, I think, which is above the target. But then your benchmark, you were a little below the benchmark.
Right. The benchmark, we use the benchmark to compare the district's OPEB portfolio to other portfolios in the industry.
So this sounds like a softball question. I don't mean it that way, but so you're continuing to look at the asset allocation to see if you can improve the rate of return.
Yes. And it's particularly the actuarial rate of return.
Yeah. So this is a thought that's never occurred to me before, I don't think. If the target is 6.5%, you noted that last year the gross return was 22.27%, net of fees 22.06. Is the target meant to be the gross or the net?
The target is meant to be the net, so without fees.
So last year was pretty good, but then again, the stock market was very good last year. So the annual required contribution that the mayor has to include in her budget is going to be 73.6 million for next
That's
year.
correct. For fiscal year 26.
Now that's an increase of almost $10 million. If we're doing over 5 years better than the target, why are we seeing an increase?
So that increase is actually associated with the increase in healthcare costs. The contribution has two components. It's to fund future obligations and also to fund the normal costs. And the normal costs are the ongoing year-to-year costs of paying for the premiums for participants. And because the cost of healthcare increases, and it increased dramatically over the last 2 years, that leads to the increase in the district's contribution.
In addition, the measurement period was in 2023 to get the 63 million. And then, as Carmen mentions, two components to that: increase in population, meaning people becoming retirees, in addition to the healthcare trend, as Carmen mentioned.
I don't think in your statement you mentioned how many participants, which is what you referred to when you said population. So what is the population and what was it the year before?
3855.
3,855.
Is last-
The number of participants as of September 30th.
And
we-
do you know offhand the year before?
We can send you the change year over year.
We do have fiscal year
Carmen.
2023. Yeah, we had a 3,600 end of fiscal year 2023.
And actually, for the benefit of the public, all of whom I know are watching, this is great Nielsen numbers. What is OPEB?
Other
Well, I know it's other post-employment benefits, but what does that mean?
So it is a fund that the district established, other private and public entities establish benefits that are in addition to retirement benefits that pay for health and life insurance throughout retirement.
So a person who retires from the district government, there's a minimum number of years.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, 10 years.
But they have, so a person who's worked for the district government, but they have to retire, correct? They can't like have left and gone to another job. They have to retire. They then through OPEB would get health insurance paid for entirely, or it's a partial?
So the plan would pay for a portion of their insurance benefits. So as active employees, the district pays a portion of our health insurance. It works the same in retirement. So there would be possibly associated costs with, so it doesn't cover 100% of medical care as a retiree, but it covers some, it brings down an individual's costs.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to add a little bit more to what Carmen was saying. What it does, once you go past 10 years, you roughly, it's 2.5% rate up to a max of 75% that the district would pay. So say hypothetically you were filmed the government for 10 years, you met the minimum requirement of 10 years of service. That'll represent roughly 25%. So the district, well, I mean, they would have to pay 75 and the district would pay 25. But up to a max of 75
Yeah.
that the district would pay.
What efforts are you or the DC HR making to increase the take-up of this program?
In terms of participation, we have our, I don't know why I'm blanking on Mission Square. Our administrative partner does outreach to current employees on the plan, and we hold various informational sessions on OPEB, how you can participate and what benefits are. I can't speak to DCHR.
Yeah, one of the good things about the committee is actually the director is actually one of the committee members. So he's in tune as to, you know, what's happening with OPEB, where we like to take OPEB, and that allows him to have an ear as far as the concerns that we have in regard to OPEB, and also that's also our vehicle to spread the word for other HR agencies within the district.
You follow up on that. One last question. So Ms. Pigler, in your statement, you said as of last September 30th, funding ratio was 103.19% based on the market value of assets and 97.91% based on the actuarial value of assets. What's the difference, or what is an actuarial value of assets?
The market value of assets is the value, you know, the stock market value at that
Yes.
point in time. And the actuarial value considers future liabilities. So because the fund will have liabilities in the future, what the actuary does is consider that in their calculation of the funding ratio. And, you know, they know that the market fluctuates, they take various things into consideration, and their actuarial valuation is lower than a market valuation.
Okay. I think I'll leave it at that. That's all the questions I have for you all. I think you come back when we get the budget
We do.
and probably won't be as long because I sort of know what the budget's going to say unless something problematic happens. So anyway, we'll see you in a month.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you all.
you.
Thank you all very much. Great, let's turn to the Commission on Arts and Humanities. I'm going to call the in-person folks up first, but I'm going to go through the rest of the list as well. So we've got Rebecca Medrano, who's Executive Director of Gala Hispanic Theater. And Gloria Hightower, who's listed as Friends of Carter Barron. And then let me call the other folks who I think would be online, not here in person. Marvin Tupper Jones with Chowan Discovery Group. Alex Hamburger, Managing Director of Capital Bop. Mark Chalfant, Executive and Artistic Director with Washington Improv Theater. Eric Richardson, Supervising Producer, Washington Performing Arts. You're Eric Richardson. Tabitha Jacques, Director of Placemaking at Gallaudet. Beth Pruitt, Director of Education, Archaeology in the Community. Edgar Doby, Executive Producer, Arena Stage. Maureen Dwyer, Executive Director, Sitar Arts Center.
Hi, Eric.
Reginald Douglas, Artistic Director, Mosaic Theater Company. Aubrey O'Connor, Artistic Director, New SAS Productions. Amy Austin with Theater Washington. Devin Walker. There's one seat for you. We're gonna run out of seats. Angela Giris, Executive Director of Shakespeare Theater Company. And I'm gonna run out of seats. So maybe actually. All right, see, I've kind of messed all this up. Why don't we start with the folks who are here in person? Rebecca Medrano,
I'm here. Thank you.
please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, for the opportunity to testify today and for your steadfast support of the arts over many, many years. My name is Rebecca Medrano. I'm the co-founder, executive director of Grupo de Artistas Latinoamericanos, otherwise known as Gala Hispanic Theater. Last fiscal year, for the first time in over a decade, Gala Theater ended the year with a deficit. And many arts organizations are predicting deficits this year and next. There are various reasons for our critical financial situation. Audiences today have more entertainment options, so it requires additional financial resources to attract them. Employees are demanding higher wages for the same work. The cost of material has risen dramatically. There's a shortage of technical personnel in the field locally and nationally, so competition drives wages up. This, coupled with the loss of the government emergency COVID funds that were available over the past 3 years, has meant that over 35 theaters throughout the nation have closed their doors in the last 3 to 4 years. Next year, or next season, Gala will be celebrating its 50th anniversary with a track record of artistic excellence and service to the community. Today, Gala stands as a center for Hispanic arts and culture, attracting over 20,000 patrons annually. Since building out our permanent home in Tivoli, we have helped revitalize Columbia Heights, brought diverse sectors of the community together across social, cultural, and economic barriers, educated thousands of youth in the arts, provided jobs to hundreds of underemployed Latino artists and technicians, and drawn national and international visitors to the theater, forged dynamic partnerships with arts and social service groups throughout the city. The impact of the arts on the economy is well known. Our patrons who come from DC, Maryland, and Virginia park, shop, and eat in restaurants in Columbia Heights, generating critical tax revenues for the city. We are very grateful to the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities for its many years of support and valuable partnership. Programs like the field trip experience make it possible for us to serve over 8,000 elementary and high school students from every ward in the city. These programs introduce students to live Spanish language or bilingual theater and provide an opportunity to share ideas in post-performance talkbacks. Over the years, grants from CAH facilities and building initiatives have made it possible for us to do critical repairs and upgrade our facility, which still is in great need of updating, and has made it possible for Gala to produce high-quality theater and musicals that attract local, national, international audiences, thereby enriching the cultural fabric of the city. By commissioning new works by Latino artists, we offer employment and career opportunities for underemployed sector of our population, and by providing youth training and performance opportunities, we prepare them to enter the job market and contribute to the creative economy. We face new challenges now, which make CAH grant money even more critical. Yet our CAH operating grants have decreased over the past years. I believe in 2022, our total grants from the Arts Commission were around 312,000. This year, they're around 270,000, and the GOS grant dropped from 195,000 in FY22 to 164,000. We are facing new anti-immigrant discrimination from this administration, and Gala's services and missions are even more important than ever. We've become a second home for the youth in our Paso Nuevo after school program, most of whom are raised by single mothers. About half of these students are dreamers who are uncertain about their futures, and others are newly arrived immigrants. The Paso Nuevo participants who graduate from high school are the first in their families to attend college. Last year, students not only performed original plays in the theater, but performed in outdoor parks and festivals, creating a sense of safety in the community. Now we face another challenge. These youth are afraid to come to the program due to the crackdown by ICE. This is not just the after-school program, this is the field trips. We had a school of 50 or 200 students cancel the international school because the parents would not sign the leave slips for fear of them being detained. Our 18-year-olds are also being threatened on the street by 13-year-olds with guns. We are concerned that our general operating grants from CAH may continue to be reduced even further as funds are diverted into the other needs of the city and to other agencies. And we are totally aware of the fact that the city is facing a financial crisis with a budget deficit and the loss of federal jobs and federal tax monies. But we do urge the council to increase or maintain at least funding for the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities so that this agency can continue its important work and keep DC on the map as one of the most diverse cultural destinations in the world, rivaling that of any capital city. Finally, I'm very grateful to Chair Reginald Van Lee, Executive Director Aaron Myers, Deputy Director David Markey, and the whole CAH staff for their tireless efforts on behalf of the entire arts community. We're always happy to see CAH commissioners as well as council members of Gala performances. Many of you may want to learn Spanish. After all, it's the language of love. And the United States is the second largest Spanish-speaking nation in the world, following Mexico. So we'd love to see you at the theater. Thank you so much. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Medrano. What did you say your total GOS funding has been from the commission this year and last year?
Well, this year it is, its total is about 274,000. I went back 2 years to 2022 when it was around 312,000. And that's the combined grants. But our general operating grant dropped from 195 to 164, and our HAP grant dropped from 90, 1 year it was 95 or 96 to 74.
Okay, you said all that too quickly. It's
Sorry.
164, the general operating support this year?
Yeah, it's 164 and it was 194, 500 in 22. At the same time, of course, we have rising cost.
So it's dropped 30,000 since 2022.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Gloria Hightower,
First of all, I'd like to say.
microphone. And could you turn off your microphone?
First of all, I'd like to say good morning to my chairman of the District of Columbia, the incomparable, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, Chairman Mendelson, and to your legislative director, none other than Evan Cash. I come today from another element because you've known the Friends of Carter Burn through colleagues that came before you as we initiated in 1988. And and acquired the support of the longest serving Jack Evans and the late H.R. Crawford support that led my nonprofit to the National Park Service headquarters, regional office, where the first ever Black regional director existed, Mr. Robert Stanton. On to Council Member Kevin P. Chavis, on to the one and only then Republican David M. Catania that secured the 1.7 million. And most recently in the latest years, yourself, at-large member Robert White and Ward 4 member Janice Lewis George, inclusive of former council member Freon White. But today I come for another purpose. I want to talk about the significance of the Commission of the Arts and Humanities today versus 1988 and 2000. It's because of your leadership, prolific leadership as the chairman of our city, that arts, the DC Commission of the Arts and Humanities Commission is a citywide funding opportunity, not for the select few. When I started in 88, it was always Miss Kennedy Center, Arena Stage, Shakespeare, Theater. But you know what? As an organization with a philanthropic state-of-the-art mission, it is now in need of reaching out to all of us with equal footage. And my hat goes off to a man, if he wasn't the board chair of the commission, I truly would have him as right by my side. And that is Mr. Reggie Van Lee, inclusive of Aaron Myers and Gretchen Wharton. And I know you believe in proficiency and accountability, as well as fair and equitable competitive bidding. And the arts and humanities, as it relates even to Lady Cora, stating it must go just for Ward 7 and 8, but for Gloria Hightower, it must go for all 8 wards. All 8 wards and not the select few, because we all have great things coming. When I heard about the documentary that a Bethesda-based chartered company presented on February 20, that was so limited. And here it is in this white book, the accomplishments of the Friends of Carter Burn that they're trying to ignore, but I shall not be moved. Yesterday, I had a non-democratic meeting, and sometimes you'd be surprised about people who are really listening to those of us in the arts, which is a universal language that is making a difference in my city. But when you bring in qualified, efficient, effective, structured managers, such as Aaron Myers, such as the one and only Reggie Van Lee, and the board that he has, you really have something to really, really be proud of. And
Oh.
I am, and I just got one more thing to say.
Okay.
And
Be
I,
mindful of
you
the
know,
clock.
I really would love to have another 5 minutes.
Mm.
That's why I said you have the document about our accomplishments.
Yes.
We're not going anywhere. We need to build up a little further our capacity. And for the Friends, it will be our first time being willing to submit a competitive award for the GOS. The years before, they want to penny pitch you. I'm not worth penny pitching. I'm a valuable woman. I'm a credible woman, and I'm a transparent woman with a hellified organization. And I can't wait to get the support from the commission for my documentary, as well as to get the support to build up the capacity. And thank you so much for your extended allowance. And to the Commission of the Arts and Humanities, who is about citywide funding. And I thank you for that. God bless you, and God bless America.
Thank you, Ms. Hightower.
You're welcome.
I'm going to go through the other folks who are in person. Eric Richardson.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to share my testimony. My name is Eric E. Richardson, and I serve as the supervising producer of Washington Performing Arts. I extend my deepest gratitude to Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelson, the DC City Council, DCCAH, Chair Reggie Van Lee, Executive Director Aaron Myers, and the dedicated staff of commissioners of the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities. Your unwavering support and investment in the arts through critical funding and grant making have been transformative for Washington Performing Arts and the broader cultural landscape of Washington, DC. Washington Performing Arts has long believed in the arts and that it should be accessible to all.
Yes.
Serving as a unifying force that connects communities, amplifies diverse voices, and brings our city's very rich cultural vibrancy to all parts of the district. Through performances, residencies, and community programs in all 8 wards, we proudly use the city as our stage. This ambitious vision would not be possible without the essential support of DC CAH. The public funds administered through the commission have been critical in fostering innovative programming, revitalizing cultural spaces, and employing artists as arts professionals in this city, many of them whom are DC taxpayers. These investments have rekindled audiences and engaged a number of individuals through arts and stimulated the economic activity across neighborhoods by supporting local businesses, activating venues, and restoring vitality to areas that were significantly impacted by the pandemic's disruptions. The impact of this funding is far-reaching and significant to Washington Performing Arts. It has allowed us to do a number of things, but I'll highlight 3 things that are very critical through the support of the commission. Number 1, we have expanded access to citywide arts. With the support of the commission, we continue to present dynamic performances and education initiatives throughout the city. This includes our Mars Arts DC program, which celebrates the diversity and vibrancy of local arts, bringing free performances to traditional and unexpected places. We're everywhere from Franklin Park to libraries, schools, and other well-known venues. Number 2, it supports artists and educators. The commission's funding allows us to pay artists fees, sustain our teaching artists in schools and senior communities, as well as support vocal coaches for our Children of the Gospel Choir and provide essential salaries for staff committed to ensuring equitable access to the arts. And number 3, it's been able to strengthen arts education. Support from the commission has helped us to continue to reach thousands of community members via our school and community engagement programs, such as the Embassy Adoption Program, Concerts in Schools, Capital Arts Partnership, Enriching Experiences for Seniors, and also programming through our gospel music programs and so much more. This continued investment in the arts is not just about performances, but it's about creating a stronger and more connected and vibrant Washington, DC. The city's creative economy thrives when artists are empowered. The cultural programming is robust and inclusive. and the residents across all 8 wards have access to inspiring artistic expressions. On the behalf of our President, CEO, Jenny Bilfield, and my dynamically creative colleagues at the Washington Performing Arts, I'd like to thank the Commission for its steadfast partnership in making our vision a reality. The Commission's commitment to the arts has been undeniable, and it has created the impact that our community needs to have well-being, resilient, and a dynamic cultural future. We applaud the continued and expanded support of the Commission and their efforts ensuring that Washington, D.C. remains a national leader in arts accessibility and innovation. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify before the Committee of the Whole, and I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. My notes suggested your general operating support grant this year is $10,000 less than last year. Does that sound right?
That's about right, yes.
And do you know what it was before then?
I would have to get back to the committee with that. But we have also got a number of other grants.
Sure, but I'm not asking about them because that would be for other needs that you demonstrated.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Devin Walker.
Yes. Greetings, honorable members of the Performance Oversight Committee. My name is Devin Walker, and I'm a proud resident of Ward 4, co-owner of the Uncle Devin Show, LLC, a DC certified business and small business enterprise, and the vice president of the Teaching Artists of the Mid-Atlantic. My testimony expresses my support for the vital work of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. As a grant recipient, I am truly thankful for their efforts. As a teaching artist, I believe the Commission can greatly benefit from the Council's review and endorsement of the Teaching Artist Principles established by the Teaching Artists of the Mid-Atlantic, or TAMA. Our 8 principles, available at teachingartists.org, provide equitable solutions to the challenges that teaching artists face collectively. We are small business owners deeply embedded in our communities. We work at the intersection of art, education, and community, reaching beyond the arts sector into education, health, justice, business, and environment. You'll find us in schools, libraries, retirement homes, detention centers, and healthcare facilities, serving our children, elders, and neighbors. Yet, as my colleague and the president of TAMA recently stated at the Maryland State Senate hearing, teaching artists remain invisible, undervalued, and overlooked. Even the Federal Department of Labor, with nearly 900 job classifications, fails to recognize our work. This exclusion leads to exploitation and inadequate compensation, a reality we face daily. Many of you may recall that in 2023, I informed each council member how my business was recently denied 35% of nearly $1 million contract fraudulently awarded to a Baltimore-based nonprofit, non-competitively. Although 3 DC employees involved in this contract are no longer with the DC government and the contract was ultimately canceled after the first year, we are still being harmed and ignored. This is just one example of how teaching and performing artists are treated. Unlike full-time employees, we lack healthcare, job security, pensions, and even the right to file complaints with the DC Office of Human Rights because we are classified as contractors. Meanwhile, some arts organizations require teaching artists to work for free to access DC schools. This is exploitation, plain and simple. During the pandemic, artists played a critical role in keeping communities connected and resilient. As we endure yet another pandemic, exacerbated by a narcissistic president and the weak elected officials from both sides of the aisle who are too afraid to confront a bully, it is the arts that will inspire courage and resistance against this fascist system. I understand that the Commission cannot endorse our principles independently. Therefore, we urge you to approve the Teaching Artist Principles and ensure that policies such as the DC Human Rights Act recognize and support teaching artists who contribute to the vibrancy of our communities. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I don't think I have any questions for you. And I don't think I have any questions other than what I've already asked for any of you. So I'm going to call the other two folks who are here in person, and then I'll go to the folks who are online. So you all are excused. Thank you for your testimony. So I believe Angela Giris, why don't you come forward? And Jeanette Knowltonius, I think left. And Sunny Sumter. And then I'll get to the folks who are online. So Ms. Giris, am I pronouncing it correctly?
That's correct.
You're up. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning and thank you to Chairman Mendelson, Reggie Van Lee, and the DC Commission for Arts and Humanities for your support of the Shakespeare Theater Company and the arts as a source of inspiration, aspiration, and economic vitality. My name is Angela Giris, and I come to you today as a new resident of Ward 1 and Washington, D.C., and the Executive Director of Shakespeare Theater Company. I represent the work of more than 250 professional actors, artists, musicians, artisans, administrators, and educators who call Shakespeare Theater Company home each season, many of whom are DC taxpayers, your friends and neighbors, and who are part of a creative class who make this city a vibrant place to live and work. I also come representing an organization with attendance of 165,000 patrons in downtown who visit STC from all 50 states in the last year and who see our productions and spend money in downtown and whose economic impact is approximately $27.8 million. And even with growing subscription bases, growing ticket sales, which has been our history in the last few years, we are facing extraordinarily rising costs, and every dollar that is contributed to us is important. The essential support we receive from the DC Commission supports STC's strategic priorities and a variety of services that create a vibrant downtown and a vibrant arts ecosystem. We're committed to a strong downtown and being a good corporate citizen to our community. We're committed to building a national and international brand that promotes STC and DC as a vibrant arts city. And we are also committed to expanding horizons of our local youth, including nearly 25,000 young people who participate in our learning programs. Everything from student matinees to making sure that we have Spanish captioning for the student matinees so that they can be accessible to a larger number of Spanish-speaking youth in DC. We have a wide response to our learning programs that have taken prominent members of the DC community and started in our learning programs. And what I would say is that our general operations, our professional theater productions and learning programs are for the DC public high school and public charter schools are all funded by some of the work that we do with DCCAH. We ask the city to increase support for DCCAH and support programs for our arts organizations. Additionally, our activity and funding has a cascading impact on the downtown businesses surrounding our venues who rely on our patrons to create a vibrant downtown. But more importantly, the beauty and necessity of STC is found in a dark room when strangers sit beside each other, hearts beating in sync, escaping their everyday hustle and bustle to focus on a story of someone different from themselves, where they commune to understand different ways of living and being. The empathy and understanding nurtured in our dark theaters before the lights come up, which carries forward into conversations with friends and family, may be the greatest value we have in Washington, D.C. and our society as a whole. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I believe you submitted your testimony, but there was a technical glitch, so could you resubmit it?
I will, yes.
And then
of
I'll
course.
be able to read it. How many performances a year does Shakespeare have? You have two theaters.
Yes, we have over 200 performances a year.
That's combined to the two
Yes.
theaters,
Mhm.
over 200.
Mhm.
And do you know roughly how many patrons you attract?
165,000.
In a year?
Mhm.
Thank you. Ms. Sumter,
Thank you.
thanks.
Good day. Good day.
Microphone. Hit the button.
Thank you. Thank you. Good day, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee on the Whole. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the DC Jazz Festival, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. My name is Sunny Sumter, and I'm honored to serve as the president and CEO of the DC Jazz Festival, one of the most important jazz festivals in the world. Since our founding in 2004, we have remained committed to introducing people from all walks of life to the vibrancy of jazz and to celebrating DC as a premier cultural destination. As a nonprofit organization, we deeply appreciate the mayor and the DC Council's ongoing support of the arts, and we are grateful to the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities as a key driver of Washington, DC's growth and an important steward of our rich heritage. Washington, D.C. is one of the world's greatest jazz cities, and our annual DC Jazz Fest is indeed a premier cultural event, drawing audiences locally and globally. In 2024, we welcomed 93,402 festival goers, including more than 67,000 who attended free of charge. As the largest jazz festival in the Mid-Atlantic region, we not only entertain, but we stimulate local businesses, attract tourism, and elevate DC's reputation as a world-class arts destination. Beyond the festival, we enrich the community year-round through free education programs, many of which served under-resourced neighborhoods. This vital work is made possible thanks to our support from the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. The impact of DC Jazz Festival extends beyond performance. It does serve as a cultural and economic engine for the district. We provide platforms for emerging and established artists, create job opportunities for more than 200 local creatives, and cultivate the next generation of musicians and art leaders through mentorship and education programs. The DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities plays a critical role in supporting this work through our project-based arts funding and through our general operating support. However, like many in the arts and cultural sector, DC Jazz Festival continues to face challenges. Our industry is not yet fully recovered from the pandemic, and stable public funding remains critical and crucial to sustainability. Budget fluctuations and inconsistent grant allocations make it increasingly difficult for organizations like ours to plan and to grow. In 2025, our operating budget is $2.3 million. According to a DC recent audit of our festival expenditures, our 2024 production expenditures for DC Jazz Festival events was $1,890,397. Our spend on DC production vendors totaled $637,162, demonstrating a real commitment to contracting DC vendors. The arts play a key role in DC's post-pandemic revitalization, as you know, and we urge the City Council and the Commission to align with this priority by ensuring continued investment in our arts and culture segment. A little more about 25. DC Jazz Fest will proudly partner with the downtown venues like Eaton DC, Hamilton Live, and the Downtown Bid to present DC Jazz Fest downtown on August 27th and 28th. Additionally, we will collaborate with the District Ward, Arena Stage, Union Stage, The Anthem, and venues across all 8 wards, including UDC, Westminster Church, the Krieger Museum, Parks at Walter Reed, Anacostia Arts District, Tacoma Station, and more. DC Jazz Fest promises to be a citywide celebration of jazz, reinforcing DC's place as a global cultural hub. I invite you, Chairman Mendelson, and the committee on the whole to attend the events and programs that DC Jazz Festival provides to our community and see your dollars in action. Thank you for this opportunity to express my deep support for the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities and their continued investment in the residents and cultural organizations in Washington, DC. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sumter, according to my notes, the DC Jazz Festival saw a slight drop in its general operating support for this year.
That is correct. In 2025, we're receiving $144,734. That is down from $148,024.24, and that is even though our budget has had to increase because of inflationary cost.
Do you know roughly how much it's increased as a percent?
Our budget went up 20% this year, roughly.
Went up 20%.
Yes, and that is because the inflationary cost to hire vendors for staging and lighting and production cost for security and personnel fees has gone up extraordinarily.
How many employees do you have?
We have 4 full-time and 2 part-time.
Ms. Garris, I meant to ask you the same question. How many employees does Shakespeare have?
We have 95 full-time employees, and then we have a lot of contract labor that comes throughout the season, and it's about 250 people total.
Thank you. I do not have any other questions for either of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
So let me turn to the online folks
Thank you.
who I've kept waiting. I believe Marvin Tupper Jones is not here and Alex Hamburger is not here. Mark Chalfant.
I'm here. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. How are you?
Good morning. Fine. Speak up a little bit.
Sure thing. Thanks so much for having me. I'm the executive and artistic director at Washington Improv Theater. I just wanted to take a few moments to highlight to the council how essential the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities is to the artistic, cultural, and economic life of the city. In concurrence with all my colleagues who have already testified, we know the human impact that the arts have, but we know the economic impact that the arts have in DC. I wanted to just highlight a little bit of the sort of current climate that all of the artists and arts organizations are finding ourselves in. Consistent support from the Commission was really crucial in stabilizing all of our operations in response to COVID, the immediate impact that COVID had, all of the volatile shifts that we've had in individual donor activity and patron behavior, the shifting funding priorities that we've experienced from some foundations. All of those things were sort of mediated by the fact that we could all count on the Commission as a stabilizing force, getting us through those years. Now it seems like we're not really through the storm, and that the years just ahead may be as chaotic as the past 5 years. So on the list of things keeping arts organizations up at night are probable major changes in federal funding, Foundation support, once again, being stretched too thin as foundations adjust to address social safety net shortfalls, inflation and cost of living struggles that you've already heard about, the continued unpredictability of patrons and donors as new behavior patterns emerge, and also possibly DC budget autonomy is of great concern to all of us. So I'm here to just urge you on the council to please do all that you can to protect and to enhance the budget of the commission for artists and arts organizations alike. It is our city, our county, and our state funding all rolled into one crucial package. Further, I know that the council from time to time legislates rule changes around grant-making procedures, as you did in the fall of 2024. And I would just urge you, anytime you're looking to do that, please ask whether your changes are making the granting process more inclusive or less inclusive, more equitable or less equitable. My testimony was submitted in writing, so there are some details about what the commission has done for Washington Improv Theater over the 27 years we've been here. But I just want to extend my gratitude to everybody on the staff at the commission, the leadership there, the commissioners themselves, and also everyone who's ever been a volunteer panelist in the grant-making process. Without those volunteer panelists, none of this could happen. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for your oversight, and to all of you on the council.
Thank you, Mr. Chalfant. I think Tabitha Jock is not here. And Beth Pruitt is not here. Edgar Doby. Yeah.
Yes, I'm here, Chairman.
Yes, please.
Okay. Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee, my name is Edgar Doby. I'm the executive producer at Arena Stage, a resident theater in Ward 6. I'm proud to share that we have been serving our ward and the district at large for over 8 decades as we approach our 75th anniversary. As federal funding grows ever more uncertain and individual support remains generous but stretched, it's imperative that funding for DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities be protected and, if at all possible, increased. Artists and art organizations in the district rely on the Commission for funding and programmatic support that allow them to continue operating in the city. The Council's dedication to supporting the Commission has kept DC in the #1 spot per capita for funding since 2016 and ensures that the agency can continue supporting our artists, who generate more than $13.8 billion for the DC economy annually, even when federal support for the arts is diverted. Arena Stage receives vital funds from the Commission through the General Operating Support Grant Program, as well as capital projects, field trips, experience grants. These programs touch nearly every aspect of our work, helping Arena to reach nearly 300,000 annual audience members through our artistic programs, and they allow us to maintain essential equipment and bring students from our DC public schools to see performances this spring. I urge the Council to strengthen the stability for the Commission and the artists it supports by establishing a predictable general operating support grant mechanism. Many organizations have experienced significant reductions from previous years, making an already uncertain funding environment even less sure. By way of example, Arena's general operating funding since 2018 has swung from between a high of 3.1% of our general revenues to a low of 0.31. Yes, that's that big a swing. And that's a variation of 87%. We all know that having a predictable method for determining general operating support grant amounts, that leads to a clear, and it needs to have really include clear criteria. That would be a critical way to boost the important support that the Commission provides. We are fortunate to have a beautifully wide range of artistic voices and perspectives in the district to enrich our culture and understanding of our world. We in that community of artists are confident in the Commission's commitment to support artists of all backgrounds without conditions over and above the existing guidelines. Thank you for this opportunity to express my support and that of Arena Stage for the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. And thank you for your time, Chairman.
Thank you. And I may have questions for each of you who are testifying, so don't go anywhere. I believe Maureen Dwyer is here from CAH.
Yes, I am. Hello, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee, if they're present. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm Maureen Dwyer, Executive Director of CAH Arts Center, where DC youth from early childhood through young adulthood have equitable access to visual, performing, and digital arts education and career training. CAH is located in Ward 1, and our more than 500 students come from every ward in the city. Each semester, 80% of our students are from households with low income, and most of them are at 30% or less of area median income. I'm also representing the DC Arts Education Alliance. We're a cohort of 19 organizations that are dedicated to arts education in DC. Collectively, we serve more than 15,000 youth and create access to the arts for under-resourced communities. CAH and the Alliance recognize and appreciate the Council's strong investment in the arts. The DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities is a vital agency, and we appreciate the leadership of Chairperson Van Lee, Executive Director Myers, Deputy Director Markey, and the attention and knowledge and responsiveness of the whole staff. Foremost, I really advocate for the continued robust funding for the Commission. For arts organizations, the General Operating Support Grant is a fundamental lifeline. CAH's mission is affordability, therefore 90% of our budget revenue relies on public and private contributions. In FY25, we appreciate that General Operating Support funded 4% of our overall budget. In recent years, the GOS allocation percentage has been reduced from the whole grant award, and we urge the Council to ensure that it doesn't get reduced further. The capital project grants are essential to the field and the city. CAH is expanding next door into the first floor of a deeply affordable housing building. This would not have been possible without the capital project grants. It also enables us to reach 66% more youth and provide affordable studio, rehearsal, and performance space for DC artists and organizations when those are in very short supply. In my written testimony, I requested clarity about the large capital project grants because I haven't seen an RFP released or any grants awarded, but I did receive an update today that the RFP will be awarded in April. I'm looking forward to seeing the eligibility requirements and the details of that. Additionally, just to note that some of our members did experience delays in their purchase orders and disbursement process, which is difficult for cash flow. And as has been noticed several times in testimony today, as nonprofits, our sustainability is at peak uncertainty. We are really grateful that the mayor and the council understand that the arts are a necessity and funding remains crucial so that DC residents have the creative anchors of community and spirit that enable all of us to forge ahead. Thank you very much for the support and for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. Reginald Douglas with Mosaic.
Good morning. Mosaic Theater, DC's mission is to produce bold, culturally diverse theater that illuminates critical issues, elevates fresh voices, and sparks connections among communities throughout the DC region and beyond. We perform at the Atlas Performing Arts Center on 8th Street Northeast, providing that neighborhood and our Ward 6 community with dynamic professional arts experiences. Our interconnected program areas inform and fuel each other, productions that engage playwrights, artists, and audiences of different backgrounds and perspectives, and employ nearly 50 local artists and technicians annually. For education and engagement programming, which includes our innovative intergenerational matinees program, that brings students and seniors together to watch and discuss plays about current events in history, in our Catalyst series of new play development that supports artist stories often underrepresented in our theatrical canon. This year, our 24-25 season marks Mosaic's 10-year anniversary. So since 2014, Mosaic has been an incubator for stories often unseen on stage with inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility woven into the fabric of our organization. To date, Mosaic has played to nearly 220,000 people, received 6 Helen Hayes Awards, served 4,500 students across all 8 wards, programmed over 700 events, and commissioned and developed over 45 plays, and we are just getting started, largely due to the support of BC CAH. In all of our work, Mosaic is a local company, and we hire the best artists of Washington to work with the best artists of our nation to create transformative arts experiences right here for DC residents of all backgrounds. This work is more crucial than ever as we must imagine, present, and live out a city that reflects the true diversity of DC and America. Now is the time to invest in DC's diversity and identity as a global community, which is exemplified via the arts and culture organizations like Mosaic Theater. The DC Commission on Arts and Humanities provides crucial support to Mosaic, approximately 5 to 6% of our operating budget, and their support funds our art education programs, including playwriting workshops for high schoolers across the city and beyond. That allows us to pay artists' salaries above union minimums and centered in pay equity to avoid gender and racial discrimination, and helps provide free and subsidized tickets to our plays to seniors, the homeless and unhoused, and vulnerable students, some of whom do not have strong arts programs at their schools any longer. The Commission's grant also allows Mosaic to pay all of our DC-based staff a living wage salary of at least $55,000, rare in this field, unfortunately, provide vital health insurance and IRA match, and the Commission's support is vital to our continuing to be a leader in this way. I implore you to remain committed and the Commission's funding and to continue to center our local arts community and economy as a vital part of the fabric of this city. Mosaic Theater is a DC theater, and we need our DC government to stand with us, especially as we face the distressing changes in our field, in our federal funding sources. While the federal government's priorities may be shifting, Mosaic Theater, and I hope you, and I know you, our City Council and Councilmember Mendelson, will stand firm in our belief and mission of providing DC residents of all backgrounds with arts experiences that reflect our history, our present, and most importantly, our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Aubrey O'Connor, who's Artistic Director with New SAS Productions.
Hello, thank you. I'd like to start by saying good morning to you, Chairman Mendelson, and the committee as a whole. As you noted, I'm Aubrey O'Connor. I'm the Executive and Artistic Director of New SAS Productions. We are a very small theater that supports marginalized genders in the arts in DC. I would like to start first by thanking you on the council for all of the vital support you have already offered the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities and the arts organizations that they support. It's working. And your dedicated support to the DCCH budget is deeply appreciated by myself, and I think you get a feel for everybody who's spoken today. Second, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify. It's wonderful that you hear your constituents speak and listen to what we have to say. I'd like to let you know that New SAS is a member of the DC professional theater community that is of the Indie Stage Collective, which is a small organization that works to elevate and advocate for the 35 plus small, and micro theaters that are currently producing in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. NewSAS started in 2009 with a $2,000 grant from the DCCH and a team of 2 volunteers to produce a show for the Capitol Fringe Festival. And from there, we continued for the next 5 or more years, producing 1 play a year at the Capitol Fringe Festival until we were able to begin growing. And since then, we are now a team of 4 contract employees, myself included, running a nonprofit theater that houses our Helen Hayes nominated theater branch, an award-winning musical theater branch run by the fantastic team of Pinky Square Productions, gender-inclusive burlesque branch called Sirens of Sin, and we are in the process of trying to develop a small theater festival with our local community to help fill the gap that has been left by the loss of the Capitol Fringe Festival. And none of this growth that NewSAS has experienced would have been possible without the support of the DCCH. And I need you to know we're not alone. When I speak for NewSAS, I am speaking for at least 3 organizations and many more that I know stand beside me. In the recent years, just since the pandemic, the Commission has provided NewSAS with COVID relief funding, funding for space rental, general operating support, and most recently for this fiscal year, and budget autonomy and security. It is very difficult to grow. It is very difficult to imagine tomorrow when you don't know what you have today. I know numbers are important, so I want to give you just a few data points from our fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24. We were able to increase the number of artists that we contracted by 150%, increasing from 40 contracted artists to 100. We increased our average artist stipend by 30% with a strong push to equalize pay. We have also increased our audience members served by 150% from 588 to 1,475 in our FY24 season. And most importantly for me, we were able to offer 11% of our tickets sold through our Pay What You Will program, which makes honestly every ticket to every single performance we do free if that's what people choose to do. Because we believe finances should not be a barrier to DC residents accessing arts. The top impact the DCCH has had on our individual organization has been their financial funding. But I want to also point out that the financial funding they provide us with helps our entire community. The artists we work with are overwhelmingly from DC. 66% of them are DC residents, and the majority of them come from Maryland or Virginia, roughly 30%. All but 4 of our projects have been presented within the boundaries of Washington, DC, unless, you know, we took them to Edinburgh or New York City. And we are helping our local businesses by providing them with rent, by purchasing our resources here, by encouraging attendance at local restaurants and bars before and after our performances. And our audiences are also predominantly from the DC region. 87% of them report that they reside in the broader DMV. And all of this paints a picture for the Commission that when you invest in your local nonprofits, when you invest in the DCCH, you are investing in local artists and businesses who in turn provide our community with high quality art and entertainment. It all comes back to us in the end. I would like to say that we are only one theater receiving a small sliver of support from the Commission, and the impact for us is truly astounding. The ability to grow in just the past 2 years would not have happened without the DCCH. And I'm asking you to consider not only continue the funding, but to expand it. The more you invest in DCCH, the more you invest in all of us, and you will only see growth like this continue. I'm over time. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Amy Austin with Theater Washington.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. And members of the Committee of the Whole, my name is Amy Austin. I'm President and CEO of Theater Washington. Thank you for the opportunity to testify for your continued support for arts organizations. It's no secret, you've heard today that the performing arts industry was hit hard during the pandemic and continues to face difficult hardships on a road to recovery and strength. The new administration in the White House has brought additional pressures to many industries, including the performing arts. Theaters have earned income from ticket sales, but the ticket sales have never been enough to cover operating costs for organizations. And in this time of rising costs for materials and labor, they are more dependent on individual donors, foundations, and government support. After coming out of COVID in late 22, most theaters knew they were going to face significant budget deficits for the next 3 to 5 years. And I urge everyone in this room to understand the landscape so we do not assume that things are going to stay as they are now without more support and planning. We want to ensure that our theater community is vibrant and operating at full capacity to support economic growth and vitality for the District of Columbia. So I came here to discuss the DCCAH and their role in supporting what we see as 3 needs for theaters and other cultural organizations. First, I'd like to see more funding aligned with the organization's budgets. Over the last few years, there's been unpredictable amounts that have led to fluctuations at a time when theaters need more support than ever and theater makers are finding it harder to get work. Organizations need to have more predictable measures of how much their funding is and when it will be distributed. The amount of funding granted could be tied to annual budgets or the number of employees, including 1099 contracted workers, while continuing to include the ever more important inclusion, diversity, and access measures. Multiple measures will provide a greater impact across organizations while allowing all organizations to thrive. The second need is to provide supplemental operating support for our organizations to build capacity as economic drivers in their communities. The lack of funding has led to cuts in the number of jobs available to artists, including performers, designers, and technicians, and administrative staff. If theaters can execute more programming, their activities will support, like the things we've been talking about, the Downtown Action Committee, to ramp up economic drivers. And lastly, I'd love to see a marketing campaign to attract regional audience to live performing arts in the district. Returning and new audiences need persuasive marketing to encourage them to seek out the cultural offerings in the district. That we are a cultural destination for theater, but we need more resources to tell the nation, tell the region, and tell the world about our incredible theater community and what we do. The theater industry in Washington, D.C. provides excellence in the theater locally and nationally. We have diversity, as you've heard today, in size, mission, sensibility across organizations like Shakespeare, Arena Stage, Gala, Ford, Studio, Constellation, Mosaic, and dozens of other theaters. The work of these theaters attracts and develops a thriving creative community of DC residents who are invested in the community, share their work with DC school programs, and cultivate the next generation of artists to make Washington, DC their artistic home. So thank you. I know that my time is up, so the rest of the testimony is on record.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. Let me see, where am I here? I already called Jeanette Knowltonius, so I think is not here, and I think that's everybody. I have a few questions. For some of you, not all of you. Mr. Chalfant.
Yes.
Your general operating support went down a little bit. Have your costs increased, and do you know how much?
Yes, our costs have increased about 10%.
And how many employees do you have?
We have 6 full-time, 1 part-time, and about 27 1099 contractuals.
About 27?
Correct. Contractuals, 1099 employees.
And do you know how many patrons you have a year?
For performances, I think last year was around 13,000.
Thank you.
And student enrollments, I think, was around 1,100.
Student enrollments, you said?
Yeah, we have a large classes program.
Thank you. Mr. Doby, I'm sort of
Yeah.
asking in the order that you all testified. Your general operating support grant went down, correct?
Yes, it did. It went down from in fiscal year 24 from 187,000 down to 75,000 in fiscal year 25.
Have your costs increased?
Yes, they have. Depending upon the line you're looking at, anywhere between 10 and 20%.
How many employees does Arena Stage have?
We have 123 full-time employees, and we employ on artists and independent contractors another 300.
And do you know how many patrons you have a year?
We have, for our theater programs, approximately 200,000, and then we have a very active participation in the building for other type of events. So in total, it's about 300,000 people come through our front door.
How many events do you have a year? Do you know?
We do about 400 performances, and we do on top of that another 100 events in the building.
Thank you. Ms. Dwyer. How many employees does Sitar have?
We have 24 full-time employees and we employ about 50 teaching artists. Additionally, each summer we employ up to 100 youth. 60 of them paid directly by Sitar Art Center and the remainder paid through Summer Youth Employment Program.
And if I ask number of patrons, you said in your testimony you have about 15,000 youth.
I'm sorry, that's a collective that's for the DC Arts Education Alliance. Right now, Sitar has 500 students. We're growing back to the pandemic where each year we have up to 800. And then coming through our doors via rentals, there's an additional 800 people.
Have your costs gone up this year?
Yes, they went
About
up
how
by
much?
10%. In the coming year, it'll be much more because we're opening an expanded space.
Okay. Mr. Douglas, you're here. How many employees do you have?
We have 12 full-time employees and then hire others, as Amy mentioned, on contractor basis, which includes technicians, production staff, stage managers, et cetera, actors. And that gets to about 50 to 60 a year, depending on the size of our productions.
Are you going to make me do math here? That's 50 or 60 contract or 50, 60 total?
I would say contract, actually, when you think about all the people who have to build the sets, the electricians, it adds up quickly.
Do you know how many patrons you have a year?
We reported 17,000 to the commission in FY 24. We have been showing steady growth for the 3 years under my leadership. So we're predicting, with knock on all the things, it will be higher this year with our last 2 productions.
Yeah. And I'll bet your costs have gone up. About how much?
They have. We've been pretty diligent with the budget, but I would imagine probably that standard 5 to 15%, depending on which line item you're looking at. Particularly the increases are in materials for us, because we do keep our full-time staff smaller. But it's the materials, the cost of the lumber, electrical equipment. And sadly, now we're preparing for even more costs with the tariffs taking place.
True. And Ms. O'Connor, let me see. You've gotten general operating support grants in the past, but I don't think you got one last year. Am I right?
Actually, no, this is our first year receiving general operating support, FY25. In the past, we've received FABAR and I forget what it was, but it was the COVID relief.
Okay. And you said in your testimony you have 4 contract employees.
So we do not have any full-time employees or any part-time employees. Our current annual operating budget is about 100,000. So everybody who works for us is contract, myself included. I also just earn a contracted stipend for all of my work through the year.
And do you know how many patrons you have a year?
Yep. So in FY24, we had just under 1,500 ticketed patrons. It's possible we're more because we're sort of loosey-goosey at the door. We'll let anybody in if there's a seat.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, we welcome all customers.
Right?
What's your general operating support grant this year?
This year is our first year, and we received a grant of, I believe, either 56 or 59,000. We are using that to invest in securing a permanent space that the 3 organizations in our nonprofit can utilize, as well as the rest of our Indie Stage Collective community, so that they will have low, affordable, at our size, access to audition, rehearsal, and performance spaces.
Thank you. Give me just a sec.
Yep.
I want to thank each of you. I don't have any other questions for you. I appreciate you letting me ask all the questions that I did. And thank you for your testimony as well. I'm going to turn now to Mr. Van Lee and Mr. Myers on behalf of the commission. Give me a second here. Actually, give me another second. Thank you for your patience. How do you want to proceed? Mr. Van Lee first and then Mr. Myers?
Yes, I'll be going first.
Okay, great.
Great.
And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton, members of the committee staff, and council members. I'm Reginald Van Lee, Chairman of the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, CAH. Thank you for this opportunity to update the council on the commission's work during the past fiscal year. During FY 2024, the commission has continued our focus on supporting the staff as we increase the efficiency of the grant-making process, timely implementation and systematic approach to grant allocation, creating programs as we respond to community feedback, showing up in the community events presented either by CAH or our grantees, improving our own governance by updating our bylaws and serving on committees, ultimately positioning ourselves and the commission to reaffirm our commitment to nurturing a diverse and vibrant arts ecosystem, supporting these entities at their various stages of growth and development, and being good thought partners along the journey. The commissioners led 2 initiatives in FY 2024, researching the formation of a foundation and Art Week DC. I'll start with the foundation. CH formed a special committee to explore the creation of and/or partnership with the foundation to further the goals of the agency and providing additional efficiencies and resources to the creative community. While the foundation remains hypothetical in nature, It is the recommendation of the committee that the formation of such a foundation would greatly benefit Washington, D.C. This committee comprised of community members and CAH commissioners engaged in community feedback, had conversations with art funders and agencies around the country, and met monthly. By examining community feedback surveys, the existing cultural plan for the city, and through the committee's own conversations with and knowledge of the district's cultural community, the committee determined 5 basic needs that are unmet or undermet for artists and cultural institutions.
Mr. Van Lee, your statement says 10 and you just said 5.
Oh my God, you're right. The committee determined 10, thank you, basic needs that are unmet or undermet for artists and cultural institutions. The committee then began a process of scoring and combining these needs into 3 overarching priorities to enrich the cultural community. Many, but not all, of the 10 needs are intended to be covered by the 3 priorities. 1, provide funding for large cultural events serving Washington, D.C., which expose the district's art scene to a broader audience while providing an economic boost to the local cultural economy. Number 2, fill in the gaps of public cultural funding beyond what CAH can provide with direct grant support as well as administrative support, including fiscal sponsorship to artists and organizations serving the district. 3, serve as a convener in the regional art philanthropy space, bridging stronger connections and education to benefit artists and funders. The complete findings of the committee are available to the public, and they will be sent to members of the committee for review. So look forward to that being sent to you. Second topic, Art Week DC. Last year, I spoke about Art Week DC and the need for a world-class arts fair, partly informed by our meetings at Art Basel in Florida, where we learned firsthand how a showcase of this magnitude is planned, organized, and implemented. The commission began to conduct several stakeholder meetings, allowing us to obtain input or buy-in, if you will, from the local artists who are the expected likely participants in a district art week, as well as engaging with other government agencies. We hired Michael Kaiser of the DeVos Institute to craft a strategic plan for Art Week DC, one that would encapsulate our vision of what a fair could look like. Through our research, we learned that the DC art scene has strong institutional foundations, but lacks a cohesive commercial gallery sector, with collectors looking outward for high caliber art markets. The DC arts ecosystem benefits from strong public art visibility, proactive partnership with business improvement districts, BIDs, and the city's unique position as the nation's capital. DC possesses significant cultural assets with a unique diplomatic community, yet the arts ecosystem is fragmented, with limited immigration across institutions and outreach beyond core audiences. And lastly, the city's collectors tend to buy art elsewhere, leaving local fairs struggling financially. Art Week DC has the potential to address these gaps, foster local artist growth, and increase DC's reputation as a cultural and commercial art destination. Art Basel Miami's 2024 economic impact on Miami reached $500 million. Our stakeholder meetings within all sectors of our community agree with us. It's time. The strategic plan that was presented to our community will be sent to this committee, and we welcome a meeting to discuss the implementation plan to make Art Week DC a reality. We will need your help and participation. Although these 2 topics respond to the economic development needs we've heard from the community, our top priority is to ensure CAH is a high-performing and efficiently run agency meeting the needs of our grantees. We hear the concerns from our community in every commission meeting, concerns from large organizations and concerns from small organizations. It is abundantly clear that every sector within the creative community has a need. We're striving to meet those needs with both the tools and resources granted to us. I would like to be clear. When coming on board the commission, I committed myself through listening to be focused on solution-based conversations, and these conversations led to the results you will hear from our executive director. He will add context to many of our numbers. For example, the total number of fellowship grantees in FY25 decreased by 40 awards. To hear that alone may indicate a problem, possibly with outreach or something else. But this decrease was reflective of constructive feedback from our fellowship grant program grantees, which we responded to by increasing the fellowship grant amount from $5,500 to $7,000. This change may seem minimal to some, but it has meant the difference between artists choosing to leave or stay in the district, as communicated to us during our commission meetings. Context is important. Our outreach has resulted in welcoming 154 first-time grantees, with CAH also awarding 25% more arts and humanities education projects. These grants result in job opportunities for district residents, which you will hear more about from our executive director. Again, our team is dedicated to fairness, dedicated to finding ways to improve efficiency, and dedicated to ensure CAH is a high-performing agency meeting the needs of our grantees and district residents. We stand at the ready to partner with this committee and those in the community to promote the arts of Washington, D.C. You'll now hear from our executive director, Aaron Myers.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, and the committee staff. Let me just first say that we've heard a great deal, especially concerning our GOS awardees from within the community. And it's our hope that some of the context around some of these changes may add a little insight. And we do sit here as thought partners with you in the committee to know how we could strengthen this in a strong and a good way. I do appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the accomplishments, challenges, and strategic initiatives of the Commission on the Arts and Humanities as we continue to serve and strengthen the district's creative sector. When I sat before you last year, I had been in the position under a year and learning a great deal as a new agency director about how to best navigate the agency in a way that could maximize its opportunities for success. There have been many lessons learned, such as no, not even I can apply for grants at our agency. That was a topic of conversation last year, if you remember. We have controls set in place regarding conflict of interest approved by BEGA to ensure that neither commissioner nor employee have unfair influence or advantage when it comes to our grant-making capabilities. I've learned more about the nuances regarding budget submissions, reprogramming, revenue forecasts, et cetera. I would like to thank Chairman Mendelson for challenging this agency to ensure from an economic development standpoint, what is our impact within the district? And how do we defend our policies around grant making? Within this testimony, I would like to answer many of these questions within the pillars of our strategic plan, noting while we are working with the Office of Contracts and Procurement, OCP, to see our strategic plan updated. These pillars remain our guideposts as we support the creative economy. A commitment to promoting the arts through grant making and other programs and operations indiscriminate of ward, creed, background, or organizational size. B, leading in the post-pandemic recovery of the nonprofit arts and culture sector. C, community awareness and connectedness. D, strengthening our alignment with both the executive and legislative branches of district government. And E, governance and organizational structure, culture. I'd like to start with grant making. In our grant making, we've strived to be responsive to our community. One common thread we've heard in our outreach is that the same people are the only ones who will get funding, so what's the use in applying? I'd like to state today that that can be debunked. In FY24, CAH awarded grants to nearly 1,200 grantees across multiple funding categories. Of these, 154 first-time grantees. During the hearing last year, there were some suggestions for the agency to consider, such as making intent to fund notifications, as we've done some years ago at the agency earlier in the year. After taking this suggestion into consideration, we've decided to maintain our current posture due to the budget not being approved until June, that at times comes with BSA overlays. Due to an increased applicant pool, grants across all cohorts were more competitive this year. This means there were some return grantees that may have paneled lower and received lower award amounts this year. There were also some applicants we were not able to award. These lower awards by some were the result of variables ranging from applicant pool, previous year's expenses, to rankings of applications. I think it's imperative in my position in this moment to advocate for more funds which would enable us to give grants to more applicants actively engaged in the creative economy, which would enable us to award larger amounts without creating barriers to access. Recognizing that there are elements to our panel process that could be improved upon, we've already begun implementing additional outreach to increase our panelist pool so that the panels are as strong as possible. Recognizing there's always room for more efficiency, we continually work with both the grants team and grants committee to revamp or update our policies and procedures where we see there is a need. The constructive feedback offered to the commission from the community regarding the impacts of our grants help guide these efforts. Notably, as you heard from the chairman, we increase individual fellowship awards from 5,500 to 7,000, ensuring support for artists while expanding our applicant pool by 21% with 126 new fellows, including 24 from Ward 7 and 8. This is a result of direct feedback from our community. The general operating support grant saw an increase in both applicants and first-time grantees. We are aware that there have been questions regarding why we believe the funding for smaller art organizations should not be capped at 50%, and that is 50% of their budget. It is the belief of the agency that a 50% cap does not encourage growth for these organizations and limits the agency in supporting certain projects or opportunities that could have significant impact upon the district. And B, many of these organizations are founder-led and bred, meaning their personal costs to supplementing these programs or the volunteers that support these programs are not quantified in their expenditures. However, the desired 50% grant cap on general operating support remains a significant concern. The data collected by CAH indicates that this cap disproportionately affects small and emerging art organizations, particularly those in Ward 7 and 8. Many of these organizations lack diversified revenue streams, and this restriction limits their capacity building efforts. Now, we heard loud and clear last year that mid-sized and large-sized organizations also face unique challenges. Mr. Chairman, you proposed a large cap program. That grant would award organizations who are in fixed brick and mortar locations that are needing a specific type of support. We are eagerly launching that program this year to help meet that need. I propose both to the mayor's office and to other members of the council a type of capacity building program that would help support mid to large sized organizations that would flex the government's arm as a convener and introducing companies in the private sector directly to the nonprofit arts organizations using the opportunity to turn cold conversations warm, potentially creating a pathway for those or these organizations to increase their subscriber and donor bases, which could ultimately further diversifying their funding streams. This is very similar to Dallas Business of the Arts or the business councils that Americans for the Arts used to have. I welcome the executive directors of these organizations, that means those who are large and mid-sized, to join us in thought partnership around possible solutions the agency could create that could help mid to large size organizations. We stand at the ready. Economic impact on downtown and revitalization. The arts remain a cornerstone of the district's economic recovery. According to the applicant information provided by those awarded projects, events, and festival grants for both individuals, we call that PEF-I, and organizations, we call that PEF-O, led to significant job creation in FY24. 82 PEF-I grantees supported 1,269 additional work opportunities, and our PEF-O grantees, 59 of them, work opportunities for an additional 2,444 creatives, totaling 3,713 work opportunities across 141 grants. Downtown organizations receiving general operating support awards represent an investment of $3,588,880. And in alignment with our strategic plan, we invest $2,304,814 through GOS in organizations east of the river, or our East Arts grant, that is. CAH has actively supported initiatives to reinvigorate downtown spaces, including Art All Night in 2024. There was a $355,000 investment, drawing thousands to the downtown venues. coordinating with bids to attract cultural entities to the district like the Hip Hop Museum and the Museum of the Future. Working with our partners within the creative economy to bring larger events to Washington, D.C. like CODA Summit that we hope will be at Arena Stage, NASA Assembly, and the Grammys. And for that last piece, we have put our request out to the Recording Academy to consider us. Art Week DC, as you heard from our chairman, a signature event modeled after a successful international art fairs like Art Basel Miami and Frieze London. Market research shows that major art fairs generate 400 to 500 million in annual economic impact for their host cities. We anticipate Art Week DC has the potential to generate a direct fiscal impact of 50 million annually, according to the Art Week DC strategic plan created this year. CAH worked with DMPED, DC Economic Partnership, and presented to the DC Bid Council our findings from the DC Creative Space Survey, where 130 respondents from a diverse group of individual artists, small collectives, large and small art organizations working across DC participated in a survey addressing space needs. Over 75% of the respondents indicated a need for small to mid-sized spaces, furthering affirming the agency's grant making has been in alignment with the needs of the arts communities. We are hoping to partner with both DMPED and DC Economic Partnership, along with those representatives at the DC Bid Council to help pair some of these respondents to spaces available here in the district. Responding again to our community, in FY24, CAH engaged in sponsorships and partnerships within the community, 15 partnerships and high-impact events, which included AGOR International Women's Day Art Market. A little note about that, I bought a garment at this art market, and the woman I bought the garment from learned about our agency, applied as an artist, and she received a grant for the first time. The National Cannabis Festival, a woman-led festival where our partnership covered the performance for DC artists. Shifting in Narratives, Jazz and Gender Justice, a traveling exhibit that addressed a topic that is front of mind for many today that was also at Arena Stage. We expanded our advertising partnerships with the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington and community newspapers like The Hill Rag, The Informer, and The Blade. Our goal was to be present in the community in response to the feedback that the agency had been traditionally absent, resulting in underrepresentation within our grant applications. In this, we have been successful. These partnerships resulted in 190,000 community members being reached, the impact of which has raised the visibility of the agency and has resulted in renewed interest in our programs and initiatives, one of which being the DC Area Music Census, which yielded 2,738 participants surveyed and insightful data. And that 190,000 are people both in person and also reached online. I sent our FY24 sponsorship program to Bega for review and guidance as to how we strengthen the program going forward. The program has been paused in FY25 until that guidance is provided. Operational efficiency and budget considerations. Despite some of our challenges, and with thanks to the chairman and this committee, CAH has achieved significant efficiencies. Increased grant staff from 8 to 14 FTEs. Thank you for that. That meant a big deal to us. This reduced individual workloads from 110 grantees in our portfolios to 8 grants per staff member. Launched a post-award pilot system for GOS that increased the speed in which awards reached grantees. This system increased our GOS award speed by 3.5 and our neighborhood grants by three times, and overall grant speed by 2.5. We will expand this system to more cohorts this year as we also strive to pilot a new paperless grant management system. We created several new SOPs and policies that now add to the efficiency of the agency. We created a guide and handbook for our commissioners to aid them in serving their terms on the commission. Believe it or not, our commissioners do not have a guidebook before. We reestablished relationships with our sister agencies so that our initiatives could be championed throughout our government processes. And currently, we have partnered with DCHR to ensure our staff structure matches both the grade and salary of the jobs and tasks asked of our employees. So in conclusion, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, the district's creative economy is a powerful engine for economic growth and cultural enrichment. This agency has made certain improvements to ensure our efficiency meets the needs of our grantees and the district. We stand as thought partners in how to best achieve our mutual goals of promoting the arts community of DC through effective competitive grant making. I thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to your questions.
Give me just a second.
Yes.
Thank you each for your testimony. So I do have a number of questions. I'm not sure what order they're in, so I'm just going to follow the order I have them here. You were both present when there was testimony from other witnesses. I was struck that the witness from Gallo Theater said that she ended last year with a deficit. What is the Commission on Arts and Humanities doing to help Gallo Theater, which ended last year with a deficit?
There's nothing additional outside of the competitive nature of the grants that we already award that they've already received. Now, we are aware that some theaters last year did experience certain unique circumstances. And in that, we did try to get their second payments out quicker so that their cash flow would not impede their productions. I know this year they received maybe a $5,000 reduction from their grant award from last year. And outside of the grant awards they already received, there's nothing additional. And I don't believe we have the authority to do anything additional. There's not been any calls for any other types of support, at least to us.
I'm not sure why you would say you didn't have the authority
to issue anything outside of competitive grants.
Well, you issue all kinds of grants.
The problem
I
is
think
if
that her
we
testimony-
if we don't panel these grant applications, it is an issue with our authority. So if it's really an emergency and it's not happening within the grant cycle and we can't assemble a panel to do it, it becomes non-competitive, and that we can't do.
I would note, I think I'm looking at the testimony, that her grant, she spoke of in year 2022, received 194,000, this year 164,000, that's $30,000 less, ended last year with a deficit. I'm aware of a couple theaters that are struggling in terms of cash. We have not had a theater close. Somebody testified there've been theaters closing elsewhere in the country. So what I'm taking from your answer is that the commission does not have anything in place to help a theater from having to close because they're running a deficit.
As far as unique circumstances, this is what I can say. In 2022, the year that she did reference, there were enhancements that had been offered that particular year on top of the grant awards that some of our GOS recipients had received. And of course, we state in all of our commission meetings and at the top of every granting cycle that enhancements are not guaranteed. So as far as a difference from last year to this year is only $5,000 different with that particular grantee. Now, your overall concern is a concern that both the chair and I do share. What we're seeing with our theater community in Washington, D.C. is something that is very unique. The fact that these theaters have not closed really speaks to the testament of the theater-going community and their boards and the work that they have been doing. I am eager. I do believe, and like I stated in my testimony, some type of mid-size to large size capacity building program where we as a government entity, we as the commission, and even partnering with the council and the mayor's office, where we're able to work with corporate responsibility entities within the private sector. This is a way for these theaters to be introduced to other for-profit entities who could directly infuse their dollars unrestricted directly into the creative economy. For instance, and this is a hypothetical, for instance, say that we had 5 or 10 mid-size to large-size organizations, and of those 5 or 10, half or more were theaters.
You're sort of repeating what you had in your statement.
Well, this is.
And what's going through my mind is implicit is that these theaters don't know how to raise money.
No. I'm not saying that theaters do not know how to raise money. Theaters are not the only mid-sized, large-sized nonprofits in Washington who are facing difficulty reaching out and diversifying their revenue streams, especially within some of the new businesses that have come to Washington, D.C. since the pandemic has started. This would be a way for the government to specifically take their wish list, for instance, of companies that they have wanted to get in front of, but not been able to get in front of, or corporations that we know who have an interest in supporting the creative economy of Washington, D.C. We can then work with entities and use a model that's already been somewhat proven, I would say, with the business councils like we see from Americans for the Arts. For me, the perfect example of that is Dallas Business of the Arts, who does this, and perhaps treat it very similar to like a Leadership Washington. This gives an opportunity for this community to end some of the fragmentation that we've already seen, not only ending the fragmentation, being introduced to new streams of revenue. We're basically taking these cold conversations that have not been able to happen before, and we're making them warm, giving an incentive for example, for these organizations and these for-profit entities to support the creative economy. This is something I've talked to many of these organizations. They see value in it. I think of when I was the executive director of a nonprofit that you championed here, Crittenton, what helped us a great deal was Fair Chance. When Fair Chance had their Butterfly Bash, when Fair Chance had their events, they introduced us to corporations that would not take our phone calls. They did not answer our emails, but Fair Chance was a trusted partner. They made that cold conversation warm. And sometimes they themselves were not a direct giver into what we needed at the organization, but they introduced us to other people too. I think that if we only I'm not saying only focus, if we do not include this tool in our bailiwick, if we do not put this tool in our basket as we're also trying to help these organizations, we're missing out on a very big opportunity.
Now to say it, so what Aaron is talking about is capacity building, basically. We have business of the arts training we do and things like this that can help. The other thing is this foundation that we want to create is to be the catch-all for things that CAH cannot do. Because it's clear that we do have our restrictions, whether it's budget or where we have the authority or not, but the foundation created in the way we'd like would be able to pick up some of these issues. So we're trying to address it one of those two ways.
I'm going to keep moving along here because I have a lot more questions. At the most recent commission meeting, the executive director, Mr. Myers, reported that commission management has begun an exercise with DCHR that will help us properly structure the agency, create tier structures, and to ensure pay is aligned with duties, grades, and steps, unquote. You also related that there was executive coaching going on. Can you discuss this work, what prompted it, and what the agency expects as a result of the exercise?
Thank you for this. As we know, the district has not really experienced COLAs over the last few years, and employees are starting to feel it. Also, at the commission specifically, we, once becoming independent and seeing the influx of dollars and the influx of work that was happening, we never took a chance to take a step back and to look at what the structure should be. With many of our units working a bit under capacity, we wanted to ensure that, A, when we're hiring new people, the new people who are coming on board have somewhat of a financial advantage when it comes to negotiating salaries, because the district has not had the increase in living COLAs. That's one thing. Second of all, our structure still supports or still looks like an organization that is 20 people less. We need to ensure that within our grants team, public arts team, our resource allocation team, that the structure is there that supports growth and also incentivize employees to not only do a good job, but know that they have somewhere they can go up to. How do we measure success with some of the work that they have been doing? How do we reward success appropriately? But also working with DCHR helps us to understand, is our pay structure equitable? Are we paying fairly? Are these numbers correct? It also reaffirms to the staff that we are hearing their concerns, we're hearing their wants, we're hearing, I know that if I worked anywhere and I stated, I want to ensure that the work that I'm doing, that I'm being fairly compensated for, and my title matches the work that I'm doing, I want to make sure that my employer listens to that concern and addresses it. So that's what we attempted to do there. With our management team, we saw that anyone who's managing a diverse staff, management today looks a bit different. We have several staff members who identify differently, who come with different needs and a different type of support that they need to get their work done. Coaching helps us do that. I too even have a coach. That coach helps me be a better leader. It helps our managers be better managers. It gives us a thought partner as we're trying to navigate solutions, especially through difficult situations. So these two things were direct responses. We did a 3-day staff advance at the agency, and we brought the staff all together, and the staff had an opportunity to state their concerns. And I believe that we as the executive team should say, you know what, here are the concerns, and here are some action items, tangible action items to meet those said concerns. And we're already seeing positive responses from that.
So when will this work be done?
It's currently happening. And so I believe we got an email yesterday from DCHR that some of the managers will be talked to, and we're following the timeline that DCHR gave us. I think it's an exercise. I think it should be an exercise that's done ever so often, especially if you've seen the work of an agency evolve. The work that we've done at our agency has evolved over the years. It looks a bit different, times are a bit different, and we want to be able to meet that need.
Well, I have a sense that you're also going to have a revised organizational chart. Am I reading going too far in my thinking?
Once we hear back from DCHR, we'll know if that revision happens, what it would look like. They will guide us. We're working with them.
When will that be?
They have not told us when this work would be done yet. We're presently engaged with them. So they said 1 to 3 months possibly, but I don't want to put a certain date on the calendar now, but we're currently engaged in it right now. Interviews have already started with the staff.
Well, 1 to 3 months from when?
Last month. I can get you the date that we started when the first interview happened.
Let me move on. Does the commission have any indication from the executive about the commission's expected funding levels for fiscal year 26?
We do not.
As you know, the current law constrains administrative costs of the commission to 20% of the overall budget. For your current year budget, administrative costs account for about 17% of the agency's budget. Are you taking the possible budgetary constraints into account as you advertise positions and move through the hiring process, as well as looking at your non-personal services costs?
Yes, we do.
You do understand that the budget that the district is looking at for next year, even though we haven't received it yet, is going to be very difficult. There's going to be probably hundreds of millions of dollars. In fact, I said yesterday, maybe 500, $600 million in cuts to the city budget. So in fiscal year 2024, the council created a new large capital grants program to award grants in excess of $900,000 for large capital needs of arts organizations. The rules to implement the program were approved by the council last November. However, it's not mentioned on your website. What is the status of the large capital grants program?
Thank you. The application portal opens April 1st, and it will be open from April 1st through May 6th. That'll be a 6-week period.
That was April 1st to May 6th, you said?
Yes, of this coming year, of this year, yes. And we are looking for the award announcements to enter the portal on July 23rd.
Okay.
And that means that the grant performance period would be from August 1st through September 30th of 2027.
I'm sorry, say that again. What's?
The grant performance period would be from August 1st through September 30th, 2027. And I can have my office also send you this timeline for large cap as well. And typically, the first 3 months after we make our award announcements, we're navigating a myriad of challenges of diffs with our constituents and our grantees so that we can get their awards out quicker. As I noted in my testimony, we did pilot a new post-award system that helped get those awards out quicker. At the current time, we only have 33 outstanding awards, and we have been able to track the issues with each one of them, and we're working through them.
So, Mr. Myers, in your testimony, you spoke about grant making related to downtown. But how does this, in terms of your thinking about revitalization of downtown, how does this manifest in your general operating support grant making?
So as I noted in my testimony, we invest over $3.5 million in GOS alone. That's not counting any of our other grants that are centered downtown. We identified downtown, I believe, based from Golden Triangle all the way
But
to
is that an
downtown.
increase? Is that a target? Or is that just when you add up the Ward 2 organizations, it worked out to being 3.588?
No, it was we looked at just the awards that went out last year, this previous award cycle. If you would like data on the previous years, as far as what did that investment look like downtown, we can get that information over to the committee. However, we want to realize that that is only in general operating support. I think many of the festivals that we noted.
Yes, but I've got that testimony in front of me.
Okay.
I was asking GOS.
Okay.
But I'm not seeing anything extraordinary with regard to GOS grants. It's the same amount or slightly less, maybe a little bit more for the museums downtown, the Building Museum, Ford's Theater.
I'm just confused by the question.
Well, if you're giving the same amount to Shakespeare Theater this year that you gave to them last year, or maybe a slight increase of a few $1,000s, that doesn't sound to me like anything targeted to revitalizing downtown.
But there
If
are other
you-
grantees as well.
What's that?
There are other grantees that we give money to that support downtown revitalization as well. It's not just the ones we did in the past. There are 154 new grantees, and in there somewhere are some people that were targeted for downtown revitalization as well.
I think it's also important to note that the general operating support helps give room for those entities that are downtown to do the work that they are doing downtown that we are very proud of. We have joined the downtown task force with DC Public Library and the downtown bid as well. We've worked with the bids, both Golden Triangle and Downtown Bid, to bring both events and other entities here. I speak to the space needs survey specifically because there were people who identified space downtown that they would like to move into. The barrier to access was not typically, for all was not financial. So those bids have that information as well. So we've seen it really as a both and. The general operating support grant does act as a driver for economic development, just in general, so that those entities can be downtown. We're doing more work to ensure that we can support them even
I'm
more.
struggling to understand this. So let me make a statement, and then you tell me why I'm wrong. If I took the arts organizations downtown, principally museums and theaters, and I added up their general operating support grants for FY25, compared it to FY24, maybe even compared it to FY22, I think I would see very little growth or actually a little bit less.
I can't confirm that. I would have to do the research to get that back to you. I think it would be a mistake, though, to only look at the impact of GOS. The GOS investment was to only give one example of how we are supporting downtown.
Well, but I think that's a mistake. So, you know, the National Theater across the street has 1,700 seats. When it has an event, it brings 1,700 people downtown. That's a
Yes.
lot of people.
Yes.
When you have a pop-up, you don't bring anywhere near that amount of traffic. So I'm not really interested. My impression is general operating support for existing institutions, a brand new institution that brings in 1,000 or 2,000 people. What was the number that Shakespeare said, 200,000 patrons?
Within both of their
That's a lot.
organizations. Yes.
Shakespeare within both of their, you mean two theaters that are a block apart in the middle of downtown?
We agree with that.
Yeah.
Those are,
All right,
that's very
that's why I'm asking about. So my statement is, and your answer was you would have to look at that, which is
Yes.
fine. So then I'll make a note that you'll get back to me on that.
Yes.
Is the commission thinking about making the district a center for the arts, the performing arts, and museums in the nation? That's sort of a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. How is this priority reflected in your grant making?
Well, thanks to this committee and thanks to the city, with the amount of funds that have been allocated to the commission, we're able to, in some aspects, lead many state art agencies in the country and how we're able to support both individual artists and our arts community. We are already seen from that aspect by my counterparts across the country as a leader. Weekly, I get emails from my fellow state art agency directors regarding the success of our programs and how they could also model them. We even had, we're very proud of our art education department. We do a thing called Poetry Out Loud, and we had a district resident who came in third nationally this year. I believe that some of our grantees, Marjon Kennedy is one of them with the Kennedy Foundation, with the work that we gave to, support we gave to her. this year. She's been able to not only touch the lives of over 2,400 students, but expand the work that she's done also to Broadway in New York. We can give you this information as well.
And I would add too, we've hosted at least one, if not two events in Washington when people from outside of the city came in for a conference. We hosted events and we're pitching us as a destination. And as you know, also, I hosted an event in New York at the United Nations with the secretary, the U.S. ambassador to UN, and several ambassadors talking about our Art Week DC plans and wanting them to come to DC as well. So we've been doing outreach on behalf of DC to make people aware of what we're doing here and to make them recognize this as an art center.
I sit on the committee for Villa Albertine with the Embassy of France. This is amazingly enough, we get to see artists from France who have examined Washington, D.C. specifically to see what kind of work they could come here to do to uplift our art scene here in Washington. So,
in your testimony, Mr. Myers, you said the commission has awarded grants to nearly 1,200 grantees. How many of your FY25 GOS awardees have received their grant funds to date?
Of all of our grantees, only 33 are outstanding who've not received their awards. They're for varying different reasons. DIFS created a new system this year. Some people may not be aware, our agency is the largest volume user of DIFS. So any hiccup that some agencies may experience, we experience it times 10. And so one of the difficulties that we have found is that our grant managers who have to train and learn how to use this are not always able to see what the user experience is. So we're doing workshops, trainings, we've been in the community to help our grantees be able to navigate this particular system. And then other things like clean hands and insurance and things of that nature that we're waiting to get updated on.
Is the goal to get the grants out in October?
It would be impossible to get the grants out.
Is the goal to get them out in November?
What I can say is the goal is to get the grants out at least before December 1st or December 31st.
Which is it, December 1st or December 30th?
December 31st. We look before we go to Christmas, we want to make sure as many people going into their Christmas season, knowing that many of our grantees have Christmas shows and things of that nature, have their grants, they've been awarded their money. Now,
Hold on. Now, if an organization is having a Christmas performance or a Christmas event, I guess I'll put it that way, since we're not just talking about the lively arts, then the goal would be to get the grants out by December 1st, not December 31st.
Right.
So I want to get a sense, can you give me a sense of how many grants either were or were not, and maybe percent is the better way, that got out the door by December 1st?
Well, from December 31st, the data that we have here shows in 2023, by December 31st, they had created 35 of 171 POs, that's just 20%. This past year, by December 27th, we created 155 of 205 POs, that's 76%. When we look at the fellowship grant, we created in 23, 54 of the 611 POs.
Which is 9%.
And in 2024, we created 197 of the 572 POs, that's 34%. And so likewise, in Art Bank, we saw an increase, 19% had been awarded in 23 and 40% in 24. And so we strive, we strive to have a goal to have moved as many of these grants through the door by December 31st. We strive to do that because we know that that is a tall, it is a difficult task to do with the volume and the sheer size of our grant portfolio. I'm very proud of the staff for what they've been able to do both piloting a new grant award system, post-award system, which worked with DIFs and OCFO so that we could try to batch a great deal of our grantees. Our resource allocation officer and his team worked along with our senior grant manager to make this happen and effective. And we're working even now to expand what happened last year to more cohorts. What our goal is to ensure that we're not testing something out just on the public and then we can't prove that it's going to be successful. We got a pilot group this year. We saw the success of that. We feel confident in expanding that. We're moving away from a paper system. We're piloting this year a new paperless system with a cohort of our grantees so that we can see if that portion can be faster and easier on the staff too. So we're working on those efficiency items.
One of my takeaways here is that you want to get the grants out by December 31st. I think they ought to be out by December 1st, especially since you acknowledge that it's important that many of these organizations would get their funding before the holidays.
So given the grant management size, the size of our grant manager team, as well as the size of our resource allocation team, by December 1st, it's a great goal to have. I don't see with the volume of the size of our grant portfolio that would remotely be realistic.
Well, of course, there could be a way of triaging the grants.
Yeah, we've tried that. I think the real answer is us automating our grant process. It is very paper written. It needs to be paperless. And I think once we get there, we could probably aspire to much sooner days. And actually, I think that even though Aaron says our goal is December 31st, this is how the data are cut. We're looking at the data. I'm not sure what the number is for 12/1 or for 12/15, but I aspire to get as much money out to as many people as possible, as soon as possible. Whatever the art of the possible is. So I wouldn't gear it just to Christmas.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just
Thanksgiving,
thinking,
that would be better, so.
you know, if XYZ has a big festival in the spring, they don't need the grant by December 1st or December 31st, not that you should delay. But if Washington Ballet, which always has a big holiday event, well, they need it by December 1st, not December 31st. So that's why I said you could always triage as well. So let me move on though. Have the general operating support grant funds to the Kennedy Center been dispersed? And is the commission concerned about awarding funds in light of the president's comments on his new direction?
I believe the first part of their award has already gone forth. And as far as any comments to the Kennedy Center or our concern about awarding grant dollars to the Kennedy Center, we are still aware of art happening at the Kennedy Center. So
we're still what?
Aware of art happening at the Kennedy Center. And so the Kennedy Center we're maintaining the same posture with the Kennedy Center as we are maintaining with all of our grantees. But I can give you updated information about the status of their award. I do believe they have already been, the first part of their payment has already been dispersed.
Do you remember how much it is or what the total award is for the year?
I can get you that. I don't know it offhand, but I can get that amount to you.
Whispered in my ear was $194,000.
That sounds about right. But I can get you the number.
Just wondering, so 194,000 to the Kennedy Center?
I believe so. I can get you the final number.
I'm just looking, Shakespeare 189,000, Arena Stage 74,000. I think I saw a studio. which is a smaller amount, 184,000. Let me move on. For this year, the commission awarded general operating support grants to 223 organizations. That's up from 171 organizations last year, like 50 more, and up from 119 in pre-pandemic FY fiscal year 2019. What accounts for over 100 new organizations having materialized to provide grants to in the last 6 years?
I think I can speak for the last 2 years. I think it's our presence within the community. I think that it is us responding to what the community has stated to us as far as their needs are and where they are to be met. We put forth our outreach team, which we are very proud of. And if you give me 1 second, I can tell you some of the data. We've had, when it comes to meet and greets, we've had 600 plus artists engaged across 3 events. We have our GAP team, which we want to shout out. These individuals are people who've received grants and they're able to go out into the community and help other creatives apply, let them understand the system. We had 4 artists that are paid as our ambassadors. They did 17 events this year. We've done workshops and grant education. We did 2 getting to know grant fairs in Ward 8 alone, and we did 6 Grant 101 workshops. And we had 43 community events attended by CAH staff. I believe this is a great deal of how more people are learning about what we do at the commission.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is there are people who had given up on the Arts Commission because their experience had not been a good one. And as they have learned, we're operating differently now. We're having some people that are coming back. They didn't bother to apply because they felt it was a waste of time. Now they're applying. So there are people that are learning about us for the first time. There are people that are coming back and giving us a shot. And there's the development we're doing in workshops to help people understand the application process and how they can be more successful in the application process.
One notable, if I could give a personal story, after we announced the awards this past year, we had a father who came through who was an artist who had stopped being an artist or paused his artistry so that he could raise his daughter. And his daughter had submitted for an art bank, which as a dad of an artist yourself, you understand the pride when your daughter gets recognized as far as that's concerned. And he came to our office on a difficult day for us. We were trying to navigate through some challenges. And he came, and every adult in that conference room with him was in tears because that grant award spoke to that community that this was an option. They had told this young girl, I think only 18 years old, that there was no point in her trying to, this art can take you nowhere, this, that, and the other. And he came with tears in his eyes to say, you all have just renewed hope, not just for my daughter, but for this community.
So the pie is only so big. How do you rationalize adding grantees while assuring consistency and budget stability to existing grantees?
So there's 2 parts to this. We could adopt the posture, regardless of applicant size, that we only grant out grants to the amount of awardees that we may have seen 5 years ago. That may result in
That was not my question.
Well, two-part answer.
Repeat the question?
No, I heard the question. 2-part answer though. So we could adopt that posture and we would see many more people who would apply, and then not only apply, many people who would not get awarded, and some people who traditionally, or those who may want to get support or may deem that they should have support, may not get it. That's one part. But the second part is this. We want to ensure that we ourselves are not creating barriers such as not doing outreach, not meeting people where they are, not hearing from the community, closing off things just so that we protect or keep people from applying so that we can further maybe guarantee the likelihood of certain organizations or people getting grants. We don't want to have that perception. That was a perception that existed when I started at the commission. And as someone who viewed the commission in the community, that's a real reputation.
You're not
Yeah.
answering my question.
I can try and answer. There's no legacy in what we do here. There's no grandfathering. So though people may have gotten rewards in the past, it's highly competitive. New people come into the process. They're paneled independently. We don't decide, the panels decide. And a new applicant could come in and score much better than somebody who was there before, and therefore either supplant someone or get more money than somebody else does. That's the reality. Now, if we cut it off and say we're just going to go with the people we have, then as our budget remains finite, we're more sure that people won't reduce in the grants. But because this is a competitive process and new people come into the process, they're paneled and the panel decides.
So then, Mr. Van Lee, what you're saying is that the commission is not assuring consistency or budget stability.
We try where we can, but not to the exclusion. We do try where we can, but not to the exclusion of if someone ranks really low in the rankings, no matter how much money they got the previous year, we're hard pressed to say, well, let's try to find a way to give them a similar amount of money if they ranked really low. That's the real issue. The paneling is the issue. Everything else we can work around, but to defeat the whole point of the paneling is something we don't want to do. We don't want to go against the panelists.
And to that part, if a person, after the awards are announced, people look for their notes, people want to have conversations, and they see that. And, you know, the question would be, if I were a recipient and I saw that I ranked very high, but this other organization were ranked very low, well, then how?
Well, why are they ranked so low?
This is dependent upon their grant writing, how they told their story, how they describe the district impact, and how you have to treat the panelists as if they've never heard of your organization, and that your grant writing is telling the story of what you're trying to accomplish and what you are accomplishing here in the District of Columbia. And sometimes if that story is not told in the most succinct way, some of the mistakes that I have seen, I've had 2 follow-up meetings with former grantees. One of the follow-up meetings we did have, the organization took the feedback, saw where there were the issues, and have already begun implementing the feedback from the panelists. The other agency told me some fantastic things of what they're doing in the in their current year. I'm not positive if that was communicated in how they told their story for the panel. So,
Yeah, my one
I'm
example
not
is
understanding this. No, I'm not understanding this. So the question is, the pie is only so big. How do you rationalize adding grantees, increasing the number of grantees from 119 to 223 while assuring consistency and budget stability? And I think the answer is you don't.
We don't.
You're not assuring stability or consistency. Let's just be clear. I think that's the answer. And that's also with regard to stability. 14 organizations received 60% less, exactly 60% less than they did last year. 14 organizations are underperforming, are unsatisfactory in what they're doing.
Well, now, I think it's very important not to paint
That
this so
gets at what
simply.
this ranking is. I'm not quite sure what the ranking is, and I don't want to name any particular organizations, although actually I think I asterisked a couple. Like Zora Neale Hurston, Richard Wright Foundation. I wanted to pick a couple that didn't appear to be white and big, and Goma Center for Dance, a 60% cut. So are these organizations underperforming?
So none of the employees of the commission, nor are any of the commissioners panelists. We do sit over.
I don't care.
You've asked,
because
you're asking about.
What is this ranking that you take the East of the River Boys and Girls Steel Band, which as far as I know is just as good this year as it was last year, and you cut them by 34% from 109,000 to 71,000.
We don't, I'll say again, it's important to understand the importance of paneling. We, Chairman Van Lee, Aaron Myers, our staff, we don't cut.
I don't care. The commission has a process which is resulting in the East of the River,
which is
Boys and Girls Steel Band getting a 34% cut.
And according to how the grant was written and according to the people that were in the cohort that they were in, according to what.
So they're not playing as well? They're underperforming? Fewer performance.
Situation where you're concerned, we can go back and look and understand how the ranking went and how we entered the number. I can't have a theoretical discussion about this, but I will say there are certain sources to people ranking lower. There are certain sources to people getting lower money. This new approach that says your budget is a function of money you didn't get from another agency, a function of money that has to be arts and humanities, and a function of money that's spent in DC. So I could move my budget category based on that from one year to another. And therefore, how much money I can get is a function of my budget category. There are many reasons. And so as opposed to having a theoretical discussion with you, those places where you're concerned, let us know. We can come back with real data.
I don't have time to go through 223 grants with you on each one. The ones where I have concern, let you know, and then you'll explain it to me. I think this is a very arbitrary
I'm not sure who
process.
else to address your issue because
think this is
I
a
don't
very
know why
arbitrary
someone rated lower or why they got less money. I would like to bring you the facts. I want to have a theoretical conversation.
So last year, you said an organization's GOS award would not deviate positively or negatively by more than $10,000 from its previous year award. So you've given that up as a policy.
That is not being given up according to your ranking in your cohort, meaning that if you came at the top,
This is
if you
bad
came
writing.
in.
That is not being given up, but 14 organizations received a cut of exactly 60%.
Respectfully. Now, if you're part of a cohort, and your cohort is of 10 other organizations, and last year you came in first, second, third, even fourth, and this year you come in first, second, third, even fourth, it is relatively easy as you're doing the disbursement of those rankings to ensure there's not a big, more than 10, 12, 15 $1,000 differential.
Please.
Given the amount of money within it. However,
The policy last year was that the organization would get a deviation of more than $10,000. Correct?
Respectfully, yes.
Correct? Is that the policy this year? No.
If
It's
you would
yes or
let-
no.
If you would let me finish, because you're stating truth and fact. There's a policy that it is our hope and desire that there's not more than a $10,000 fluctuation within your award. But if you come in at the bottom 15% of your cohort, I cannot guarantee, nor would it be fair or equitable to give you the same amount of money or just within a $10,000 fluctuation, given the hypothetical, and again, this is why it's difficult to speak in hypothetical, the cohort that you're possibly working in this year that could be stronger, when the top, the person who came in first.
Mr. Myers, you're going on and on. Which is it? So your answers this year say, quote, CAH has put guardrails in place for the past 2 years, ensuring that an organization's award does not increase or decrease by more than $10,000 from the previous year. True or false?
That was not my testimony this year.
I'm sorry, it's on page 27 of your answers. True or false?
That is.
Okay, so then why is it that an organization like the Steel Band, damn it, Steel Band was cut by 34%, by $71,000? No, by $37,000. Why?
I'm uncertain of what I could say to you in this particular moment. I've stated before.
Tell me that it got in some cohort. I mean, either you have a guardrail or you don't have a guardrail.
Those are guardrails. First of all, we have competitive grants.
Okay.
I cannot guarantee that if you applied last year, that you're going to get just $10,000. So if that was in the answers, I have made a mistake.
But also, are you looking at just GOS or total awards?
Because we're talking GOS.
Because you could have a big reduction in GOS. And what we could try to do is in the other categories, try to make it up. And maybe that allows us to have the only 10,000.
I'll be happy to talk to East of the River Boys and Girls and Steel Band and ask them if they're happy with getting $37,000 less, and I'll bet that they're not.
And it looks like the Steel Band also fell into the donut hole that we had placed that the chairman spoke about earlier, that was put in regarding how much other district funds does your organization receive that put them in a different cohort as well.
No.
Now,
we amended that law. We amended that law. It no longer is, there's no longer a limit that has to do with other agencies' funding.
Are we aware of
And
that?
we also we also bowed to your compromise. Maybe I shouldn't put it that way, but so that you can fund more than 50% of an organization's budget as long as their budget is under a certain amount.
115,000. There's a whole lot of people that are above the 115 and below the other numbers you care.
Yeah, so but when you
It's
talk about
difficult
these
to have
small
the
groups,
theoretical conversation, but I trust you that we tried to abide by what we said we would do. And just looking at US doesn't tell you the total amount of money they're getting from the Arts Commission. We have to look at the total amount.
so let me just, for the record, 28 organizations received a cut of more than $10,000.
Is that GOS or is that everything?
GOS, and 14 organizations received a cut of exactly 60%. And 32 organizations received a cut of exactly 10,000. Let me see if I'm reading this right, correct me if I'm wrong. 28 received a cut of more than 10,000, plus 32 organizations received a cut of exactly 10,000. That's a total of 60 organizations received cuts, and then 14 organizations, is that in addition? So it's another 14, so 74 organizations received cuts that were at or exceeded your so-called guardrail. Just saying that for the record, since we don't seem to be making progress with this
Yeah, We'll
discussion.
come back with the full data.
And just to be clear, this chairman is taking from this discussion that consistency and budget stability are not the priority.
I would respond to that.
Well, we went back and forth before.
Yes.
But when you say that that is a priority, and then you rationalize around it by saying, well, but if you score in the bottom of your cohort, then you're gonna get less, then it is no longer
Right.
the priority.
The priority is ensuring that our grants are paneled fairly, equitably, and that since we are given the mandate to dole out competitive grants, that we do so in a consistent manner.
I will repeat the question, but only for the record. You don't need to respond. The pie is only so big. How do you rationalize adding grantees, adding more grantees to the pie while assuring consistency and budget stability to existing grantees? How does the commission conduct its due diligence to confirm that organizations are based in the district? The committee has identified a number of organizations where their location could not be verified by any online presence, or where their IRS 990 form indicated that they were not in the district.
Our grant managers go through all of the applications. We look at not only 990s, we do phone calls, we look at websites, we do all that we can do. Now, there are spaces in which we will always seek to be more efficient. And if there are mistakes that have been made, we have sought to fix those said mistakes as well. But with the largest volume of grant portfolios doing this type of work, we always seek to increase our efficiency. So where there have been mistakes, please send them to us. We will look further into them and we will get that information back to you.
Well, we're not supposed to be the watchdog, where we're identifying these businesses that are, these entities that are located outside the district and are still getting grant funding. We budgeted, when we adopted the budget for the current year, general operating support grant budget was $19,937,000. But according to your website, the grant budget is $20,201,000. How is this that you're, according to the website, awarding more GOS than was budgeted?
Let me look into that to see what's on our website or how, or when that was placed there in particular, and let me get back to you on that. Sorry.
Okay. Give me a sec. According to your website, GOS applications are reviewed in 3 categories: generalists, service organizations, and capacity building. Please explain these 3 categories. In particular, can you explain why capacity building grants would be part of general operating, despite the fact that traditionally capacity building is an altogether different grant type intended to allow an organization to grow, while general operating supports day-to-day operations?
I think getting to the part of that, we can look at general operating support just in general, always as a type of capacity building. It might be for a larger, more stable organization. This year, I think one thing that you may be looking at is that we had some organizations from a capacity building standpoint that entered, was paneled through general operating support, yet the dollars were paid out through neighborhood arts, staying true to the capacity building aspect of what they were doing. We wanted to create an on-ramp so that organizations would have an opportunity to be able to compete in future years for GOS. But the dollars from, I believe it was 18 organizations, am I correct? 18 organizations that came on board this year. It did not subtract from the general operating support pie. Those dollars were paid out of neighborhood arts. So they were still capacity building. We just used it as an on-ramp for some of these organizations to
I
be able
am
to
not
compete.
following you at all. The website says general operating support applications, GOS applications, not neighborhood, whatever you just said. GOS applications are reviewed in 3 categories: generalist, service organizations, capacity building. Why are you using GOS for capacity building?
So the nature of GOS itself is a type of capacity building
It's
entity,
day-to-day operation.
regardless of size of organization. So for instance, if I take an organization, say it's getting $150,000 in a government grant, that is $150,000 that their board is no longer having to fundraise for. Their development officer is not trying to make up those particular dollars. It's if they paneled here and they've been able to do it, if the government is able to fulfill its need or fulfill its obligation, that is support that's government aid to this organization.
I'm
So
still confused. So I'm a mid-sized arts organization.
Yes,
Want to expand a bit.
yes.
So I'm not thinking about day-to-day operations. I'm thinking about expanding the capacity. I want to build my capacity. Do I apply for a GOS grant?
Yes, you can apply. Yeah, I think the misnomer of your,
So then
I'm-
you have grants for capacity building, which were, what was the category again? Neighborhood?
I'm stating that neighborhood arts, this is how they
Neighborhood
were paid,
arts is
yes.
capacity building? Okay, so I could apply for, I want to do capacity building, I could apply for a neighborhood arts grant, or I could apply for a GOS grant.
So you
Same
can,
purpose.
so capacity building for small organizations, mid-sized organizations, large organizations, what I spoke about earlier would be a capacity building program that would support mid to large size organizations. That type of capacity building is what we've heard through these testimonies both last year and this year that is needed. the capacity building that we've offered to some smaller organizations around good governance, how to get board members, how to manage your budget. Many of these, like I said, are founder-led and bred. The capacity building of just how to be a good executive, how to steward the funds in a wonderful way. That is a type of capacity building. The general operating support grant alone is a type of capacity
So I
building.
want to be a better organization.
Yes.
A better board, better organization. I can apply for a GOS grant for that.
Yes, if you have, you apply.
Well, then why do you have the neighborhood arts grants?
The neighborhood arts are.
Why wouldn't you send me over to the neighborhood arts grants?
Well, we sent that over. We
So you
knew
have
that this
two
was an
different,
on-ramp.
you have
No,
two different grant programs for capacity building.
no, what we did, we sent the 18 organizations, we paid for them out of the neighborhood arts, knowing this is their on-ramp to GOS. Their on-ramp to GOS is a form of capacity building anyway.
Yeah, but I wasn't asking about the 18. I was asking about your website says, in so many words, hey, hear ye, come and apply for a GOS application. We consider it into one of three in any of these categories: generalists, service organizations, or capacity building.
Maybe I'm not understanding the question, and we may be at an impasse from that standpoint.
According to the CAH's website, quote, GOS applications are reviewed in three categories: generalists, service organizations, and capacity building, unquote. Please explain these three categories. In particular, can you explain why capacity building grants would be part of general operating support, despite the fact that traditionally capacity building is an altogether different grant type, intended to allow for an organization to grow, while general operating supports day-to-day operations? I'm ready to move on. I mean, if you want to take another stab at it, but otherwise I'll move on.
I've explained it the way that we operated it. We understood that some individuals needed a barrier to access removed. We allowed them to panel under GOS. They paneled under GOS. They were capped at $15,000 per awardee. We paid those $15,000 out of neighborhood arts so that the general operating support pie would not shrink for those others who had been awarded general operating support, and they were paid for neighborhood arts.
According to publicly available IRS Form 990 filings, several organizations received more in GOS funds than they have reported in annual expenses. Around a dozen received grants in excess of 50% of their expenses. Why is covering such a large portion of general operating expenses for an organization desirable as a policy goal? And doesn't this lead to instability should the total budget be decreased?
And thank you for that question. So expenditures identified on a 990 doesn't always reflect the true expenditures of an organization. For instance, I'm not sure how organizations, or if all organizations, are able to quantify the support of volunteers that otherwise would be paid if they had the budget. Many founders or CEOs or executive directors do not pay themselves at market rate. So I'm not sure that's also quantified. But also, certain years, certain organizations have opportunities, whether it is a programmatic that we could support, that would further enable them to grow and have further reach, and for the district to have further impact from those said services. So I believe that it kind of restricts the agency on what we could do as far as being able to support them, given some of the things they're trying to accomplish. But also, I don't think the expenditures properly and always identifies the true expenditures of an organization depending upon its size. I think it would be the wrong rubric to use to say that since we don't see it here on the 990, then that's the only thing that this organization possibly needs. A lot of that is not quantified.
And I'll just add that sometimes in capacity building, these are one-time expenses. So it's not an ongoing part of your connections. It is board development, so you bring in someone to train your board. It is putting a CRM customer relationship management system, and an IT system. So a number of those things could be one-time expenses that are capacity building, but are not ongoing expenses.
Give me a second here. I'm afraid I got a little distracted here. So, no, I'm only talking about GOS. I'm not talking about the separate capacity building grants, only talking about GOS. What we looked at were the IRS Form 990 filings, and we compared what the organization says was their expenses with what you gave them as a GOS grant. Several organizations received more as a GOS grant from you than they reported to the IRS's annual expenses. Now, I suppose you could argue that there's, what do we call it, in-kind contributions? But that's still in-kind contributions. Their expenses were less than your grant. Around a dozen received grants in excess of 50% of their expenses. I'm not, especially since we just went through this discussion about the rankings and the grants committee or the evaluation committee. I'm just amazed that somehow in this process, it's okay to be giving an organization more money than they're actually spending. Regardless, my question was, why is covering such a large portion of general operating expenses for an organization desirable as a policy goal? And doesn't this lead to instability should the total budget be decreased?
Well, to the extent they're spending this on capacity building, and they're one-time expenses, to the extent their expenses don't really reflect what it costs for them to run the organization because they have a bunch of volunteers who are unpaid, so the actual budget is larger, it can make sense. And we have examples of organizations, small organizations we've given a lot of money to, and they've talked about how this has really catapulted the organization forward, how they've been sustainable, how it wasn't just us giving them money that they didn't know how to spend. So there's a difference between how much money we give them and what they use the money for. And if we're trying to build capacity so that people learn how to fish and not have to be given fish, in many cases that causes us to give them more than the 50% at least.
I'm having a hard time understanding this concept that their budget is actually greater than their expenses. The value could be greater if you're counting, if you are monetizing volunteer contributions, but that's not their budget. That's not
Exactly.
their expenditures.
And that's why the 50% cap we think is not reasonable, because what is their budget does not reflect the energy and effort put into running the organization.
We're talking about some small organizations here, like a $50,000 budget.
Well, to a small,
which the cap does not apply.
to a small organization, for instance, or say organization that has a budget of $250,000 or $200,000. Say that two volunteers that possibly do your IT support or some other function within your organization are no longer able to volunteer their time. This is now an unexpected expense you're going to have to now pick up. I've experienced this in other nonprofits that I've been the executive director of. Having an agency that recognizes the full and the complex needs of your organization, especially as art organizations. We look at the Kennedy Center, for instance. What would that budget look like for them if they had to pay all of the ushers that are there? The ushers are volunteers. But we were able to support something like the Go-Go Museum this year that was able to open in scale. They appreciate those particular dollars around being able to help with a support around operations. Many organizations who have received our dollars appreciate that when they went before their panel, they gave the story of what they were trying to accomplish, and that panel understood that particular need, and those awards were made accordingly. The district itself benefits.
I'm not getting, what does that have to do with a grant that's greater than what their expenses are? I'm not asking about how good the organization is.
No, I did not answer about how good the organization is. I answered that if you are a smaller or smaller organization, or even for that matter, a larger art organization, and you've had a steady volunteer stream or a service that's been provided from a volunteer standpoint, or you as the executive director has decided to step down and someone else is coming on board and they're asking for more money because it costs more to do what you did out of love for them to do out of just being hired. Those are new expenditures that come around that are not really realized until you are in that position. So if a grant writer has been able to tell the story of an organization, and to the panel, they're able to see the needs of this organization. And according to the ranking and the cohort that they're in and their budget size, they may have gotten more than 50%. Maybe what they put in their proposal was a one-time event that was going to attract people, or they have identified a development officer that's going to help them diversify their revenue stream. These things happen, and these things sometimes are awarded, and they benefit the district and the organization. And may not always be reflected in the 990s as far as expenditures are concerned.
And this is good for the organization. I mean, you're throwing in one time, but I don't see anything that suggests it's one time. In fact, I think you look at some of these organizations in their 990s and the expenditures are pretty consistent from one year to the next.
But
even though, just a dig, the CAH grants may be quite inconsistent from one year to the next. So I think that you're sort of adding something that isn't there about it being one time, but I'm still lost as to how this is good for the stability of an organization, that they would be, the commission create this dependency on a grant making that is such a substantial part of their budget. You know,
I think we heard
government money sometimes is not there from one year to the next. Doesn't this lead to instability should the total budget be decreased?
Well, we agree with you. Government money is not always there from year to year, especially in a competitive process. We heard today from one of the organizations that started off with a very small grant from CAH that has now grown to also offer contract employment. The impact within the community for those people who go to that particular theater or to their particular shows is felt for the district. So we do understand that. Our goal is to work with your committee and with the mayor's office to look and examine some of our programs that could help deal with capacity building for organizations of all sizes, so that we can help them identify different revenue streams that could be inputted into their coffers, especially given now. I think it's now more important for us to reach out into the private sector, use our flex our strength as a convener, and introduce them into.
Yeah, but you're reminding me, you're making the pie slices smaller because you're increasing so substantially the number of grantees. I mean, you're just making the pie slices smaller. So what metric does the commission use in identifying organizational expenses? when it is evaluating TOS grant applications. In last year's pre-hearing responses, you indicated, quote, organizations are placed in cohorts based on the total expenses number from their IRS Form 990. CAH asks organizations to further nuance this number at the time of their application and is then factored into determining funding amounts, unquote. So actually, there's a reference there to relying on the Form 990, but putting that aside, what does that mean? CAH asks organizations to further nuance this number.
Well, you may have a larger art organization, for instance, if there's an element of what you do that is focused on the teaching arts or possibly the performing arts. Your larger organization may not solely and only be focused on that, for instance. That's a further nuance that we possibly may add on.
A large organization would have more or less nuance? What did you say?
Now
I didn't understand what you said.
You didn't understand what I said?
I did not understand what you said.
Okay. An organization may have a portion of its programming that is focused squarely on things like art education. It may not be the total thing of what they do, but there's a space here that is focused on that. The perfect example is the Kennedy Center. If we, well, not the Kennedy Center, an example of an organization that possibly has a budget, according to their 990 of expenditures or what have you, could be $600 million. But the area that they focus on that squarely only deals with the arts could hover around $2 or $3 million or whatever. That's a nuance that we would like to know. If we're funding it, we know that it's having impact on the district. It's yielding something back for the district. That's something that we do take into consideration in that particular moment. So we want to, I think, we're trying to overlay an easy fix for something that is rather nuanced. And it's not just for small organizations, it's for all organizations. So I think that we would like to work with you to further understand, what the desired outcome is as far as stability in GOS. That's what this is what this conversation is boiled down to. You want stability, and we've heard from organizations that would like to see their dollars stay relatively the same year to year. We have to ask ourselves, if we're going to do this, then we need to re-examine the words of what competitive and non-competitive are. And if we're going to do this, we need to put together some type of metric where this is a fair and equitable operation or exercise that people will not feel as if they are othered or not accepted into the particular fray. And I think given the nature of what's going to be happening possibly over the next few years, it's something that we need to figure out, because the impression that the listener, the viewer could get in this particular moment is that the conversation is just trying to protect dollars for a few storied and legacied organizations. And that does not really incite faith in the commission or what we're trying to get accomplished. And I don't think that's what you're trying to put out there either. So I would welcome a, conversation. We can sit down, we can hash through it, we can be thought partners. We may not agree on everything, but we can work through some of these issues and maybe come together with something. But I do stand by the equity and fairness of what we do currently.
And I would just make one observation. It's curious to me that on one hand, we admit that the government funding is not guaranteed year to year, and yet we're distressed over a year when some people receive less money. The 60% that you talked about.
I'm not sure I'm getting the point.
I'll repeat it. It's curious.
I heard you, but the city is looking at probably $600 million in cuts for next year's budget.
I understand. So it's going to be possible going forward that people will get less money from year to year. So we can in one breath say the government doesn't guarantee you money. In the other breath said, but why last year did X number of people get 60% less money?
Well, because
it's a really grant. The grants are year to year.
Come on, Mr. Van Lee. If you're going to run if you're going to run a grant making program,
right,
you should have some policies in place. And that's a little different than the appropriation process. It just is. Although I would argue, because I have argued this in the past, that the commission should not have its budget cut. It should be able to put out, it should have roughly $45 million a year, most of which is for grants. That's my argument. But
and we like thank you.
If we have a recession, dollars are going to be cut. If we have a depression, more dollars are going to be cut. So there's no guarantee there. but as a matter of policy, yes, I believe in consistency. Look at my record on issue after issue. I just had a hearing yesterday where I was arguing about stability for funding in schools. So don't throw that contradiction at me because it doesn't apply.
It's a contradiction.
But the reality is that organizations should never count on the government for their
Exactly.
budget.
And so
because
those people that saw
governments-
60%
because
drop
governments
should
will
not
not be
count on
reliable.
their money being the
All you have
same
to, please
from
don't
year to
talk
year.
over me. All you
What's
have to
worth the
do
goose
is
worth
go
the gander.
across the street behind us, just right across, and look at what used to be the headquarters of USAID. So folks should not rely on the government.
We agree.
No, that's true. But so those people that complained about a 60% reduction in their budget should not have counted on the government from year to year.
And we stated at the
On
beginning.
the other hand, as a matter of policy, government should try to be consistent
do try.
and stable.
And we
We do
state
try.
at the beginning of each
We do try.
year, we state at the beginning, we state even in our commissioner meetings, understanding that the process is competitive
So
and the
what-
dollars are not guaranteed.
So what does this mean to nuance? So what, I got this from you, Mr. Myers, and that is that if there's an organization, a large organization, it runs a number of programs, one of which is arts, then you would not want to look at their entire budget. I get that, but I'm guessing most of your grantees are 100% arts organizations. So let's just put that answer to the side because I don't think that's applicable. What does it mean to nuance this number? Or to put it differently, why wouldn't it be fairer to just work from an even playing field, and that is using the IRS reported data that is expenses?
So you're asking me, again, to go back to we tackled this earlier. The expenditures reported on the 990s are not always reflective of the true budget and expenditures needed by an organization. Now, we've already talked about that. You don't want to talk about nuances, but that's just what happens to be. So I think that we need
But I think you're misspeaking because you're saying not reflective of the expenditures, but then what you mean is like volunteer time, like, what do we call it again?
Just for a solid.
In-kind contributions.
So-
Those are not expenditures.
They
You're
are.
imputing.
No, they are expenditures. First of all, any volunteer. So the reason why we have commissioners, and the reason why we value what they do with us is because they donate their time to us. If we were to pay them their fair amount, we may not have a commission that looks the same way or this, that, and the other, or maybe even a more competitive process for people to join us. If we had volunteers who actually said, you know what, no, if some of these organizations, we're no longer volunteering and we need this amount of money to do this particular type of
So
work.
the
That
nuance-
that's an expense.
So the nuance is imputing an additional, imputing as an expense, volunteer and in-kind contributions.
If a large art organization, a small art organization happened to have an IT issue, a website crash, and they had someone who said, you know what, we love what you do so much, we're going to come in and fix this. That is the difference for them reaching out to our agency in the state of an emergency or having a volunteer being able to fix this. In both situations, that skill set costs money. In one situation, the money was just given to them and it was donated to them. In the other situation, if the organization has the funds, they pay for it. That situation may not end up on the expenditure line of a 990 if the repair was possibly made for free. I think I'm a bit passionate about this because I've sat as an executive director in this very predicament before, where volunteers move away, people we relied on to do certain support for us, they're no longer able to do this. And now mid-year, we're trying to figure out how do we budget for this expense that we didn't count on at the beginning of the year. This happens for organizations of all sizes. So it may not be reflected on the 990, but it is definitely an expense that if in your grant writing, and depending on the panels, if they see that, they may be able to acknowledge and award.
So then an organization that has 25 employees, all of whom are district residents, is competing for a grant, same kind of organization with another organization that has 2 employees but 100 volunteers. The one with a payroll of 25 of DC residents will be disadvantaged because the other has 100 volunteers.
It's
and
based
you're
on,
imputing-
it's based on need. The grants are based on need. And you can define and justify your need based on the strength of your application,
Well,
with
that's
regard
what
to
this
the
says.
size of the organization.
That's not what this says. What metric does the commission use in identifying organizational expenses when it is evaluating GOS grant applications? In last year's pre-hearing responses, you indicated, quote, organizations are placed in cohorts based on the total expenses number from their IRS Form 990. CAH asks organizations to further nuance this number at the time of their application and is then factored into determining funding amounts, unquote. Nowhere does it say need. It says 990, which we are then going to nuance, which apparently means imputing value from volunteers. So then I gave you the example of a DC organization, Gallery X, with 25 DC residents on its payroll, competing, because you have competitive grants, with Gallery Y that has only 2 DC residents. Actually, they may not even be DC residents on its payroll, but 100 volunteers, because you've imputed value to the volunteers. Less budget, less expenses, you've created a nuanced budget that's higher, and the one that actually has a payroll is disadvantaged. Correct?
I think that you miss out one element of this is the grant application and like the actual grant that's written. I think that you kind of, you missed that out. You missed
I'm
out on
asking
that.
what it means to nuance, and the answer I got was it means to factor in these imputed. Maybe I should just move on. Mr. Van Lee, I think it was you in your testimony, you talked about the work to develop an Art Week DC. The commission has hired a consultant. Would you provide the committee with any consultant documentation related to that work?
In my testimony, I said we're going to provide that report and the report on the foundation. That work was finished in December, January. Our intention is to provide both of those to the committee rather.
Do you have a sense of how much the commission would be expected to spend on the event?
The intention is for this foundation, other organization, to run Art Week DC, not the commission. The intention is for the commission perhaps to do development of artists, to prepare them to participate in this art fair, but for us not to carry any expense associated with it. That you'll see in the report.
Last year, I sent you a letter, I think it was last fall, with several questions about ongoing agency operations and projects. One of the questions was about your new sponsorship program, whereby the commission will sponsor events or art projects. In your response, you stated that the draft sponsorship policy, there would be a sponsorship policy that was being drafted and it would be presented to the full commission. Has it been presented and approved?
No, we sent over what was accomplished in 24 to Bega to take a look at the rubric that we utilized based on advice from OCP. And we, once we hear back from Bega about how we strengthen that even more, we would look at putting it back in place in FY26. We did pause it in FY25 though, just so we could take a look at what we were able to do. Staff capacity, we realized it did take a lot of staff capacity to manage a program like that as well. But we were happy to see some of the output from it.
So you're waiting to hear from, did you say Bega?
Yeah.
Did you say anybody else? I thought I heard you say OCP, but that didn't sound right.
No, so when we do our sponsorships, just to begin with, it's our hope to go with this identified entity or project because it's a contract. So we do not negotiate contracts within our agency. OCP negotiates the contracts. So they will look over that. They'll see if it aligns with the missions of the agency, if it's on track with the district's interests or what have you, and they'll either approve it or deny it. So we have proposals for partnerships, proposals for sponsorships, because they're all contracts.
Well, but my understanding is that you have already
Yes, I've
done a number of sponsorships.
Yes, we did 15 partnerships and or sponsorships over the last year. Yes.
And so if you don't have the policy, under what authority are you doing that?
Yeah. So as the executive, we do have, if we were able to identify agency savings, I use the rubric if it aligned with our mission of the agency, if it furthered what we were trying to get accomplished, if it would not take away from any of what the staff really needed to do as far as to shepherd that thing through, we at least put it forth for proposal to OCP. OCP already has a level of standards that we follow with all contracts to make sure that the person we would be granting would be adhering to district rules. It's the same with other directors at other agencies.
My understanding is you have 4 contract staff handling grants management.
Yes.
Why are you contracting and not performing the duties in-house? Your statement referred to having 14 grants managers, grant specialists. We were very thankful.
Very thankful.
But you didn't say that actually you have 14 plus 4.
So that is not only added support, and they also work as grant management specialists as well. When a few years ago, when we saw it and we had I would say a miscommunication as far as FTEs as it pertained to the grants team, we maintained those contractors to make up the difference and to help with the load. The grant load itself, the portfolio size. And so they are excellent support, and they are part of the success structure in which we were able to get some of these grants not only paneled and tabulated and moved through the award system. It's BTEC, yes, the BTEC contract. And we've had BTEC for the last 2 years. How many? 3 years. We've had BTEC for the last 3 years.
And so that'll probably continue.
Yes.
We asked you for your KPIs. I can't remember what a key KPI is, not key performance indicator. I should know that. You indicated your answer was that as an independent agency, you don't submit KPIs to the executive. Do you have KPIs?
We do have certain, as an independent agency, we do not have to, that was my understanding, that we do not have to submit.
Sure.
We do follow our strategic plan, and I put together myself a agency plan for the year, but indicators such as how our grants are being not only paneled, but the speed in which our awards are going out.
So you do have,
yes,
you have internal KPIs.
and we can send them over to you as well. Yes, absolutely.
Because I don't have the question in front of me, but I don't think we were saying, give us your KPIs that you give to the executive. I think we were saying, give us your KPIs. So
I think it was a misunderstanding. We may have read that in not the way it was intended. We have them.
And reading the answers that we received, I discovered that you reprogrammed the funding for the Charles Hamilton Houston statue. Not only did you reprogram it away from the statue, but apparently reprogrammed it to DOES. How could you have done that?
I didn't know we had done that. I think that from what I remember, there were some issues with the National Park Service with moving that forward. That was started before I arrived at the agency and it's been
Correct.
ongoing. And
Correct.
there had been, I think, some challenges with moving that forward, not within our agency. I can get some more information on that. I'm unfamiliar with it. I am unfamiliar with it, reprogramming. I wasn't aware that I don't recall that of happening, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. The mayor's office would have a bit more information on that. I believe Beverly Perry was working closely on this, but I'm not uncertain.
Okay, so this is your response. CAH had capital project funds to commission an artist to design, fabricate, and install a bronze statue. Charles Hamilton Houston bronze statue, project number 100337, in the amount of $300,000. The Capital Budget Authority has been repurposed by EOM to other purposes and are no longer available for this project.
Yeah. So that would not be from us.
Well, EOM doesn't have the ability to reprogram your budget.
Let me get back. Let me have.
EOM does not have the authority to reprogram your budget, and this project is not dead. I'm finishing your answer. I don't know why it went into this, but this project was intended to commemorate African-American attorney Charles Hamilton Houston for his lifetime of achievements and contributions to the American Civil Rights Movement, education, and the legal profession.
I'll speak with our Director of Public Arts just to get more clarity so that I can have a clearer answer to give you around that. From what is there, from what's written there. In this present moment, we've been talking for a little while now, so it's not top of mind. What I am reminded of is that there were some challenges with the National Park Service or what have you with the placement or something going on with it. So, and the challenges didn't last enough.
Well, there may be some challenges, although I suspect the challenges are more at the EOM end of things, since we've identified a site and the EOM has not moved on the transfer of jurisdiction that's necessary, but that's not the same as the project being dead. And the EOM does not have the authority to reprogram your budget. So I'm making a note that you'll get back to us on it. Give me a second. Mr. Myers, I did not take complete notes. But
I got a message that the mayor's office notified council on January 6th about that reprogramming. So that's just the information I got regarding the Charles Hamilton Houston project.
do you have a copy of that? Or can you get a
Yes,
copy of that?
we can get that to you. Sure.
right, my notes are not complete, but you're going to get back to us on the question of the commission's website lists 20 million for general operating support. The budget was 19 million. There's a discrepancy of a few $100,000. You're going to get back to us on that. And
The Kennedy Center.
no, that was not the Kennedy Center.
No, it's one of the things you want me to get back to you on, yes.
Yes. And I had asked you how the question I had for you that started with this, how does the GOS grant making reflect emphasis on revitalization of downtown? You are going to get back on that, and you can get back with regard to the Charles Hamilton Houston statue, the KPIs. There might be more that you wrote down that.
No, that's it. The
Okay.
interviews, that's it.
That's going to conclude this hearing. Let me close out this
Would like
hearing.
to just put on the radar for you all to schedule the roundtable for the reappointments of the commissioners and the new commissioner.
We will probably schedule that at the same time as your budget hearing.
Okay.
That's
And-
not definite. In your budget hearing is scheduled for April 10th.
Yes.
That means we have to get the notice filed. Yes, we tentatively have April 10th scheduled for the hearing on your budget.
And would that be also the time of the markup for the bill as well?
Not markup, but hearing on the
Hearing.
bill.
Okay, so you would do the roundtable before the hearing or after?
Not sure, probably after.
Okay,
All that's tentative.
gotcha.
I think I said this at the beginning. The council has not, we are finishing this week the schedule for all the budget hearings. That's all 10 committees. I think it's 10 for the month, pretty much the month of April. And yeah, I think the last hearing is on May 2nd. So that hearing schedule will be published soon, I hope. But tentatively, April 10th would be the hearing on the Commission on Arts and Humanities budget. The Committee of the Whole has one more performance oversight hearing, which will be tomorrow, beginning at 9:30 regarding the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, and that'll be public and government witnesses. I want to thank all the witnesses who've testified today, both of you at the table, especially the other witnesses who showed up in person. We like people who show up in person, and the other witnesses as well. The Committee of the Whole has, I think, 3 more hearings scheduled this afternoon. And so we're going to take them in order, back to back. I may take like a 10-minute break. So those hearings will start in a minute. The time is 2:52 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm calling to order this hearing or roundtable. This is a public roundtable of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson. I am Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, March 6, 2025. The time is 3:02 in the afternoon. This is the first of three roundtables that the Committee of the Whole is having this afternoon. This roundtable is on PR 26-23, entitled Public Charter School Board Chantel Wright Confirmation Resolution of 2025. This roundtable is supposed to begin at noon. We had a hearing that just ended, which is why we're starting late. My understanding is that Ms. Wright is available at 3:30. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to recess this hearing and start the second hearing, or roundtable, I should say. So the time is 3:03, and we are recessed until approximately 3:30 p.m. I'm calling to order this roundtable. I called a hearing. It's actually a public roundtable of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, March 6, 2025. The time is 3:09 p.m. This roundtable is being held in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. And the subject of this roundtable, this is the second of three roundtables that we're having this afternoon. The subject of this roundtable is consideration of three nominations by the mayor requiring council confirmation. PR 26-61, District of Columbia State Athletics Commission, Marcus Turner Confirmation Resolution of 2025. The stated purpose of this resolution is to confirm the mayor's nomination to reappoint Marcus Turner to the District of Columbia State Athletics Commission. The District of Columbia State Athletics Commission is an independent agency that oversees the District of Columbia State Athletic Association. The State Athletic Association is an association of the District of Columbia public charter, and independent schools, private and parochial. The Athletic Association participants, DC State Athletics Association participants share knowledge and best practices to enhance student athlete achievement through athletic programming and to provide quality life learning experiences. The purpose of this roundtable is to receive testimony from the nominee and public witnesses, if any, as to the fitness of the nominee for service on the commission. The other two nominations are PR 26-62 and 26-64, which are PR 26-62, Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee, Tamika Watson Lewis Confirmation Resolution of 2025, and PR 26-64, Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee, Andrea Weisler Confirmation Resolution of 2025. The stated purpose of these resolutions is to confirm Tamika Watson Lewis and Andrea Weisler for appointment to the Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee. This roundtable will serve as an opportunity for the committee to hear from the public with regard to the fitness of these two individuals to serve on the Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee. The Coordinating Committee was established to coordinate services and improve support for the most vulnerable students in DC, that is, students in the care of DC's carceral and foster care systems. The Coordinating Committee is charged with developing recommendations for changes in district policies, programs, and procedures that impact students in the care of DC. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Thursday, March 20th, 2025. So we put out the notice. I believe it was published in the Register last week. We have three witnesses, and those are the nominees. I'm going to start with Ms. Tamika Watson Lewis because you are here in person. My understanding is Marcus Turner is virtual, and we don't know about Ms. Weisler because this hearing was supposed to start earlier and she's traveling. So I'll find out in a minute. So Ms. Watson Lewis, do you have a statement? Please proceed. Hit the button so the microphone is on. And if this is at all intimidating, I apologize. It shouldn't be. I already expended all my energy on the previous hearing, which you weren't here for. So I promise you I'll be nice to you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Tamika Watson Lewis, and it's an honor to be nominated to serve on the Students in Care of DC Coordinating Committee. I thank Mayor Mariel E. Bowser for this nomination and the opportunity to contribute to the well-being of youth across our district. I'm currently pursuing a degree in criminal justice at the University of Maryland Global Campus and plans to graduate in May of 2025. This academic journey strengthens my ability to advocate for systemic changes that directly support vulnerable youth. As a former youth in care, I have a personal understanding of the challenges these young people face. My experiences alongside my work As founder of Mute the Violence DC, have reinforced my commitment to ensuring youth in care have access to resources, support, and opportunities they deserve. Through mentorship, conflict resolution, and community-based interventions, I have witnessed how these tools empower young people to overcome obstacles and succeed. Throughout my career, I have focused on equipping youth with essential skills through leadership development, life skills training, and community engagement. In my role in this committee, I would advocate for policies and programs that address the full spectrum of students' needs, including their emotional and social well-being. A key priority of mine is expanding mental health support, particularly trauma-informed services, to help youth heal and grow. I am passionate about expanding mentorship opportunities and skill-building initiatives, creating a strong support network that helps guide them toward a brighter future. To achieve this, the budget should prioritize sustainable funding for community-based programs, workforce development, and trauma-informed mentorship. Investing in leadership training, financial literacy, and career readiness will equip youth with essential life skills. Allocating resources for mentor training, youth stipends, learning materials will enhance engagement and long-term success, ensuring students in the care of DC have the support needed to thrive. My goal is to develop and implement meaningful strategies that uplift the students and set them on a path towards long-term success. These young people should not be defined by their circumstances, but empowered to reach their full potential in every aspect of their lives. I look forward to working with my fellow committee members, community partners, and stakeholders to create a lasting change. Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Ms. Watson-Lewis.
You're quite welcome.
And I'll have some questions for you. I understand Ms. Weiser will not be able to make it. We have Marcus Turner, who's the nominee to the State Athletics Commission. Why don't I hear from him? Because some of the questions I ask will be similar for both of you.
Okay.
Mr. Turner, do you want to proceed?
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Marcus Turner, and I am honored to testify today as I seek reappointment to the DC State Athletic Commission. Over the past 3 years, I have been committed to serving the student athletes of the District of Columbia, ensuring that our athletic programs continue to provide opportunities for growth, competition, and character development. Serving on the commission has reinforced my belief that continuity is essential to ensuring the effective implementation of our policies and the continued improvement of athletic governance in DC. During my tenure, I have had the privilege of sitting on multiple eligibility panels, hearing concerns from student athletes and their families. These experiences have given me the opportunity to advocate not only for the integrity of our rules, but also for the needs and aspirations of the students and the families who rely on them. Athletics play a critical role in shaping the lives of young people, teaching them discipline, teamwork, and resilience, qualities that extend beyond the playing field and into our academic and personal lives. As a lifelong advocate for youth sports, I am deeply invested in strengthening DC's athletic landscape and ensuring that our policies create equitable opportunities for all student athletes. My professional experience has equipped me with the ability to collaborate across various stakeholders, facilitate discussions, and help make more informed decisions that prioritize the interests of our student athletes. I take pride in contributing to the Commission's efforts to uphold the highest standards of fairness and accessibility in interscholastic athletics. It is my hope to continue in this role and support the outstanding work that the association is doing to enhance youth sports in the district. I appreciate the committee's time and consideration, and I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me just a second.
Sure.
I have more paper in front of me than I know what to do with. So let me see. Mr. Turner, you've been nominated for reappointment to the commission.
Yes,
And so you've served on the commission.
yes,
So you have a pretty good sense of the time that's involved.
yes,
And do you have the time? Can you commit to the time that'll be necessary to continue to serve?
yes,
And because you have been on the commission, you also have a sense of what kind of issues come before the commission. Have you had any conflicts of interest in your service, or do you foresee the possibility of any conflicts of interest?
no.
If there was one that came up, how would you handle it?
I would notify other commissioners, and also the association also has its own legal representative. So I would notify the team.
Do you have any outstanding liability for taxes, fees, or other payments to the district, federal, or other state government?
No.
I'm going to ask the same questions of you, Ms. Watson Lewis. So you have not served on the commission. This is a new appointment. Do you have a sense of how much time will be required?
I know with doing this work, it's a lot of time, especially when it involves our youth throughout the district. Through my work in the community that I do, there's no 9 to 5 for me. It's just kind of pivoting. It's your day to day. It's just, you're just pivoting around. So I understand that I must be flexible in this work, and I will adapt to whatever, the involving needs are.
So you can commit to the time that will be required.
Yes, sir.
Do you know of any potential conflict of interest that could arise?
No, sir.
If there were one, how would you handle it?
I would definitely notify my team, the committee, give everyone the proper notice in case there was something to come up. It's just a level of respect that you give to your team players when you're working alongside others.
Give me just a second. And do you have any outstanding liability for taxes, fees, or other payments to the district, federal, or other state or local government?
No, sir.
So let me continue with you for a second. Okay. So the Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Council started meeting last fall. They've started several working groups. I understand their communication and data sharing is one, expanding facility programming is another, placement options and partial credit options. Any of those strike you as interesting, and why?
Yes, all of them strike as interesting. One particularly in the data sharing. When you're in this work, we have many different agencies throughout the district that support our young people. I think that is very critical and important for everyone to kind of be parallel in this work and providing them the level of support that's needed. One of my stronger areas is that we focus on recidivism. Like, we don't want to continue to see our young people in the care in these circumstances. So what do we do as a team, as a community, as a whole, in supporting them to thrive? I know that with me being a former in care, during my younger years, it was really tough. So I just kind of look at myself as an older version of the youth that I see today. And I know that, with feeling kind of helpless, sometimes it kind of makes things a little hard and a lot more difficult for young people to focus. But our job as a community is to give them the level of support that they need so that they're able to propel to the next level. They have just a short snippet as younger people from birth to 17. The adulthoods are approaching pretty quickly. So we want to equip them with the services and skills that they need to be, brighter, young people out here in the community.
So you've had experience with the system,
Yes.
and
Yes,
as a
sir.
result, you're interested and committed to being involved in a different way, but being involved in trying to make a difference.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. I emancipated at the age of 21. I needed a little bit more support. I've been through many, many different foster care systems throughout the district, group homes, independent living program until I emancipated. And I'm now 45 years of age, and it's different, to see our young people continue to go through some of the unfortunate circumstances. But I do believe that as a community, we can break a lot of these barriers.
I'm inclined to say I probably shouldn't, but we can be, as a system, we can be pretty messed up. And instead of helping, we just kind of, maybe not necessarily make things worse, but don't help. So there's a lot of work to be done.
Absolutely. And I'm willing to be a part of their work that needs to be done because I am a part of the community as well.
The degree you're pursuing, is it just a degree in criminal justice or something more specific?
I do have a certificate in women, gender, sexuality certificate. My focus is criminal justice. So right now, that's the degree that I will obtain in May of 2025 is my criminal justice degree.
And I think you said Maryland, University of Maryland Global Campus. I'm guessing that's online?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, let me turn to Mr. Turner for a second. You may have spoken to this, touched on this in your statement, but how can we be expanding? What more can we be doing to expand athletic opportunities for our kids?
Sure, yeah. This is something we've had discussed. We have to hear from our kids about what they want to do. I know sometimes budgets can be a problem in finding funding for these new sports, but there have been discussions in working with maybe DPR on some things. So just making sure that we're promoting the sports that kids want to participate in.
Do you see where schools, and I'm thinking like DCPS because they're the largest school system, are putting up some obstacles, and I don't mean in that intentionally, but unintentionally putting up obstacles that just makes it harder that we need to address or get rid of?
Not that I'm aware of. I can't recall, I don't recall any obstacles.
I had a hearing yesterday, Kenny Owens was before us to talk about performance, and one of the issues we discussed was name, image, likeness.
Mhm.
Do you have any thoughts on where we're going with that?
No, I think it's a
very general question, but I'm looking for, I guess, a general answer, whatever I get.
I mean, just my opinion, I think it's a good thing because athletics require a lot of time for our kids and everybody's financial situation is not the same. So I would hate to see a student athlete have to decide if they're going to work or participate in sports, and which could lead to greater things academically, college and things like that.
Give me just a second.
Sure.
Give me a second. Mr. Turner, just to follow up on my question on my vague question on names, image, and likeness, how would you ensure that students are protected from exploitation in sports?
Yes, I think there should be an access to advisement. So maybe an advisory panel where students can reach out to someone and ask for help to ensure things are on the up and up.
Ms. Watson-Lewis, one last question, and that would be for you, and that is, from your different perspectives, is there one area in particular where there are some barriers in the government or in the system that ought to be tackled first?
Yes, there are, from what I see in the community with doing the work, is that the lack of support needed in specific areas. This isn't a one size fit all type of situation where we're dealing with young people, enhancing the services and providing them with education, ways to help equip them to just making better choices and decisions. I'm not seeing the support just parallel across the board. There are just a lot of gaps in between. We're seeing a lot of the youth, I would use the terms hamster wheel, because it's like they're just kind of going around and around. And that's not what we want to see. Most of it is the education. The lack of education is what I'm seeing, that a lot of our young people are just not where they need to be. And the education piece is definitely has been like a barrier.
Fair point. It's kind of reminding me of some, we've had now this is our second week of performance oversight hearings with education agencies. And I'm guessing a lot of the kids who are in the system, in the care of DC, would qualify for special education services.
Yes.
And we're seeing that that service delivery is not as good as it could be or should be. In fact, I'm thinking just yesterday, the U.S. Department of Education, which I thought had gone out of existence. I don't mean that it should. That was actually a sarcastic remark that they have decided they're going to look at DCPS with regard to whether it is being violating students' civil rights by not making available special education. What do they call it? Free, adequate public education.
Yeah. Mhm.
So I think I'll leave it at that. I want to thank both of you for being here. And I also want to thank Mr. Turner, you for your service to date. I want to thank both of you for your willingness to serve a term.
Yes, sir.
I have these roundtables. I think they're important so that not only do we get to see you all, and this actually gets us thinking about these different committees, but also because one never knows whether there might be members of the public who feel very strongly. So this is an opportunity for the public to weigh in or to not weigh in. So again, thank you to each of you.
Thank you.
The third person who is subject to this hearing today, also a nominee to the Students in Care of DC, because we started late, was unable to make it. So I'm going to adjourn this hearing, a roundtable, and we will schedule another one for Ms. Beisler.
Okay.
As I said at the beginning, the record is open till 5 PM on Thursday, March 20th, 2025, if anyone wishes to submit comments. With that, we're going to adjourn this, and then I will, assuming that Chantel Wright is here, we will reconvene the other hearing and then move to the third one. The time is 3:34 PM, and this roundtable is adjourned.
Thank you.
You guys are. I am calling to order and reconvening this public hearing. It's actually a public hearing, not a roundtable of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. This hearing was originally scheduled for 12 o'clock today. The Committee of the Whole had a performance oversight hearing with the Commission on Arts and Humanities and a couple of other agencies that ended shortly after 2. And this hearing is to consider the mayor's nomination of Chantel Wright for reappointment to the Public Charter School Board. And Ms. Wright, because of our timing or our delay, was not available until now, so we recessed at 3:03, and I'm calling us back to order at 3:38 PM. So This is a hearing on PR 26-23, Public Charter School Board Chantel Wright Confirmation Resolution of 2025. The stated purpose of this resolution is to confirm the reappointment of Chantel Wright as a member of the Public Charter School Board for a term to end February 24th, 2029. The Public Charter School Board is an independent government agency of the District of Columbia, led by a volunteer 7-member board. As the sole public charter school authorizer in our nation's capital, the Public Charter School Board provides oversight to public charter schools, which are managed by independently run nonprofit organizations called local education agencies. The purpose of this hearing, today's hearing, is to receive testimony from government and public witnesses regarding PR 26-23 and the fitness of the nominee for reappointment. I have a witness list in front of me that lists Shannon Hodge, but I believe she's not participating. Jacques Patterson, who I believe could not make it at this time since we got delayed. Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, who I believe is here, and then we'll hear from the nominee. So, Michelle Walker Davis, didn't we put you through enough of a ringer the other day that you wanted to come back?
Good afternoon, Chairman. I am excited to be here today for this nomination hearing. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to testify remotely in support of the renomination of Chantel Wright. And again, good afternoon to you and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Michelle Walker Davis, Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. As you know, DC PCSB has been very busy since Chair Wright joined our board 2.5 years ago. We've worked diligently to shape and upgrade our academic accountability system, Aspire, which you heard about yesterday, close out the work of our first strategic work roadmap, and have made changes to our financial oversight work. In addition, Chair Wright voted on policies to ensure families in the District of Columbia have access to quality and equitable educational opportunities, and has continued to center students and communities in her decision. As an attorney and former school leader, Chair Wright has asked insightful questions to drive our work to more thoughtful outcomes. I look forward to working with Chair Wright as she leads our board into the next phase of our work. As we intensify our efforts to improve our academic outcomes and enhance financial stability, I'm confident in Chair Wright's leadership to advise us on policies that will strengthen board governance and reinforce fiscal responsibility. I'm especially excited to have her insights as we work toward achieving the targets outlined in our strategic roadmap and shaping key PCSB policies, including our sector planning. Our mission, vision, and strategic roadmap puts student success front and center, and Chair Wright embodies a steadfast commitment to students as a board member. Her commitment to improving students' well-being is evident not only through her track record of founding and leading a public charter school in the district, but also through her volunteer work to improve the lives of families in DC. Chair Wright, as you know, is a proud resident of Ward 8, and her pride is clearly reflected in her commitment to the betterment of her community and its students. For these reasons, I ask that you vote to confirm Chantel Wright to the board, and thank you again for allowing me to testify before you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. I don't have a copy of your statement. Can you provide it to us? And
Absolutely.
we'll include it in the record. I don't have any questions for you. Thank you. Chantel Wright, you're up. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Chantel Wright, and I'm grateful for your consideration of my renomination to continue to serve on the DC Public Charter School Board. It is truly an honor to be renominated by Mayor Bowser and have this opportunity to continue serving the residents of the District of Columbia. I have been a member of the Public Charter School Board since June 2022. During that time, I've served as board treasurer, and I currently serve as board chair. Some 30 years ago, I moved to this great city to attend George Washington University School of Law. I truly enjoyed law and practiced as an attorney for several years. I was one of those children who grew up in a harsh environment. I was raised by a single mother who worked 2 jobs to keep a roof over our heads and food in our mouths. We didn't have much, but my mother knew what power a good education would provide and insisted school be a top priority in my life. Starting in 6th grade, I was part of what they called the urban suburban program, which meant I rode 2 hours each way to school from the inner city to the suburbs. As a 6th grader, I did not understand the need for those long bus rides, especially because it meant leaving my community and my friends, a place and people I knew. But today I look back and I thank my mother for her focus, caring, love for me, and an insistence that I got on that bus. She made me the person I am today, and for that I am forever grateful. And because of this experience, I decided some 20 years ago to dedicate my life to public education and create opportunities for children much closer to where they live. In 2008, I founded Achievement Prep Public Charter School in Ward 8. It was important to me that families did not have to make the decision my mother had to make and choose to have their children leave their neighborhoods in order to have a quality school option. After my time with Achievement Prep, I knew my work was not done and my voice was still needed to represent the children and families in Ward 8 specifically and the rest of DC. That is why I am so pleased to have served and to be able to continue serving on the DC Public Charter School Board. Since the first day of being on the PCSB board, I have been vocal in asking tough questions and standing by tough decisions because I know how important a quality education is. I'm a product of this and wanted to shape the lives of generations that follow. I understand the need and power of a quality education for all children, especially for children who look like me and are growing up in environments similar to the one in which I was raised. I deeply believe and am evidence that a great education can indeed overcome poverty. I pledge to this council and to the people of the district to always put students first, to ask the hard questions, and to make difficult decisions and do the right thing, even if doing so is not popular. I take this role very seriously and understand what is at stake with every decision the DC Public Charter School Board makes. Over my time on the board, I'm most proud of our work to improve and enhance our former academic oversight system and replace it with the revised one, which we call Aspire. We are also raising the bar for tighter oversight and accountability for the sector, specifically around financial oversight and board governance. As chair of the board, I look forward to providing families with more robust information about performance of each public charter school. I believe this will help families decide which will be best for their students. I want to continue our work strengthening financial oversight of the sector. Moreover, we are working to ensure we have clear policies and procedures that are reflective of the current educational landscape and changing city dynamics. This includes how we plan for the sector and how well the schools across the sector are performing across multiple metrics like academics, financing, and compliance with relevant laws. Our strategic roadmap lays out much more, and I'm confident that DC PCSB will continue to be one of the strongest authorizers in the country. I would be honored to be able to continue to give back to the city that I love as a member of the DC Public Charter School Board. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for the opportunity to testify before this committee. I would be happy to respond to any questions that you and any other members of the committee may have.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. So let's see, I asked some standard questions. Since you've served on the board, you have a sense of how much time is required. Do you have the level of time commitment required once you're reappointed?
I do.
And the time that you have served, has there been an occasion when you've had a conflict of interest or a conflict of interest has come up?
I have not, but I do recuse myself for any matters that include Achievement Prep since I was the founder of that school, but I do not have any other conflicts of interest.
And if there were to be a conflict of interest, how would you handle it?
I would recuse myself from any votes or deliberations regarding that conflict.
I think you also are supposed to disclose it, which I think means like disclose it to
Oh, yes. Every year we fill out our conflict of interest form. So I just completed mine. I think they're due to our board by the beginning of the year. So I've completed mine. Yes.
And do you have any outstanding liability for taxes, fees, or other payments to the district, federal, or other state or local governments?
I do not.
Let me see, what else do I want to ask you? So we just had the performance oversight hearing, which I think was yesterday.
Yes.
And so we asked questions about, among other things, what changes are going to be made in light of the Eagle Academy situation last year to really strengthen financial oversight. I think you touched on that in your statement. You want to speak on it a bit more here?
Yeah, so I think that we recognize what happened with Eagle was not ideal. And so we are looking at how we have a stronger hold on what is happening financially with schools, that our policies are clear, and more importantly, that we are transparent with the public. So you heard our executive director yesterday share that we do now post all of our financial monitoring lists on our website. While they were there before, they are now in a more prominent area. And starting in March, we will now have a standing portion of our monthly board meeting that will be focused on financial oversight, which we'll share around any financial monitoring issues. We will also continue to educate the public on our role regarding financial oversight. And we also have hired a new position that works with our board, our LEA boards directly, and that will also provide additional insight and support for schools and their boards around training for fiscal management, watching what's happening with schools around their oversight as well.
I was going to mention, so there's a bill pending and we're going to have a hearing on it that would require training for charter school board members.
Yes.
Which is what you just spoke to. Another issue that came up, well, no, actually, I should say a little bit more. So there was testimony yesterday, and I did press Dr. Walker Davis on more disclosure of, I would say, financial concerns with the charter schools, disclosure by the PCSB, ideally on a single page or one place to look on the PCSB's website, ideally searchable by LEA, and more information. I don't have the list in front of me, and I don't think there's a question there. I'm just telling you that it was a fair amount of discussion about it. But we are hearing from parents that there ought to be more of this financial information available and easily accessible.
Yes, I watched the hearing yesterday. A lot of members of our board watched the hearing. We take our oversight very seriously, and I think, as you heard from Dr. Walker Davis, our goal is not to try to hide the ball or in any way make it difficult for families and/or interested stakeholders to understand what is happening, and the staff will continue to look at ways that we can make that information more visible. But we do stand behind that the information is available and it is something that can be found, but we are looking at ways that we can make it easier and took that feedback definitely.
And that would be good. There also was some questioning yesterday. When I say some questioning, that probably means by me, with regard to ensuring transparency by charter school boards. I'll say compliance with Open Meetings Act, that was the line of the questioning, is not consistent. And I think I can say this here, that, from time to time, council members get pressure to change the law to require, I don't know, more disclosure, amend the Freedom of Information Act. I think you know the issues I'm referring to here.
Yes.
And so to the extent that these charter LEAs are more open and transparent, I think that's a good thing, because then there'll be less discontent, if you will, from members of the public.
Yes, I agree. I think I will say I don't think that charter school LEAs are trying to hide the ball. I think compliance with Open Meetings Act is something that is newer to charters. And our goal is to continue to support LEAs with implementing the Open Meetings Act and working with our partners to make sure that everyone understands what is required and what that looks like. So it is an issue that we are aware of as well.
Thank you. Give me a second. I think I'm going to leave it as that. I don't know if I said this at the beginning. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Thursday, March 20th. I'm not asking you, Ms. Wright, to submit anything else, but if anybody who's watching or not watching wants to submit anything for the record, they have 2 weeks to do that. Thank you for your service so far, and thank you for your willingness to continue serving on the board. It's important work.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I agree it is. So I appreciate the opportunity to come before you all, and I'm available at any time if you do have any further questions.
Great, thank you. So I'm
Thank
going to adjourn this hearing, and then I'm going to start the third and final roundtable of the Committee of the Whole this afternoon. The time is 3:55 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. I am calling to order this roundtable, public roundtable of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, March 6, 2025. The time is 4:02 in the afternoon, and this roundtable is to consider appointments by the council to different boards or commissions or something like that. I'll explain it more carefully in a second. As originally noticed, this roundtable was to consider PR 26-20, Commission on Health Equity, Dr. Simone C. Ellis Appointment Resolution of 2025. Dr. Ellis is not able to be here today, so we will reschedule. And the original notice that this roundtable was to consider PR 26-66, District of Columbia Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, Raymond A. Skinner, reappointment resolution of 2025. Mr. Skinner is out of the country. We learned that shortly after we scheduled this, so he will not be part of this roundtable. The other two measures or appointments are PR 26-57, Executive Director of the Criminal Code Reform Commission, Janu Park, appointment resolution of 2025. Should be reappointment because it would be reappointing you. And PR 26-65, District of Columbia Retirement Board, Lyle M. Blanchard, reappointment resolution of 2025. So I don't know if I said this, but the Housing Authority, Raymond Skinner, we will find another date for that. The stated purpose of PR 26-57 is for the council to reappoint Janu Park as the Executive Director of the Criminal Code Revision Commission for a 3-year term to expire March 26, 2028. I introduced this nomination on February 10th. The Criminal Code Reform Commission is an independent agency. It says reform. The Criminal Code Revision Commission is an independent agency responsible for, among other duties, submitting to the mayor and council recommendations for comprehensive criminal code reform. The stated purpose of PR 26-65 is for the council to reappoint Lyle Blanchard as a member of the District of Columbia Retirement Board for a 4-year term to expire January 27th, 2029. I introduced this nomination on February 12th of this year. The District of Columbia Retirement Board is an independent agency of the District of Columbia government. The Retirement Board has the exclusive authority and discretion to manage and control the District of Columbia Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Fund and the District of Columbia Teachers Retirement Fund. The Retirement Board also is the benefits administrator for the District of Columbia Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Plan and the District of Columbia Teachers Retirement Plan. The record in this matter will be open for a little bit less than 2 weeks. That is, the record will close at 5 p.m. on Monday, March 17th, 2025. And that is so that we could have the ability to take this up at our March 18th Committee of the Whole meeting. So very different, how do I want to put this? Agencies, the Retirement Board and the Criminal Code Revision Commission, both council appointments. So with that, why don't we start with you, Mr. Park? I don't have a copy of your statement, but I assume you have a statement?
Yes, I can submit a copy. I did submit written responses.
Yes,
this is
I have
something of
that.
an abridged version, but I'll submit a copy of the oral remarks as well after this
Thank you.
roundtable.
Please proceed.
Sure. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to testify here before this committee of the whole roundtable. And thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for renominating me to serve another term as the Executive Director of the CCRC. And I'd be honored to serve another term, primarily because of the immense importance of the CCRC's mission in revising the district's criminal code. I just want to take just a brief opportunity here again to just reemphasize the ongoing importance of this mission of revising the code, and to touch a bit on how we can make some progress despite some of the challenges that we're facing these days. So as you're well aware, unfortunately, we still have a nearly 125-year-old criminal code in effect with its countless problems related to disproportionate penalties, lack of clarity and completeness, and poor organization. And I really want to stress that these are not technical or abstract problems. The code generates genuine injustice and has real tangible effects on the lives of district residents. And again, I touch on this in more detail in my written remarks, but just want to go over just one anecdote from my own professional experience. I think demonstrates just, again, the real day-to-day consequences of having an antiquated, vague code, but also serves as an example of how we can continue to make progress despite the challenges that we're facing. So this is back years ago when I was a law clerk over at Superior Court, and we had a defendant who had been charged with disorderly conduct and was about to plead guilty. So the prosecutor in court recited the facts that the government would have proven had the case actually gone to trial. And after he did so, the judge thought about it for a moment and said, well, based on recent DCCA case law, what the defendant is alleged to have done here doesn't constitute disorderly conduct at all. It wasn't even a crime. So there was some nervous paper shuffling. And eventually the charges were dismissed. But although the charges were dismissed, it doesn't change the fact that both the prosecutor and the defense attorney were completely unaware that the alleged facts were not even a criminal offense at all. Now, luckily, the judge did step in and sort of save the day, but there was no guarantee that she would have done that. It's certainly possible that another judge would have made the same error that these practicing attorneys did due to the just fundamental ambiguities in the statute. And even though the case was dismissed, the defendant didn't plead guilty, he wasn't sentenced. He was arrested, handcuffed, jailed, forced to undergo pretrial supervision, and got to the point where he was resigned to pleading guilty and placing himself before the mercy of the court, all for conduct that was entirely legal. This isn't the gravest injustice that one can imagine. It's not the gravest injustice that results from our current vague code, but it's unacceptable that a district resident was subjected to this sort of intrusion into his basic liberties and subjected to this humiliation merely because we had poorly drafted statutes. And this is just one of countless examples of different ways in which a vague, poorly written code has real tangible effects on the day-to-day lives of district residents. But it also serves as an example of how we can continue to make progress even when we face some genuine political challenges. So it was about a year or two after this plea went into effect, the council actually did redraft the disorderly conduct statute to better reflect the DCCA case law at the time. This didn't fix all the problems in the code, obviously, but it was still a meaningful problem that would have addressed this kind of day-to-day struggle, this kind of day-to-day implication that results from the flawed code. And I think similarly today, even if comprehensive code revision remains politically impractical for the time being, we can still improve the code meaningfully, even if it has to be in more piecemeal fashion. It's not the optimal way of doing it, but we can still make a real meaningful difference. So again, I discussed this in greater detail in my written responses to the pre-hearing questions. But as a general matter, I recommend that the council and the CCRC work together to focus on changes to the code that either one, increase penalties or increase the scope of liability by expanding offenses or creating new offenses that would address gaps in law. And two, by focusing on a number of penalty neutral revisions that nonetheless improve the clarity and proportionality of the code. So just to conclude, our antiquated code has remained an ongoing and decades-long failure of basic good governance. And I deeply hope that I'll have the opportunity to eventually revise the entire criminal code, and in the interim, continue to make more piecemeal but still meaningful reforms in this role as executive director of the CCRC. So thank you again, Chairman Mendelson, for the reappointment to this position, renomination, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and I probably will have a couple of questions. Mr. Blanchard?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. I am Lyle Blanchard, and I'm pleased to appear before you on this proposed resolution. I want to thank you for my nomination for reappointment and moving it to hearing. I've served on the DC Retirement Board for 23 years, and it's been an honor to bring my experience, skills, and points of view that affect the benefits and retirement of a key group of district employees. As you know, I was in public service with the district government for 15 years before, both in the executive branch and with the city council, before leaving for private practice as an attorney. I've been a district resident for almost 40 years, and it's in large part due to my ties to the community and its employees that I welcome the opportunity to serve another term on the board. I want to give back to the DC teachers, firefighters, and police officers whose retirement benefits we as board members are sworn to safeguard through the multiple duties of care, skill, diligence, and loyalty when we act as fiduciaries over the teachers' retirement fund and the police officers and firefighters' retirement fund. I'm proud to say that through these efforts and those of my colleagues on the board and the expert staff at DCRB, we've managed to guide the funds through another difficult multi-year economic period and remain fully funded on an actuarial basis. The key to the continued success of the funds will be having experienced professionals serve on the board. As noted in my responses to the committee's questions, I currently serve as the chair of the board's legislative committee and as a member of both the benefits and investment committees. All this hard work really pays off for the retirees and beneficiaries, as I reported at the recent February 26th, 2020, that should be 2025, performance hearing on DCRB. The teachers' retirement and police officers and firefighters' retirement funds collectively are fully funded with the aggregate actuarial funding status level at 103.7% as of September 30th, 2024. DCRB's total funded assets also reached $12.2 billion as of December 31, 2024. Since inception in October of 1982 through September 2024, the funds have generated an aggregate annualized gross return of 8.54%, exceeding the DCRB's actuarial long-term return target, which, as you know, is 6.25% now. I hope that the committee and the council will consider my appointment favorably so that I may have another opportunity to work with you, Chairman Mendelson, and the rest of the council members to ensure that the retirement benefits of teachers, police officers, and firefighters will benefit from our collective efforts to safeguard the funds now and over the next, should be 4 years, not just 3. Thank you for my opportunity to provide testimony concerning my nomination for reappointment. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Did you say the target rate of return is 6.25?
Yes.
I thought it was 6.5.
And so did I. But I went and looked at, we did adjust it a couple of years ago to 6.25. And if you look at the testimony from last Wednesday, both I and Mr. Ballesteri, the executive director, said 6.25. So I'm fairly certain that's correct.
Interesting. We had a hearing earlier today on the other post-employment benefits fund, and I think it's 6.5 for them.
Well, they're lagging behind. We try and adjust things every couple of years, as you know, so that if the markets fluctuate more than expected, we're still able to meet our goals.
Correct. This is a conservative goal. And the advantage to having a conservative goal is avoiding the problems that many states have had, which is that they didn't have a conservative goal. And then when the markets don't do so well, they become underfunded because they're not bringing in what the assumption was too high, was too liberal, and they're not bringing in that rate of return, which is not why we are considering you for reappointment. I ask these questions all the time. Mr. Park, your situation is a little different because you're being reappointed as the executive director, which is a full-time position. Mr. Blanchard is being reappointed as a member of the board. So, Mr. Blanchard, do you know how much time it takes to serve?
Absolutely.
Do you have are you committing to spend that time?
I am committing to spend that time on the board.
Roughly how much time is it?
I would say it's probably 20 to 30 hours a month.
See, I can't really ask that question of you, Mr. Park. It's like, are you committed to working full-time at the job you're being appointed to full-time?
Of course, Chairman.
Conflicts of interest, don't know that comes up in terms of being being executive director, but I'll ask, are there potential conflicts of interest?
I don't have any, and none that I would foresee. If any ever arose, I would, of course, contact Bega and likely your office, but I don't think that anything would ever come up.
Mr. Blanchard?
There had been a few years ago, I recall that there wasn't one investment that was brought before the board where I did first disclose a potential conflict, not an actual one, and then recuse myself both from deliberations and voting on that investment. And that was because it was the investment fund was owned by one of my law firm's clients. And so I immediately said, no, I'm out. You all discuss this but that's only occurred once in the past 20 odd years. So but we are aware of it. So every meeting we have, every investment committee meeting we have, before there's any discussion, the chair of the investment committee through the staff, well, we send out with our materials, here's this disclosure form. Disclose before the meeting really gets started if there's any conflict. So we have that every time we have a meeting.
Okay. And then the third question I always ask is any outstanding liability for taxes, fees, or other payments to the district, federal government, or state or local governments? Mr. Blanchard?
No, none.
Mr. Park?
No, none as well.
Okay. Mr. Blanchard, we just had the performance oversight hearing, but are any critical issues that we need to be looking at with the retirement board?
The only one that was discussed at the end of the performance hearing was the reintroduction of the drop legislation.
Yes.
And I did want to note that I checked with the staff, and Mr. Ballesteri has received that from Mr. CAH, your staff person. So we have that draft, and we are reviewing it internally over the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Or maybe more quickly. Because I think we're looking to mark it up. Maybe, do you remember March 18th? Maybe not March 18th, but
soon.
Soon.
Okay. And I did want to say that I mentioned in the responses to my questions, I added a question, which you might have seen, which was from previous sets of questions, which was, what do you think could be done to improve? And I think it's time to look. I did put in a lot of work with the staff, the legal staff of the board, on the procurement regulations a few years ago, which that's good. But I think it's time to do like Mr. Park is doing and the DC Law Revision Commission, and look at the statutes and plans that are administered by DCRB and see if there is room for improvement on any, to borrow his phrase, vague and ambiguous terms that could be clarified to help the retirees as they get ready to retire, and the beneficiaries who get the benefits after retirement. So that's one of my goals.
Is to look at the statute.
Comprehensive review, yes.
I think that sounds good. Any concern about payments from the Treasury?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Mr. Park, how has the CCRC pivoted since the overturning of the revised criminal code by Congress?
Sure. So we've focused a lot of our efforts on a hypothetical round two and sort of being better prepared for that. So when the RCCA first went up to the council and eventually up to Congress, to be frank, we hadn't been well prepared in terms of messaging and a lot of the kind of the research analysis to really conclusively prove that the revision and reforms that we were recommending were squarely in line with not just district but national norms. So we've done a lot of work since then to do a lot of comparative legal research and also data analysis. looking into what the statutory maxima are for key offenses across the country. It's a more complicated endeavor than it may sound on its face, just because every state has its own complex set of enhancements and sentencing guideline rules. But we did that for a number of key offenses, including burglary, robbery, carjacking, et cetera. And then we also did what is, to our understanding, is really an unprecedented analysis of sentencing practices from around the country. So we had a really comprehensive set of district-wide sentencing practices from 2010 to 2019, which we relied upon when we were making our sentencing recommendations. After the RCCA was struck down, there was a lot of criticisms by members on the Hill during one of the hearings in which you and Councilmember Allen were pulled up there, in which they accused the district of just being radically lenient in terms of our current practices. And there was no data, at least no publicly available data on this. And so our data scientists spent months and months and months just writing tens of thousands of lines of code after we obtained access to a non-publicly available data source. And so we now have produced, and we're still finalizing the actual report and the methodology write-up, but we now have produced an actual analysis of what the 5th percentile, median, 95th percentile sentences, and then actual time served, because most states have some mechanism for early release, whereas the district does not. And this analysis and the legal research really demonstrates that virtually all the recommendations that we had made as part of the RCCA are not radically lenient, and they're actually, for the most part, consistent with national practices and national law. So we thought that was an important step for hypothetical round 2. So we have this information and this kind of research at the ready, and so we can be more proactive about informing the public, informing the media about what this revised code really does and does not do. Because I think there was last go round, there was a lot of misconceptions about the quote unquote radicalness and how far and aggressive the revisions really were, when in fact they were actually very consistent with what a number of states have already done across the country.
My recollection was that one of the approaches, I'm going to get this a little wrong because I haven't really briefed myself on this for a while, is one of the approaches that the revised criminal code took was to break down offenses into different characteristics. So a person who was caught with a firearm out on the street, well, there would be several, I'm going to say elements, which is probably the wrong word, and that is possession of an unregistered firearm, but then also possession of an unregistered firearm in public, like carrying in public. So if you looked at the individual aspects of it, it might, and compared to the current code, it might appear the sentence was less, the potential sentence was less. I think the way I referred to it at the time was a stacking of offenses. So do you want to explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of the reason why a comprehensive revision really is the best approach is because the revised code is really drafted to work together as a whole. Which means that often in any given case, it was deliberately drafted so that multiple different provisions or multiple offenses could be brought to bear in a single case. So it's absolutely true. There's several different weapons offenses. So possessing an inherently dangerous weapon like an automatic rifle, for example, is a crime unto itself. Whereas it's a separate crime to possess any weapon when you have a prior felony conviction on your record. Those are separate, distinct offenses. If someone with a prior conviction for a felony possesses a fully automatic rifle, they could be guilty of both offenses. And those offenses, the penalties for those two offenses could be stacked on top of each other. And this is a really important misconception when people looked at, for example, the maximum penalty for, say, an offense like carjacking. Maybe on the, and by the way, the penalties that we have for carjacking, again, even in an isolation, are consistent with national norms and national sentencing practices. But many people looked at that one penalty for carjacking and said, well, what about the really egregious case in which someone is killed, say, during the course of that carjacking? And the RCC addresses that by simply saying, okay, well, in those cases, then the person could also be convicted of a homicide offense in addition, and they could be convicted of both the carjacking and the homicide offense, and the penalties for the two offenses could be stacked. That is, they could be ordered to be issued consecutively, so you can add them together. And so you look at the various provisions as a whole, it's pretty clear that there's always going to be proportionately and sufficiently severe penalties for those egregious cases.
And the criticism was looking at them not as a whole, but individually and saying, hey, the penalty for, I'm going to use the example you just gave, armed carjacking where there was a death, well, that penalty is less under the revised criminal code than what it is now. But that's because they're not reading it as a whole.
Right, exactly, right. So in these really egregious cases, there would just be multiple offenses as well as other enhancements that might apply. So if someone commits a carjacking against, say, an elderly victim, and then causes the death of that victim, it wouldn't just be carjacking, it would be carjacking plus murder plus an enhancement for committing that offense against a protected person. And the aggregate, the combined penalties would be tantamount to a life sentence in these really extreme cases, which would be the harshest sentence allowable under district law since we don't use the death penalty. So, but these are sort of subtle matters that I think, again, in the last go round sort of got lost a bit. And instead the discourse was just sort of dominated by the supposed notion that penalties were being reduced dramatically and the district be left with these radically lenient penalties. And it just really wasn't the case when you look at the entire revised package as a whole.
Wasn't there also a criticism without regard to what actual sentencing is? So I'm thinking of carjacking, that the maximum under the current law is, do you remember what it is?
It's 40 years for an armed carjacking.
And the average sentence is?
So the median sentence would be, off the top of my head, I have to look at my spreadsheet.
I want to say 15.
It would be 15 because that is the mandatory minimum. So I assume that is actually the median as well. Would be the 15-year mandatory minimum. Yeah, one of the concerns for any given offense is when the statutory max is lower to any degree, the assumption is that somehow weakens deterrence. But what we find is, in practice, for the vast majority of offenses, even the longest sentences that are actually imposed under current law, they never even get close to what that statutory maximum is. And so for carjacking, it has a 40-year max. The longest sentence that I think we had was somewhere in the range of the low 20s. So even if that maximum sentence was indeed coming down from 40 to 25 ballpark, on paper, it may seem like a dramatic change, but judges would have complete discretion to impose just the same severity of sentences they do under current law as they would under the revised code. And that's, again, not even accounting for the fact that they'd be able to, in these egregious cases, likely have at their disposal other offenses that they could sentence a person for, as well as other applicable penalty enhancements, such as a repeat offender enhancement or a protected person enhancement, et cetera.
I understand what you're saying, so I'm not sure I have a follow-up question here. My recollection was that there were other sections of the code or titles of the code that you would be looking at. Is that still the case?
Yeah, and so that's what we've been, to some degree, we've sort of put that a little bit more in the back burner, focused, like I said, on this sort of comparative jurisdiction analysis and data analysis. But we're going to move forward with that as well. So we have been working on his update and actually have issued updated recommendations for new clusters of offenses. We've sent those over to the JPS committee. So, and these are the offenses that we just due to time and resource constraints didn't get to as part of the original RCCA. Animal cruelty cluster of offenses, public corruption. We've also private corruption, which is sort of analogous to public corruption, but it implicates sort of private actors who have a similar adjudicatory role, such as auditors and the like. And we also have issued and sent them a totally novel offense related to AI misuses, AI deepfakes. So this is creating basically non-consensual distribution of AI-created nude or otherwise sexually explicit images or video. That's frankly something that wasn't even on our radar screen when we're working on the RCCA, but technology moves really fast. And the district currently is an outlier in not explicitly criminalizing that kind of conduct. So we've issued those recommendations to JPS and have recommended that even before something like a comprehensively revised code goes into effect, that the committee may really want to consider even passing this new offense as a one-off, because we think there is a genuine and serious gap under current law that could be addressed in the short, medium term. So those are the kind of efforts that we've been engaged in post the federal government rejecting the RCCA.
And then legislatures are never content with just not touching criminal law. Is the council reaching out to you, or council members reaching out to you when they have an idea for a bill that affects the criminal code?
Yes, another large focus something that we had not really spent much time on prior to the RCCA has been working more closely with the council and providing testimony and feedback on various pending pieces of criminal legislation. So of course, there was a flurry of very large criminal bills over the last, 18-month window, give or take, culminating in Secure DC. And so we dedicated a lot of staff time and resources to really providing really detailed testimony, written and oral testimony. Again, it's something that just the CCRC had not been engaged in to any kind of significant degree prior to the RCCA. And we think those efforts were really fruitful. So the JPS committee at our recommendation actually implemented as part of Secure DC some provisions from the RCCA. So for example, the fact that we clearly made very clear that strangulation and suffocation constitutes a felony assault as opposed to at times could simply be a misdemeanor under current law. They took one of our endangerment with a firearm offense, which was a novel offense, including the RCCA. They included that in Secure DC, taken almost verbatim from the language that we had in the RCCA. And they also tweaked various definitions related to felony and aggravated assault offenses, again, sort of keeping in line, consistent with the definitions that we had drafted for the RCCA. So there are actually aspects of the RCCA that have survived into law in sort of, again, piecemeal fashion as part of Secure DC. And yes, the council members and their staff have reached out to us on a various array of matters, things like female genital mutilation bills relating to non-consensual distribution of nude images. And we have had some preliminary talks about various ways statutorily that we could address these kinds of misuses of AI, like talk about the sort of non-consensual distribution of AI deepfake pornography. So we've had these communications ongoing, but yeah, and we certainly think in the coming council period that there's a lot more that can be done.
You're mentioning AI, and I think this will be the last question. Reminds me, there was an incident in Maryland. It was in the news. If I remember correctly, there was a teacher or an athletic coach who was unhappy with maybe the principal in the school, and so they put out a fake. I don't. It wasn't a video. I don't think. I think it was a tape recording. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I vaguely remember it, and I don't think it was necessarily sexually explicit. No, it's just embarrassing. Yeah,
it was more than embarrassing, and it got the principal almost fired or maybe fired. Yeah. And it turned out that it was fake. And Maryland prosecuted. My recollection from the newspaper article was that they really struggled to find a statute that applied.
Yeah, and this is challenging because it is such novel conduct and new technology. Generally speaking, the recommendation that we made is specifically focused on colloquially what's known as deepfakes. So this would be artificially created nude or sexually explicit pictures, audio, or visual. Generally speaking, there's at least 3 classes of misuse of AI. So there's the deepfakes, which we would have addressed with our draft legislation or draft statutory text. There's what you might call just sort of general fraud or extortion. And so this might be an AI phone call. It sounds exactly like your family member saying, can you wire me some money? Or in the worst of cases saying, I've been taken hostage. Can you send $100,000 in Bitcoin or something? And in our estimation, that kind of conduct actually is sufficiently criminalized under current law. It would either be fraud or extortion. And so we didn't feel like that we need actually novel legislation to cover that class of conduct. And the third is kind of what you're getting at, I think, with this Maryland example, is just sort of general disinformation. So something actually arose in the 2024 presidential campaign where there was an AI phone call purporting to be Joe Biden making phone calls in, I think it was somewhere in New England. And someone could similarly make an AI deepfake of, say, a public official doing something extremely embarrassing. We recommended not criminalizing that conduct this time for a couple reasons. One, just because generally, disinformation as often can be part of the sort of normal political discourse. Since the time of the founding, it's generally not been subject to criminal legislation. And anytime you're talking about this kind of speech, you're really risking running right up against First Amendment protected speech. And so given that the harms didn't seem quite as severe, and generally the sort of marketplace of ideas has done its job over the last 2.5 centuries of sussing out the difference between what's true and not true. We thought it was inappropriate at this time anyway to issue a novel criminal legislation just due to free speech concerns. That said, because the technology evolves and develops so rapidly, it's hard to say how these are going to be used within even 2 or 3 years. And so it may come to bear that with changing circumstances, we may need to have some kind of novel legislation to address those uses. But at this time, we really think that it's most appropriate to focus on the deep fake misuse. And we're confident those laws would also pass muster under any kind of First Amendment free speech challenge. Though there is no binding Supreme Court case law at this time.
Okay, I think I'll leave it at that. Let me just double check. Anything I left out for either of you?
No.
I'm glad you turned on the microphone to say no, thank you.
No, for me as well, Chairman.
Okay, so I'm going to wind this down. This has been a hearing on 2 nominations for council appointment. Janu Park for reappointment as the Executive Director of the Criminal Code Reform Commission, and Lyle Blanchard for reappointment as one of the council representatives to the District of Columbia Retirement Board. As I indicated earlier, the record in this matter will close at 5 p.m. on Monday, March 17th, 2025. The time is 4:37 p.m. and this roundtable is adjourned.